Chapter 1522. In the center of the Black Wind demonic realm, the Ghost's head star, in a palace, there are 18 statues. With a cracking sound, one of the statues crumbled into pieces. The statue of the Ghost Dragon Demon Lord shattered. The Ghost Dragon Demon Lord died. How is that possible? Did the Queen of Destruction attack? Panicked voices came from inside the palace. Zero has suppressed the West Mist demonic realm and the secluded demonic realm. Her fierce name has spread to the surrounding demonic realms. All demons know that a powerhouse more cruel and cold-blooded than demons has appeared in the Azure Temple. She is the Queen of Destruction. Zero. Ripples flickered, and West Ghost appeared in front of the 18 statues. As soon as West Ghost appeared, the palace fell silent. West Ghost looked at the remaining 17 statues and uttered calmly, "The Ghost Dragon Demon Lord died. If I'm not mistaken, the Queen of Destruction of the Azure Temple has already attacked the Black Wind demonic realm. If you don't agree to my conditions, then you'll have to resist the Queen of Destruction's army." Among the 17 statues, 3 of them twisted and disintegrated, turning into dust that scattered with the wind. The remaining 14 statues twisted, and rays of eternal light shone down, forming 14 eternal projections that landed in front of West Ghost. "We are willing to serve Lord West Ghost, and do our best to assist you in becoming the God Son of the Ghost God Temple. Lord West Ghost, please lead us to defeat the Queen of Destruction." Among the 14 projections, there was a ghost octopus fiend master that looked like a giant octopus with 100 tentacles. Each tentacle had a bloody mouth, and it lowered its head and said to West Ghost in a deep voice, "The Ghost God Temple is a terrifying force on the same level as the Azure Temple. In the Ghost God Temple, there are also many powerhouses competing for the position of God's Son." West Ghost came to the Black Wind demonic realm to force the demon lords to become his supporters in the competition for the position of God's Son of the Ghost God Temple. Originally, the demon lords of the Black Wind demonic realm were all 7th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses and had a lofty status in the Ghost God Temple. Even West Ghost couldn't force them. However, when Yang Feng attacked the Black Wind demonic realm, the 14 demon lords chose to serve West Ghost in order to protect their territory. West Ghost said indifferently, "Gather your main force immediately and prepare to fight with me." The 14 demon masters replied, "Yes, Lord West Ghost." After the Ghost Dragon Demon Lord was killed by Yang Feng, the entire Black Wind demonic realm knew that Yang Feng had attacked. Countless demon troops were mobilized and attacked Yang Feng's fleet almost without interruption. Under the effect of the Black Wind demonic realm's eternal sovereigns, the whereabouts of Yang Feng's fleet were exposed. Even though they can no longer hide their whereabouts, Yang Feng's fleet still swept through all the demons blocking their way. One eternal sovereign after another died in Yang Feng's hands. 7 days later, in the 7th star region of the Black Wind demonic realm, on the flagship, Yang Feng, who was sitting quietly in the captain's seat, suddenly waved his hand. The enormous interstellar fleet suddenly began to slow down. "Come out. I've long since discovered your ambush." When Yang Feng spoke, his faint voice reverberated in the void. As expected of one of Azure Temple's strongest young master candidates, "Yang Feng, I am West Ghost, the first godson candidate of the Ogre Temple." Ripples flickered, and West Ghost walked out of the void. Behind West Ghost, there was a series of distortions, and one after another, strangely shaped war weapons that emitted an eternal aura appeared. 1,000 eternal rank elite warriors stood quietly behind West Ghost, emitting a terrifying aura. The 17 experts emitting the terrifying aura of the 7th firmament of the eternal realm stood quietly behind West Ghost. As they looked at the huge fleet, killing intent flashed in their eyes. "West Ghost, are you here to fight me? This is not the best place for a decisive battle. If my intelligence is correct, planet Saturnia is the most advantageous location for the Black Wind demon territory to fight the decisive battle." With a flash of light, a huge white throne rose from the flagship. Sitting on the white throne, Yang Feng looked at West Ghost and the other demon masters and said flatly, "Yang Feng." Sure enough, he came. It's him, he came in person. Yang Feng and the Queen of Destruction joined forces, No wonder they dared to invade my Black Wind demonic realm. When the demon masters of the Black Wind demonic realm saw Yang Feng, their eyes darkened, and a dignified shade shimmered in their eyes. The lower-class demons fear the Queen of Destruction the most, while the demon masters of the Black Wind demonic realm are more afraid of the master of the Zero Emperor, Yang Feng. At the time, Yang Feng killed all the demon masters of the West Mist demonic realm. Even the West Mist Undying, who has already advanced to the 8th Firmament Eternal Realm, died at his hands. This proves how terrifying he is. After Yang Feng conquered the West Mist demonic realm, he has been in seclusion. Now, as soon as he came out of seclusion, he personally went to the Black Wind demonic realm. Clearly, he has become more terrifying than before. West God said unhurriedly, Yang Feng, I came to negotiate with you this time with a desire for peace. We are evenly matched. If we continue to fight, both sides will suffer. Why don't we sign a peace treaty to not invade each other for 10,000 years? Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes and he uttered, Demons are warlike. You want to sign a peace treaty with me? Are you kidding me? West God responded with a faint smile. I'm not kidding. Your strength has already won my respect. Besides, my biggest enemy now isn't your Azure Temple. For West God, his biggest enemy now is the powerhouses who are competing with him for the position of God's son of the Ghost God Temple. Once his competitor ascends to the position of God's son, he will be in danger. If it was in the past, I might have agreed to your conditions. But now, I can only ask you to become the nourishment for my evolution. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, countless runes shone on him, and a mysterious Devour rune appeared in his right hand, and he extended it towards West God. At this moment, the 300 eternal grade warships behind Yang Feng flashed with light, and beams capable of destroying eternal sovereigns barreled towards the Black Wind demonic realm's powerhouses. Yang Feng, are you crazy? In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. With a flash of anger in his eyes, West God waved his hand, and a gold bone all appeared. An eternal giant rank fluctuation of power spread from the gold bone all, tore through the sky, and stabbed towards Yang Feng. The Gold Emperor Bone Splitter All is one of West God's trump cards, which can seal the power of an eternal giant. He only had 3 of these treasures that could seal a blow from an eternal giant. A treasure that can seal the power of an eternal giant. Too weak. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the hand containing the mysterious Devour rune grabbed the gold bone all and crushed it. Countless Devour runes emerged and devoured the gold bone all. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Stunned, an incredulous look on his face, West God waved his hand, and a black bone bead and a black bone spur appeared. 2 eternal giant rank fluctuations of power diffused from the bone bead and the bone spur. The black bone bead shone with black light, and turned into a 10,000-kilometer tall black bone giant. The black bone spur changed into a scourge god bird with a wingspan of 10,000 kilometers, and 100 pupils in its eyes. Scourge god birds are a powerful race in myriad demonic holy heaven. Adult scourge god birds possess Empyrean rank power. Among the scourge god birds, there are even 5 eternal giant rank powerhouses. More than 90% of powerhouses of the same rank will be affected by the power of the scourge god bird's double pupils, and their combat strength will be weakened by 30% to 90%. Die! Yang Feng extended his hand, and the hand containing the Devour rune tore through space and grabbed the scourge god bird with a wingspan of 10,000 kilometers. With a casual squeeze, the scourge god bird exploded. After crushing the scourge god bird, Yang Feng slammed his right hand into the black bone giant, blasted it into countless pieces, and easily devoured it. Curses, has he already advanced to an eternal giant? When West God saw this scene, his eyes flashed with fear, and he unfurled 14 pairs of dragon wings on his back, flapped them wildly, shone with demonic light, and disappeared in an instant. Seeing how fierce and powerful Yang Feng is, West God gave up the idea of fighting Yang Feng to the death, and chose to escape. As long as he can live, everything is possible. Protect my lord. Kill him. 1,000 eternal sovereigns subordinated to West God flew over, and formed a mysterious formation that resonated with each other. Mysterious rays of light flashed, and a terrifying giant with 9 heads and 36 arms appeared, exuding the power of an eternal magnate. Individually, these eternal sovereigns are not Yangfeng's opponent, but when they join forces, they can even fight an eternal giant. Of course, in order to recruit and cultivate these 1,000 eternal sovereigns, West God has consumed an astronomical amount of resources. What an amazing joint battle formation! That's West God's personal guards for you. Die! Yang Feng slammed his right hand into the giant and blasted it into pieces in an instant, and then swept the 1,000 eternal sovereigns into a devour black hole. With every breath of time, 10 eternal sovereigns are directly devoured and refined, and even their eternal marks collapse. Yang Feng, you dare to kill my personal guards. We will fight to the death. From today onwards, you're my mortal enemy. I'll definitely kill all of your friends and family. I won't leave a single one alive. When West God saw his 1,000 personal guards killed by Yang Feng, he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife, and he issued a shrill roar. Chapter 1523. At this moment, West Ghost has already fled thousands of light years away. At this distance, even an eternal giant will find it difficult to kill him. It's a pity that you won't have that chance. Yang Feng smiled coldly and extended his right hand. A devour mark containing mysterious power appeared in his right hand, and he extended his right hand towards the void. Under the power of the devour mark in Yang Feng's right hand, time and space seemed to turn into nothingness in an instant. An unimaginable scene appeared. Yang Feng's right hand strangely emerged from the void, grabbed West Ghost's neck, as if he was grabbing a chick, and pinched it. West Ghost, who has already advanced to the 8th firmament eternal realm, and can contend against an eternal giant, collapsed, and the eternal mark collapsed and disappeared in an instant, devoured by a devour black hole that suddenly emerged. No, impossible! How can you be so strong? How can this be? The moment West Ghost's mark of eternity collapsed, he let out an incomparably shrill scream. You're too weak. After Yang Feng killed the first god successor candidate of the Ogre God Temple, he looked at the Black Wind Domain's demon lords in the void with a cold ray in his eyes. Lord West Ghost died. Too strong. Eternal giant. This Yang Feng definitely possesses eternal giant rank battle prowess. How can there be such a terrifying guy? When the demon masters of the Black Wind Demon region saw this, a trace of fear surged in their hearts. They all used their secret techniques and fled in all directions. Since you've seen me attack, then go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes are filled with frigid killing intent and traces of madness. The mysterious devour mark in his right hand radiated brilliant light, and he extended his hand towards the Black Wind Domain's demon lords. Stop. Yang Feng, I am willing to submit to you and serve you. Sir Yang Feng, I am willing to submit to you. Don't kill me. The dozen-plus Black Wind demonic realms, lords were easily grabbed by Yang Feng's right hand and crushed one by one. No matter how they pleaded, they didn't get Yang Feng's forgiveness. Kill all the demons here, leave none alive. After Yang Feng devoured the dozen-plus Black Wind realms demon lords, he looked at the tens of billions of elite demon powerhouses in the void and ordered indifferently with a cold look in his eyes. Yes, Master. Shadow, Star Concubine, Shiryu, and Mykelia each commanded adjudicator armies to frantically attack the demons in the Black Wind magic domain. Zero manipulated countless space sovereigns to open defensive barriers and seal the void, preventing the demons from the Black Wind demonic territory from escaping. Yang Feng is like a god of devour that can devour and destroy everything. Wherever he passed, demon powerhouses were devoured and turned into dust. After 10 days of fierce fighting, the tens of billions of elite demons from the Black Wind demonic realm were killed by the Mechanical Legion commanded by Yang Feng. In despair, the elite demons from the Black Wind demonic realm risked their lives to destroy 12 eternal grade warships, 18 first firmament eternal realm adjudicators, 1,500 Empyrean rank adjudicators, and 72 million holy rank adjudicators. After the elite demons from the Black Wind demonic realm were wiped out, the barrier shrouding the void slowly dissipated. West Ogre's aura disappeared. The ogre octopus and the others died. Not a single one of them survived. How vicious! Azure Temple's Yangfeng is too cruel. When the Black Wind Demonic Realm's 4 demon lords, who have been paying attention to the battlefield, saw the countless corpses floating on the battlefield, their eyes flickered with fear. West Ogre and the Ogre Octopus are 7th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses, and each of them is proficient in various escape secret methods. It wouldn't be surprising if 6 or 7 of them were killed by Yangfeng. But all of them were killed by Yangfeng. This method is simply terrifying, which nearly scared the Black Wind Demonic Realm's 4 demon lords silly. At this moment, a fearsome cosmic storm set off in an area of tens of billions of light years in radius. Wind, fire, flood, and earth, 4 elemental world projections emerged and ejected 4 beams of light that entered Yangfeng's body. Countless mysterious runes appeared on Yangfeng's body, causing his life essence to transform and evolve bit by bit, and a trace of 8th Firmament Eternal Realm soul fluctuations slowly diffused. 8th Firmament Eternal Realm. He actually advanced to an 8th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse. How terrifying! He's already so terrifying now. After he advances to the 8th Firmament Eternal Realm, who will be his opponent? Once he advances to the 8th Firmament Eternal Realm, I'm afraid that he will be a monster that can contend against Eternal Realm powerhouses. Even among the 10 holy heavens, he will have a place now. Azure Temple's young master of this era. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be him. When the Black Wind Demonic Realm's 4 demon lords saw this scene from afar, a chill welled up inside them, and then they decisively cast secret methods and fled outside the Black Wind Demonic Realm. Once an Eternal Realm powerhouse is born, unless the myriad demon holy, the Heavenly Ogre Temple, and other powerful forces dispatch an Eternal Realm powerhouse or an elite army to encircle them, they cannot be stopped. At the same time, in the universe where the world of warlocks is located, all of a sudden, a fearsome cosmic storm set off in the universe. In the center of the universe, Yangfeng's eternal imprint slowly emerged. A tremendous amount of universe energy gathered and turned into a beam that entered Yangfeng's eternal imprint. Yangfeng's eternal imprint transformed inch by inch, twisted, and turned into a white jade statue that is 90% similar to Yangfeng's true body. When the white jade statue-like eternal imprint took shape, the world of warlocks trembled slightly, and the universe energy level upgraded to a level 4 universe. The universe origin will of the world of warlocks frantically devoured the free energy of the universe and evolved. The Eternal Blade has advanced again. With this advancement, it has become an 8th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse. 8th Firmament Eternal Realm. How heaven-defying. In the world of warlocks, the emperors at the top of the universe watch the fearsome cosmic storm with a complicated look in their eyes. With the continuous improvement of Yangfeng's strength, the universe energy level of the world of warlocks has also improved. By now, it has far surpassed the Gamana universe and reached the level of the Cloud universe. Invincible overlord rank emperors like the Primal Chaos Spider Mother already have the potential to attack the Eternal Sovereign Realm. As long as they can fuse with an eternal treasure, they can become an eternal sovereign. However, with the entire world of warlocks firmly in Yangfeng's hands, he won't allow other emperors to advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm. Once other emperors advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm, only death will await them. Watching Yangfeng advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm, the emperors of the world of warlocks feel tormented. Without encountering an opportunity like the universe-devouring war, it is virtually impossible for an emperor to advance to the Eternal Sovereign Realm in the presence of other eternal sovereigns. With Yangfeng's domineering temperament, it is naturally impossible for him to allow other eternal sovereigns to exist in his life universe. Otherwise, if he is careless, even someone as tyrannical as him may have his foundation seized and killed. Black Wind Demonic Realm. Yangfeng suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled, and the terrifying force converging from all directions in the universe was swallowed by him. A perfect 8th Firmament Eternal Realm rank force slowly spread out and swept in all directions. I finally advanced to the 8th Firmament Eternal Realm. With my current strength, After I suppress the Black Wind demonic realm, I can conspire against the Ghost Night demonic realm. Yang Feng opened his eyes, countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and the warping force field surrounding him disappeared. The disappearance of the strange warping force field means that Yang Feng's control of power has reached a more fearsome realm. After consuming countless resources, Yang Feng advanced to the 8th firmament eternal realm, and his body structure has begun to slowly transform into the structure of the white jade finger bone. Of course, in this way, he needs to consume 100 times more resources than other powerhouses of the same rank. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he returned to the flagship. The huge mechanical legion suddenly separated and, under Zero's command, swept towards the entire Black Wind demonic realm. The entire Black Wind demonic realm trembled under the artillery fire of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Countless demons chose to submit to Yang Feng and became his vassals. Azure Temple, in an exquisite palace on the throne, there sits a handsome powerhouse with long black hair, a slender figure, and a peerless temperament that can kill both men and women. This powerhouse is Azure Temple's Holy Lord of this era. In front of Azure Lord Holy Lord, there is a chessboard. On the other side of the chessboard, there sits a gorgeous woman with red hair, a sexy figure, slender legs, and a gourd hanging from her waist. On the chessboard, each chess piece is a star with countless intelligent life forms. When each chess piece collides, it is equivalent to countless life forms fighting each other on 2 stars, resisting the invasion and fighting for a chance of survival. This is the gods' chessboard, where 2 lofty eternal sovereigns use the lives of countless intelligent life forms to engage in an alternative chess duel for fun. The eyes of the red-haired woman suddenly flickered, and she revealed a smile. Yang Feng actually killed the Ogre God Temple's first god successor candidate West Ogre. He also took control of the secluded demonic realm and the Black Wind demonic realm. This little fellow is really amazing. Maple Blue, you miscalculated. Chapter 1524. The beauty with long scarlet hair was the leader of the Azure Sacred Halls Alliance, the Scarlet-Haired Witch. He was also the previous lord of the Azure Temple. Azure Temple's Sacred Lord and the Scarlet-Haired Demoness were the 2 most powerful people in Azure Temple aside from the Azure True Extreme Monarch. Azure Sacred Lord said calmly, "Miscalculated? How so?" The Scarlet-Haired Demoness gloated. "I know the person you admire the most is the Eye of Primordial Darkness. Now that Yang Feng killed the Ogre Temple's first god candidate West Ogre and quelled the 3 demonic realms, his merits have surpassed that of the Primordial Darkness Eye. If nothing unexpected happens, then the next young lord should be Yang Feng." Azure Sacred Lord said indifferently, "That's right. Before this, I indeed thought highly of the Eye of Darkness. That's because he has the potential to evolve into an eternal magus, the same as me. However, as the Azure Temple's Holy Master, the stronger Yang Feng is, the happier I am." The scarlet-haired sorceress uttered with a smile. "Yang Feng obtained the legendary treasure trove of the Duro Monarch. Aren't you tempted?" Yang Feng rose so fast in the West Mist realm, and his strength is so terrifying. Azure Temple has already investigated him thoroughly. After the Flame God race, and Yang Feng lost in the competition for the Turo Monarch's treasure trove, they didn't conceal it. Not long ago, they released the information that Yang Feng obtained the Turo Monarch's treasure trove. Sacred Lord Azure smiled. As one of the young master candidates of Azure Sacred Hall, he has the right to obtain the Eternal King's treasure. In the Eternal World, experts were as common as the clouds. In the long history of the Eternal World, there had been countless Eternal Kings. Every 1 or 2 million years, there would be someone lucky enough to obtain the Eternal King's treasure and rise to power, becoming an overlord. If they were ordinary people, Azure Sacred Temple wouldn't mind killing them all and robbing them of their treasures. However, Yang Feng is now an 8th firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse, and one of the Azure Temple's young master candidates. With tyrannical strength and lofty status, he is already qualified to possess the Eternal King's treasure trove. The scarlet-haired demoness' beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness as she said slowly, "The young master of the Zenith's sacred heavens' true Luo sacred palace has been born." In a month's time, he will arrive here and interact with the experts of our Azure Temple. What are your plans? The True Luo Sacred Hall was a major faction on the same level as the Azure Sacred Hall. The True Luo Sacred Extreme Monarch was also an eternal monarch whose might shook the eternal world. The young master of the True Luo Sacred Palace had come to the Azure Sacred Palace for an exchange to humiliate the Azure Sacred Palace. Azure Divine Lord said indifferently, "Recall the Eye of Darkness of Origin and strengthen it. Whoever can defeat the True Luo Temple's young master will be the next young master of our Azure Temple." The scarlet-haired demoness smiled sweetly and said, "Good idea." The Black Wind Demonic Realm. In an eternal source energy pool full of eternal source energy, there is a person sitting quietly. It is Yang Feng. In the eternal source energy pool, all kinds of energy poured into Yang Feng and nourished his body and soul. The various eternal treasures plundered from the Black Wind Demonic Realm flew into Yang Feng's body, were absorbed by him, and turned into ashes. As soon as the eternal rare treasures entered Yang Feng's body, they disappeared and turned into ashes. After refining all the eternal rare treasures, Yang Feng opened his eyes, and a fearsome ray flickered in his eyes. Not enough. These resources are not enough. The Black Wind Demonic Realm is still too barren. It seems that I have to find a way to continue attacking. I have to capture the surrounding demonic realms. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and frigid killing intent surged in his heart. The Black Wind Demonic Realm, the West Mist Demonic Realm, and the Secluded Demonic Realm are resource-rich demonic realms that can give birth to Seventh Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses. However, after Yang Feng advanced to the Eighth Firmament Eternal Realm, he has exhausted the resources of the three demonic realms that have accumulated for hundreds of millions of years. If Yang Feng wants to evolve quickly, he must attack other demonic realms. Yang Feng frowned slightly. However, if I continue to conquer other demonic realms on a large scale, it will arouse the vigilance of the myriad demons' holy heaven. It may even attract the attention of the Eternal Monarch. As an Eighth Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse, Yang Feng is confident that he can contend against an Eternal Monarch. However, if he faces an Eternal Monarch, he has no chance of winning. It is already a great fortune for him to be able to escape. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he mused, "I can cast a secret method to transform into a monster of other forms, sneak into the myriad demons' holy heaven, and hunt down Seventh Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses and above. I can quickly improve my strength." For Yang Feng at this time, if he can devour an Eternal Monarch, that would be for the best. However, he can kill Seventh Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses at will. It is indeed difficult to kill an Eternal Monarch, and he doesn't have much confidence in doing so. Therefore, the best strategy is to attack a Seventh Firmament Eternal Realm Demon Lord. At this moment, the blue bracelet on Yang Feng's right hand flashed, and a ray of blue light entered his hand. This is an opportunity to go to the Azure Holy Land to practice cultivation. After a month, whoever can defeat the True Luo Temple's young master will become the new Azure Holy Land's young master. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he decisively gave up the idea of going to the myriad demons' holy heaven to hunt demon powerhouses. He went to the myriad demons' holy heaven to hunt demon powerhouses in order to obtain cultivation resources. Now that the Azure Holy Land will open a holy land that only eternal monarchs can enter for him to practice cultivation, he naturally won't miss this good opportunity. A few days later, with a flash of teleportation light, Yang Feng appeared in the teleportation hall of the Azure Holy Land. The Blue Star Pagoda Master came over enthusiastically, but his eyes shimmered with a complicated look. "Yang Feng, we meet again." When Yang Feng participated in the competition for the position of Young Master Candidate, although the Blue Star Pagoda Master didn't say anything, but he thought that Yang Feng was courting death. But in less than 1,000 years, Yang Feng has become the first person on the merit list. Even the Ogre God Temple's #1 Godson candidate West Ogre died at his hands. This naturally filled the Blue Star Pagoda Master with complicated feelings, and he took the initiative to curry favor with Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and said politely, Long time no see. The Blue Star Pagoda Master responded. Sir Holy Master wants to see you. Please come with me. Yang Feng nodded and followed the Blue Star Pagoda Master through winding corridors and into a hall. As soon as he entered the hall, 4 gazes fell on Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked in the direction of the 4 gazes and saw the 3 young master candidates Sacred Wind, Primordial Darkness Eye, and Lightning of Desolation, as well as the dignified Azure Lord sitting on the throne. Yang Feng saluted Azure Lord and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Greetings, Sir Holy Master. Azure Lord said unhurriedly. Among the many young master candidates, the 4 of you have the highest contribution points, and your strength and potential are the greatest. Today, I called the 4 of you here to let you enter the holy land of the Azure Temple and practice cultivation for a month. After a month, whoever can defeat the true Luo Temple's young master will become the next young master of the Azure Temple. You can use the various treasures in the Azure Holy Land to strengthen yourselves. However, you are not allowed to plunder or destroy the roots of the treasures of heaven and earth. Additionally, without the permission of the bigwigs of the Holy Land, you are not allowed to disturb the practice of the bigwigs. With that, Azure Lord Holy Lord pointed at Yang Feng's group of 4 with a blue scepter. A blue teleportation light enveloped Yang Feng's group of 4 in an instant. Amid bursts of distorted light, Yang Feng's group of 4 disappeared from where they stood. Distorted ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in a wide, bright and vibrant world. So this is the holy land of the Azure Temple. It's really extraordinary. Yang Feng looked around, and his eyes lit up at once. In the Azure Holy Land, there are all kinds of eternal god trees everywhere. The eternal god trees are covered with eternal divine countries. On the ground, there are all kinds of beautiful flowers, each of which is an eternal treasure-grade treasure. The air is filled with rich eternal origin force. As long as an Empyrean rank powerhouse stays in the Azure Temple for a few years, they can fuse with an eternal treasure and advance to the eternal realm without any suspense. In the Azure Holy Land, even a grain of sand is a first-rate material to refine an eternal treasure. The Azure Holy Land is as big as a star. At a glance, it seems to be boundless. There are only suns suspended in the void and radiating warm light. The suns that hovered above the azure sacred ground were the palaces where the eternal sacred ground resided. The 4 people looked at each other, then turned into rays of light, and flew in 4 different directions. Practicing cultivation in the Azure Holy Land is a great opportunity for Yang Feng's group of 4. No one wants to waste time fighting here. It's here, let's begin. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he turned into a stream of light, plunged into a sea formed from eternal source energy, turned into a black hole, and frantically devoured the nearly endless eternal source energy. Spatial ripples emerged, and countless holy rank collection robots flew out and flew towards the eternal god trees of the Azure Holy Land. In the sea, the whirlpool grew larger and larger, and a copious amount of seawater was devoured and absorbed by Yang Feng. Suddenly, the void cracked, countless mysterious runes appeared, and seawater formed from eternal source energy fell from the sky and entered the sea, replenishing the eternal source energy Yang Feng devoured. After devouring a tremendous amount of eternal source energy, Yang Feng's body structure became more and more perfect. The engineering robots picked up all kinds of eternal fruits and eternal treasures, and threw them into the whirlpool, which Yang Feng devoured, becoming even more terrifying. 7 days later, a whirlpool that can devour everything appeared in the sea, and the whole sea began to descend slowly. 15 days later, the sea formed from eternal source energy, which can cultivate hundreds of thousands of eternal sovereigns, was devoured by Yang Feng. Chapter 1525. As expected of the Azure Holy Land, its underlying strength is really deep. Practicing cultivation here for a day is equivalent to practicing cultivation outside for more than 1 million years. Countless mysterious runes shone all over Yang Feng's body, as if a vortex devouring everything. A vortex of energy formed above him. It's more efficient to devour the sea formed by eternal source energy. Yang Feng glanced at the suns, and greed flashed in his eyes. Then, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards another sea of origin energy. Within a few breaths of time, Yang Feng crossed 1,000,000 kilometers and appeared above another sea of origin energy. At the center of another source energy sea, a violent storm swept across the center of that source energy sea. In the center of the endless storm, a breeze full of holy aura revolved around the divine wind. Get lost! Just as Yang Feng approached the sea of origin energy, sacred wind opened his eyes, erupted with eighth firmament eternal firmament fluctuations of power, and barked. In a flash, the sea of origin energy boiled, and countless holy wind blades capable of slaying eternal sovereigns suddenly erupted and slashed towards Yang Feng like a storm. Oh, you dare to provoke me! You're courting death! With an indifferent look in his eyes, Yang Feng stepped into the endless storm. Outside Yang Feng, layers upon layers of warping force fields emerged and easily crushed the wind blades fired by the holy wind. Yang Feng took a step forward, arrived in front of the sacred wind, and sent a fist barreling towards the sacred wind, shattering the void. Yang Feng, you're courting death. Sacred wind's eyes flashed with fury, and 10 feathers full of holy breath, and containing wisps of eternal monarch fluctuations of power flew out. The 10 feathers full of holy breath, and containing wisps of eternal monarch fluctuations of power, were the feathers of an eternal monarch, called the Holy Crystal Goose Monarch, 100 billion years ago. During a fortuitous encounter, Sacred Wind obtained the inheritance of the Holy Crystal Goose Monarch, and then rose to become an 8th firmament eternal firmament powerhouse. The 10 feathers of the Holy Crystal Goose Monarch are Sacred Wind's trump cards. They have been refined into eternal treasures, and have helped him slay many powerful enemies. Countless mysterious wind runes blossomed on the 10 feathers. The 10 feathers resonated with each other, gathered together, and formed a crystal jade sword that tore through the firmament and slashed towards Yang Feng. When the crystal jade sword slashed out, the sea of origin energy boiled. An endless eternal source force was extracted and condensed into a terrifying blade that slashed towards Yang Feng. What a nice eternal treasure! Unfortunately, as the master of an eternal treasure, you're too weak. Yang Feng's eyes were cold, and a star of power appeared and collided with the blade. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the blade was smashed by Yang Feng's punch, and the star of power slammed into Sacred Wind and blasted him hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Holy Wind spewed out a large amount of blood, and countless laws of wind interwove around him, and formed one barrier after another. Only after hundreds of barriers collapsed did he manage to resist the power of Yang Feng's punch. Sacred Wind stared at Yang Feng with incredulity in his eyes. So strong! How can Yang Feng be so strong? He has just advanced to the 8th firmament eternal firmament. I have advanced to the 8th firmament eternal firmament 100,000 years ago. How could I lose to him? Furthermore, he will be defeated so miserably. Ever since the divine wind had obtained the inheritance of the divine crystal goose king, it had swept through almost all of the cultivators of the same level. But now he was defeated by Yang Feng with a single punch. This is a huge blow to him. To be able to take a punch from me and not die, you have some skill. Fuck off. Otherwise I'll kill you next time. Yang Feng glanced at Sacred Wind, left behind these words coldly, and then sank into the sea of origin energy, and frantically devoured its terrifying origin energy. There was a flash of apprehension in Sacred Wind's eyes. He hesitated for a while, then sighed, smiled bitterly, and gave up the idea of continuing to challenge Yang Feng. He blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. The competition for the position of young master in the Azure Temple is extremely cruel. As long as it is within the rules, even if Sacred Wind is killed, the Azure Temple won't punish Yang Feng. Since Yang Feng defeated Sacred Wind, the Sea of Origin energy belongs to him. If Sacred Wind continues to tangle with him, and is killed by Yang Feng, the Azure Temple won't hold Yang Feng responsible. Of course, if Yang Feng kills Sacred Wind at the beginning, the Azure Temple will definitely punish him severely. 3 days later, the Sea of Origin energy was devoured by Yang Feng. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared and flew towards another Sea of Origin energy. So strong! There is someone who cultivated the essence of devour to this extent. How terrifying. Ripples flickered, and Sacred Wind walked out of the void. Looking at the almost boundless trench, there was a flash of shock in his eyes. Sacred Wind's face alternated between blue and white. Even an eternal overlord would need more than a year to devour such a sea of origin energy. Yet he only used 3 days to devour the sea of origin energy. Obviously, his strength has surpassed that of ordinary eternal overlords. Originally, Sacred Wind wanted to challenge Yang Feng. But when he saw Yang Feng devour the sea of origin energy in 3 days, he extinguished the thought of challenging Yang Feng. This direction should be the sea of origin energy occupied by the Thunder of Desolation. It's not bad to see someone as unlucky as me. Sacred Wind looked in the direction Yang Feng disappeared in. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and he blurred into motion and flew in that direction unhurriedly. In an eternal source energy sea shrouded in endless lightning, an endless amount of eternal source energy liquid flew into the air and entered a lightning bead. It transformed into streaks of lightning containing the essence of lightning and entered Thunder of Desolation's body. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared at the edge of the eternal sea of origin energy. Get lost! In the center of the eternal sea of origin energy, the Thunder of Desolation opened his eyes and uttered coldly. As if enraged by the Thunder God, the eternal sea of origin energy flickered with lightning and flashed with lightning. Watching this scene from afar, Sacred Wind's face twitched slightly, and he looked like he saw his past. You should get lost. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step forward and stepped into the eternal sea of origin filled with lightning. The boundary around Yang Feng swallowed the countless bolts of lightning enveloping the eternal origin sea. Yang Feng punched out, and a star of power suddenly appeared, crushed the lightning, and barreled towards the Thunder of Desolation. You're courting death. The Thunder of Desolation's eyes flickered fiercely. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined and formed a set of lightning armor, and a lightning axe containing the breath of desolation appeared in his hand. The Thunder of Desolation slashed with the axe, and black lightning suddenly appeared. After one world after another collapsed, desolation projections emerged. A black blade of lightning that can suppress and destroy everything slashed towards Yang Feng. The star of power that can destroy everything instantly collided with the black blade of lightning, smashed it to pieces, and then slammed into the Thunder of Desolation. The Thunder of Desolation was blasted hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. His body collapsed inch by inch, and a large amount of blood sprayed into the sky. Get lost. Or die. Yang Feng glanced indifferently at the Thunder of Desolation, turned into a stream of light, plunged into the eternal sea of origin, and frantically devoured its eternal origin. The Thunder of Desolation's complexion alternated between blue and white. Suddenly he raised his head, looked at Sacred Wind in the distance and gritted his teeth, saying, Sacred Wind, you were also defeated by him? That's right. A breeze blew, and Sacred Wind appeared in front of the Thunder of Desolation. The Thunder of Desolation's face was ashen, and he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, Then why didn't you remind me? Sacred Wind replied with a smile. I don't think I'm the only one who is so unlucky. The Thunder of Desolation's eyes turned cold, and he pondered for a moment before asking, If the two of us join forces, do we have a chance of winning? Sacred Wind replied flatly, There is no chance of winning. Instead we will both die. The Thunder of Desolation sighed faintly. He's that strong. In that case, ordinary eternal overlords may not be his opponent. Sacred Wind nodded. Both the Thunder of Desolation and the Sacred Wind are peerless powerhouses of the eternal firmament. Any one of them can contend against the weakest eternal overlords. For Yang Feng to be able to defeat them so easily, it means that Yang Feng's strength has reached the level of an eternal overlord. Sacred Wind suddenly asked, Should I remind the Eye of Darkness? The Thunder of Desolation replied flatly, I think that having 3 unlucky people will make me feel better. The two looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding, and their relationship deepened a bit. A day later, the boundless eternal origin sea was devoured by Yang Feng. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared and flew towards another eternal sea. The void rippled, and the sacred wind and the thunder of desolation appeared above the original eternal sea, which has turned into a huge basin. The thunder of desolation looked at the huge basin with apprehension in his eyes. He devoured the eternal sea in a day. How terrifying! Chapter 15:26. Sacred Wind uttered slowly. No! What's more, it took him 3 days to devour an eternal origin sea last time. Thunder of Desolation's face fell. In that case, he has become so strong in such a short period of time. How terrifying! Thunder of Desolation and the other 2 Azure Temple's young master candidates are peerless geniuses among eternal sovereigns. Each of them possesses the power to contend against an eternal giant. But even if it is an eternal origin sea, it will take them years to refine it. For Yang Feng to be able to refine an eternal origin sea so quickly is simply heaven-defying. The most frightening thing is that Yang Feng's rate of progress is still increasing. This rate of progress is simply despair-inducing. Sacred Wind was silent for a while, and then uttered unhurriedly, "Perhaps he may become the next eternal king of our human race." Thunder of Desolation uttered coldly, "Impossible. In the eternal world, geniuses are as common as clouds and powerhouses as rain. In the past hundreds of millions of years, geniuses who have surpassed us have emerged one after another, but none of them have advanced to the eternal king realm. His limit is the invincible Holy Lord rank at most. It is impossible for him to advance to the eternal king realm. Above the 8th firmament eternal lord rank is the 9th firmament eternal tyrant. Eternal tyrants are divided into 3 levels: ordinary eternal tyrants, Holy Lord rank eternal tyrants, and invincible Holy Lord rank eternal tyrants. The difference in strength between the 3 levels of eternal giants was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Invincible Holy Lord level eternal giants even had some of the characteristics of eternal kings. Once an eternal was killed by them, their eternal marks would shatter, and they would truly perish. Sacred Wind's eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "You're right." As the ripples flickered, the 2 powerhouses, Sacred Wind and Thunder of Desolation, disappeared. Within a sea of origin energy, boundless darkness enveloped the origin energy sea, completely obscuring it from view. A distorted aura slowly pervaded the depths of the source energy sea, and a terrifying magic eye is projected above the source energy sea and exudes distorted fluctuations capable of suppressing and destroying everything. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng walked out of the void and appeared above the source energy sea. Scram! From the center of the source energy sea came primordial darkness eye's cold and domineering voice. The faces of Sacred Wind and Desolation Thunder twitched. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Get lost. A cold look in his eyes, countless runes enveloped Yang Feng, and he sent a fist flying. A power star emerged, plunged into the endless dark fog, and tore it apart. You're looking to die. In the dense fog of endless darkness, the closed eyes of the primordial darkness eye suddenly opened, and countless double pupils emerged in its eyes. The true dragon, the phoenix, the Kuan Peng, the evil-eye demon god, and countless terrifying eyeballs suddenly appeared. All kinds of eyeballs strangely condensed to form a huge black demonic eye. As soon as the giant black demonic eye took shape, a world filled with endless darkness and despair appeared in the depths of the demonic eye, as if it could pull people into endless darkness. The world in the depths of the demonic eye is the primordial darkness world. It is a world that the primordial darkness eye has spent countless precious treasures of heaven and earth, and eternal treasures to refine. Even if it is an 8th firmament eternal powerhouse, once they enter the primordial darkness world, they will be eroded and reduced to nutrients for the primordial darkness world. Even 9th firmament eternal powerhouses don't dare to rashly enter the primordial darkness world. This is the most ferocious and terrifying secret method of the primordial darkness eye, the demonic eye world. More than 10 8th firmament eternal powerhouses have died in the primordial darkness world and become nutrients for it. A black demonic light gushed out of the primordial umbra world and brushed a power star into the primordial umbra world. Explode! Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered coldly. In an instant, the power star exploded, and the terrifying power caused the primordial umbra world to crumble inch by inch. Within the primordial darkness world, cracks appeared on countless strange eyeballs, and a large amount of blood sputtered out. Primordial darkness eye, to be able to block my blow, that's amazing. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. Scram. Another power star emerged from the endless darkness, tore through the darkness, and slammed into the primordial darkness eye in an instant. Boom. Along with an earth-shaking blare, countless twisted and dark boundaries emerged on the primordial darkness eye. When the power star slammed into the primordial darkness eye, the boundaries on the primordial darkness eye shattered one by one, and the primordial darkness eye was blasted hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It collapsed inch by inch, and a large amount of blood sprinkled in the sky. Scram or die. Yang Feng glanced indifferently at the primordial darkness eye, then turned into a stream of light, plunged into the eternal origin sea, and frantically devoured the pure energy in the eternal origin sea. Looking in the direction where Yang Feng disappeared, the primordial darkness eye's complexion alternated between green and white, and then his gaze fell on the two young master candidates, Sacred Wind and Lightning of Desolation, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "Why didn't you remind me?" Sacred Wind replied with a smile, "We think that it's much more interesting for 3 people to be unlucky than for 2 people to be unlucky." Lightning of Desolation smiled as well, feeling much more at ease. Of the 3 young master candidates, the primordial darkness eye is the strongest and the most arrogant. Whether it is Sacred Wind or Lightning of Desolation, he is an eyesore. Therefore, they are very happy that he is unlucky. The primordial darkness eye took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said unhurriedly, "How about the 3 of us join forces to fight Yang Feng?" Sacred Wind uttered lightly, "Yang Feng devoured and refined a part of the eternal origin sea within a day." One day, the primordial darkness eye inhaled a breath of cold air at once, understanding the significance of this. Only eternal monarchs and some top invincible holy lords can refine an eternal origin sea in one day. For Yang Feng to be able to refine an eternal origin sea in one day, his strength may already be comparable to that of an eternal monarch. The primordial darkness eye was silent for a while, then sighed faintly, turned into a black ray, and disappeared. He went to other places to look for opportunities. The 2 powerhouses, Sacred Wind and Lightning of Desolation, looked at each other, and then turned into 2 streams of light, and disappeared as well. The eternal origin sea disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half a day later, the eternal origin sea was devoured by Yang Feng. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng flew towards another eternal origin sea. That's Yang Feng. What a fast speed. In another eternal origin sea, Sacred Wind has just started practicing cultivation when he saw Yang Feng flying over from afar. Speechless, he could only clench his teeth and leave. Yang Feng plunged into the eternal origin sea and frantically devoured the power of the eternal origin sea. One after another, Yang Feng devoured and refined the power of the eternal origin sea. Sacred Wind and the other 2 powerhouses could only flee from their places of cultivation, cutting a sorry figure. 2 days later, with a flash of black light, an eternal origin sea was devoured by Yang Feng. Who are you?" After Yang Feng devoured the eternal origin sea, he saw a little girl about 1.45 meters tall standing on the edge of the eternal origin sea. She has a pure and lovely appearance, black hair, and beautiful gem-like eyes, but there is no trace of emotion in them. "I am the Holy Spirit of the Holy Land. Yang Feng, your strength is already comparable to that of an eternal monarch. Although I can't compare to a Holy Lord rank powerhouse, but among eternal monarchs, I am still a powerhouse and qualified to enter the universe temple to practice cultivation." The voice of the Holy Spirit of the Azure Holy Land was calm, without any fluctuations of emotion. With a wave of his hand, a gold ray descended from the sky and shone on Yang Feng. With a flash of light, Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood and appeared in a spacious space filled with golden divine light. In the space filled with endless gold light, there are 1,000 earth-like spheres suspended in the air. Countless mysterious runes appear on the surface of the spheres, and extract wisps of universe origin force. These are 1,000 universes. Eternal monarchs use universe origin force to practice cultivation. How extravagant! As expected of the Azure Temple, a force controlled by the Eternal Monarch. Shock flashed in Yang Feng's eyes when he saw this scene. Along the way, he has only conquered the world of warlocks, the world of Transcendent, the Star World, and the Divine Light Universe, and obtained the universe origin of the 4 universes to advance to this step. In the Azure Temple, the Eternal Monarchs extract universe origin force to practice cultivation. This is simply heaven-defying. These 1,000 universes are universe energy level 1. The universe origin extracted doesn't harm the foundation of the universe. Even so, this method is still heaven-defying. Admiration flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and countless runes shone and turned into a black hole that frantically devoured the universe origin of the 1,000 universes. A few days later, the universe origin in the space was completely devoured by Yang Feng. With a flash of light, he was teleported to another space and devoured the universe origin of that space. True Holy Heaven's Azure Temple's headquarters, the Azure Sacred City, a handsome man with long blue hair, a burly figure, and a handsome face is walking in the city and looking around. Behind the handsome man, there is a gorgeous woman with a dragon horn and a unicorn horn. In the Azure Sacred City, where there are as many handsome men and beautiful women as there are hairs on an ox, this team stands out and attracts the attention of countless people. Chapter 1527. The beauties of Azure Sacred City are really hospitable. The handsome man courteously rejected a few beauties from the Azure Sacred City and said with a smile. The beautiful woman with the dragon horn said with a frigid expression, "Young master, we didn't come to Azure Sacred Temple to have fun." The young master of True Luo Temple said with a faint smile, "I know, Nina. However, only the Eye of Primordial Darkness has some strength in a trifling Azure Sacred Temple. But even if he gets the full support of Azure Sacred Temple, he won't be able to surpass me in a mere month." The young master of True Luo Temple said with a smile, "Life is so beautiful. We have eternal life, so we need to have a heart that enjoys a beautiful life. Only in this way can we enjoy the beauty of life for a long time. Otherwise, what's the point of living for so long?" The tall, sexy, and beautiful girl with a long horn like that of a unicorn said with a face full of admiration, "Young master's words really make sense." A beautiful young lady with short blue hair walked out from the crowd. She was dressed in a professional uniform, and she seemed to be in high spirits. She appeared before the young master of the True Luo Sacred Hall and said indifferently, "I'm Zhou Ning, the head attendant of the Azure Sacred Hall. Young master of True Luo Temple, please come with me." "Okay." The young master of True Luo Temple smiled gently, and traces of mysterious power slowly spread out of him, increasing his charm by more than 100 times. The eyes of the beauties of Azure Sacred City, within 1,000 meters, couldn't help but be attracted by the young master of True Luo Temple, and they walked over. Zhou Ning's gaze was indifferent, and he pressed down casually. Terrifying blue light flickered and slammed into the beauties of Azure Sacred City, within 1,000 meters, and blasted them away. Zhou Ning said coldly, "Please." The eyes of the young master of True Luo Temple flickered with interest, and he said with a smile, "You're really an interesting woman. Zhou Ning, I've never seen such an interesting woman. How about becoming my woman?" Zhou Ning said lightly, "If you become the Eternal King in the future, or become the Holy Master of Azure Sacred Temple, then say something like this to me." The peerless beauty with the unicorn raised her eyebrows and said in a cold voice, "How arrogant." The young master of the True Luo Temple smiled gently and said, "Aisha, this Miss Zhou Ning should be the 7th princess of the Azure True Extreme Monarch. Don't be rude." Isha's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, "The 7th princess of the Azure True Extreme Monarch. Excuse me." The Eternal King was high and mighty, his might suppressing many eternal worlds. They controlled the fate of countless universes and were invincible. Other than eternal kings of the same rank, It was very difficult for other eternal beings to kill an eternal king. Every eternal king had many children. Only those children who could become eternal sovereigns could become clansmen of the eternal king. Only those experts who reached the seventh heaven of the eternal realm, or higher, could become princesses and princes. Zhou Ning was the seventh daughter of the Azure True Extreme Monarch, who had advanced to the seventh firmament of the eternal realm. Her status was high, and she wasn't someone that Aisha could afford to offend. Zhou Ning said coldly, "Please." The young master of True Luo Sacred Palace smiled, and followed Zhou Ning to Azure Sacred Palace. Azure Sacred Palace Headquarters, Sacred Leader Palace. The young master of True Luo Sacred Palace bowed to Sacred Leader Azure. "Greetings, Sacred Leader Azure." Sacred Leader Azure said, "Please sit." The young master of True Luo Sacred Palace sat down, while Isha and Nina stood quietly behind him. The young master of True Luo Sacred Palace smiled warmly. "Sacred Leader Azure, I came to Azure Sacred Palace this time to spar with the young master candidates of Azure Sacred Palace. I want to see the secret techniques of Azure Sacred Palace. The Profound Sacred Heaven, Bodhi Sacred Heaven, and True Extreme Sacred Heaven were the three main sacred heavens of the human race. They would join forces to fight against the other seven sacred heavens, but most of the time, they would fight each other endlessly. Not long ago, the Profound Sacred Heaven and Bodhi Sacred Heaven had engaged in a local war to fight for the control of some upper and middle heavens. Once the young masters of the various sacred palaces were established, they would usually head to the other sacred heavens and challenge the human race forces, using upper and middle heavens as a wager. This is a tacit agreement of many human forces to fight for the control of upper and middle heavens. Okay. A queer look in his eyes, Sacred Leader Azure smiled and pointed at the void with the scepter in his hand. With a flash of blue light, Yang Feng and the other three powerhouses appeared in the reception hall. "Greetings, Sir Holy Lord." "Greetings, Sir Leader." When Yang Feng's group of four appeared, they bowed to Sacred Leader Azure Sacred Leader, sitting on the throne, and the scarlet-haired, who appeared at an unknown time. These four should be Azure Temple's Eye of Origin Darkness, Sacred Wind, Lightning of Desolation, and Yang Feng. What dragons and phoenixes among men? I will use the Burning Rock Heaven as a wager. Which one of you wants to fight me? The young master smiled, got up, came to the center of the reception hall, and looked at Yang Feng's group of four with arrogance in his eyes. "Another one." Sacred Wind's eyes shimmered with a queer shade, and he uttered with a smile. Lightning of Desolation smiled faintly. "I feel much better now." The eyes of Eye of Origin Darkness flickered slightly, and a queer shade shimmered in his eyes. Sacred Leader Azure Sacred Leader said lightly, "Yang Feng, go and fight the young master of the True Luo Temple. We will use the Crystal Heaven as a wager." "Yes, Holy Lord." Yang Feng walked to the center of the reception hall. The eyes of the young master of the True Luo Temple flickered, and he said unhurriedly, "Yang Feng, I heard that you obtained the Turo Monarch's treasure trove. Is this true?" Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. "Yes." The eyes of the young master flickered, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Yang Feng, let's make a bigger wager. You have already quelled the West Mist demonic realm, the Secluded demonic realm, and the Black Wind demonic realm. If you lose, the three demonic realms will belong to me. If you win, I will give you three realms of the same level. How about it?" Yang Feng responded indifferently. "Okay, young master, since you are so generous and want to give me territories, then I will accept it." Sacred Leader Azure Sacred Leader pointed at the center of the reception hall, with a blue scepter in his hand. Countless blue rays fell from the sky and entered the reception hall, and a blue arena emerged. The blue arena is engraved with countless mysterious runes. Even if it is a fight between Holy Lord rank powerhouses, they will find it difficult to destroy the blue arena. The young master of True Luo Divine Palace smiled faintly and stepped into the arena. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the arena as well. The arena doesn't look big, but after Yang Feng entered, he discovered that the arena is an abandoned universe. He can see a sky full of stars and a boundless starry sky. "Yang Feng, Let me show you the peerless secret method of the true Luo temple, the true Luo holy monarch method. The young master smiled indifferently, his eyes shimmered coldly, and a mysterious rune appeared on his forehead. Boundless terrifying power filled the air, and condensed into a terrifying giant that was over 10,000 miles tall. There were 3 holes on its chest, and its eyes were shut tight. It had 6 pairs of bone wings on its back. The giant with 3 holes on its chest is the true Luo holy monarch, an eternal monarch who died in the eternal world. The true Luo holy monarch obtained the true Luo holy monarch's inheritance, which allowed him to defy the heavens and become an eternal monarch. The true Luo holy monarch method is a heaven-defying secret method of the true Luo temple that can be practiced all the way to the 9th heaven of the eternal world. When the projection of the true Luo holy monarch appeared, wisps of eternal monarch might spread and swept in all directions. Anyone weaker than an eternal monarch will be suppressed by the true Luo holy monarch might, and their strength will be reduced by more than 30%. Haha. Haha. From the 3 holes on the chest of the true Luo holy monarch came hair-raising screams, and strange sound waves swept towards Yang Feng. Amazing! This was truly a top-notch secret technique. It combines the essences of illusion, space, time, fate, speed, light, power, and many other essences. Amazing! Unfortunately, the person you ran into is me. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, his eyes flashed coldly, and he sent his right hand flying, and a star containing the power to destroy everything suddenly appeared and slammed into a spacious void. In the spacious void, ripples flickered, and the projection of the true Luo holy monarch appeared and extended a claw towards Yang Feng. Boom! In the arena, a fearsome explosion erupted, and the projection of holy monarch true Luo burst apart and crumbled. The star of power slammed into the young master of the true Luo temple, shattered the numerous barriers that the young master of the true Luo temple had set up, and blasted him flying 5,000 kilometers away. Sacred Wind uttered with a smile. Another one! The eyes of thunder of desolation and eye of primordial darkness shimmered. They were all insta-killed by Yang Feng. Now that they saw the arrogant young master of the true Luo temple also insta-killed, they felt carefree. Ripples flickered, and as if teleporting, Yang Feng appeared in front of the young master of the true Luo temple, and pointed with a finger on the forehead of the young master. Countless mysterious runes turned into rune chains that entered the young master of the true Luo temple, sealed his soul, and devoured his eternal origin. Stop! I concede! A wisp of bitterness flashed through the eyes of the young master of the true Luo Divine Hall. If he insists on not conceding, then Yang Feng will naturally devour his eternal origin and all his power. What a pity! With a flash of regret in his eyes, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he retreated 10,000 kilometers. Chapter 1528. How could this be? When Isha saw this scene, her beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. The true Luo temple's young master is a genius among geniuses who stands out among countless eternal sovereigns. Now he can already contend against some weaker eternal sovereigns, and has the potential to advance to the Holy Lord realm. After becoming the true Luo temple's young master, countless precious resources of the true Luo temple were used on him, elevating his strength to an incredible level. It would be understandable if Yang Feng defeated the true Luo temple's young master after a bitter fight. But now, with just 2 punches, the true Luo temple's young master was defeated by Yang Feng, which is simply incredible. Nina's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. What a monster! The Azure Temple's Holy Lord pointed with the blue scepter in his hand, and azure light shone on the arena. 2 rays of light flashed, and Yang Feng and the true Luo Temple's young master disappeared from the arena and appeared in the reception hall. Amazing! Yang Feng, you're really amazing! This is the territory I lost to you. An enigmatic ray flashed in the eyes of the true Luo Temple's young master, and he flicked a finger, and a gold crystal containing various coordinates turned into a stream of light that entered Yang Feng's hand, and then returned to his seat. After the challenge, a grand banquet was held in a side hall of the Azure Temple, The participants of the grand banquet are Azure Temple's seventh firmament, eternal realm powerhouses and above. Handsome men and beautiful women can be seen everywhere. The true Luo Temple's young master and Yang Feng are at the center of the banquet, each surrounded by many people. 3 days later, the Azure Temple. With a blue crystal pen in hand, the Azure Lord signed his name on a piece of crystal paper, and then handed it to the scarlet-haired sorceress. It's a pity. In fact, I'm quite optimistic about that Origin Dark-Eye kid. Unfortunately, he's too weak. With a flash of regret in her eyes, the scarlet-haired sorceress signed her name on the crystal paper. After the scarlet-haired sorceress signed her name, the crystal paper radiated mysterious light and disappeared. Holy Lord Token. From today on, the Azure Temple's young master is Yang Feng. 6 months later, we will officially hold the young master promotion ceremony. A message spread in the Azure Temple, letting the subsidiary forces of the Azure Temple know that Yang Feng has been promoted to the young master position of the Azure Temple. What? Yang Feng was promoted to Azure Temple's young master. Isn't it the darkness primordial eye? It really is him. All of Azure Temple's forces were shaken. The young master of the Azure Sacred Hall possessed immense authority. A single word from him could determine the fate of a higher heaven's intelligent life form. The leaders of countless powers in the true extreme sacred heavens began to head towards the headquarters of the Azure Sacred Hall. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Azure Temple's headquarters, in front of the Horizon Hall, the Azure Lord is sitting on the throne, and Yang Feng is sitting on his right hand. The Tianyun race offers 3 beads of fate to congratulate Sir Yang Feng on his promotion to the position of young master. The Absolute God race offers a 7th firmament eternal true dragon pearl to congratulate Sir Yang Feng on his promotion to the position of young master. One after another, the leaders of the major clans and forces showed up and presented precious gifts before sitting down in their respective seats. The true Luo Temple's young master offers a 7th firmament eternal sky devouring rat eternal crystal. Congratulations on your promotion to the position of young master. A voice sounded. With a gentle smile on his face, the true Luo Temple's young master stepped into the reception hall with the 2 beautiful women beside him. That's the true Luo Temple's young master. He's really extraordinary. Unfortunately, even in Yang Feng's hands, he could only withstand 2 moves. Numerous gazes were focused on the young master of the true Luo Sacred Palace, and their gazes were filled with peculiarity. The news that the true Luo Temple's young master was defeated by Yang Feng has already spread throughout the true extreme sacred heaven. The leaders of the major forces didn't expect him to come back. The Heaven Spirit Temple's Divine Son offers a level 7 Heaven Spirit God bead to congratulate Yang Feng on his promotion to the position of young master. A tall and slender man with a black ponytail stepped into the hall. His eyes were closed, and he was extremely handsome. He had an extraordinary temperament that could kill both men and women. So this is the Heaven Spirit Temple's Divine Son. He became the Heaven Spirit Temple's Divine Son 10,000 years ago. He's unfathomable. He's here as well. The relationship between the Azure Temple and the Heaven Spirit Temple is mediocre, and there's a lot of enmity between them. It's really strange that he came. When the leaders of the major forces saw the sudden appearance of the Heaven Spirit Temple's Divine Son, their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. The Heaven Spirit Temple and the Azure Temple are 2 major forces of the true extreme sacred heaven that have the protection of the eternal monarch. They are equally overbearing, and there are constant conflicts between them. If it wasn't for the other holy heaven powerhouses eyeing them covetously, the 2 forces would have killed each other. For a divine son of the Heaven Spirit Temple to come here is naturally very strange. The Hall of Despair's Divine Son offers an Eye of Despair to congratulate Yang Feng on his promotion to the position of young master. A trembling voice rang out, and a fiend celestial stepped into the hall. He had a humanoid body, but only a single eye on his head, hands, feet, and chest, and there were strange eyeballs growing out of each of his hands, feet, and chest. A fearsome force of despair pervaded the hall. I want to die. It's so hopeless. I have no hope of advancing to the seventh firmament eternal realm in my life. I want to die. Looks of despair came from the eyes of most of the major forces leaders in the hall. The bodies of some weaker leaders flickered with light, and they prepared to commit suicide. Humph! Seated on the throne, the Azure Lord snorted coldly, and Holy Lord rank might swept out. He glanced at the Hall of Despair's divine son, and undisguised killing intent swept out. The Hall of Despair's divine son smiled indifferently, and withdrew the strange force of despair. So this is the Hall of Despair's divine son. How terrifying! As expected of a major force on the same level as the Azure Temple, the major force's leaders in the hall immediately sobered up. Cold sweat trickled down their backs, and they looked at the Hall of Despair's divine son with fear in their eyes. The Hall of Despair is a terrifying force founded by the myriad demon Holy Heaven's Despair Monarch. The Despair Monarch is an eternal king rank powerhouse. According to legend, even a slightly weaker eternal king powerhouse will despair and commit suicide when they look directly at the Despair Monarch in his heyday. You are Yang Feng? I am the Hall of Despair's divine son. I want to fight you to the death. The wager is the Onloa demonic realm. If you die, everything you have belongs to me. If I die, everything I have belongs to you. Do you dare to fight me? The Hall of Despair's divine son stared at Yang Feng with a sinister smile in his eyes. When he said this, all eyes focused on Yang Feng, wanting to see how he will respond. The Hall of Despair is a terrifying force founded by the Despair Monarch, and it has many experts. However, the experts in the Palace of Despair were all crazy and twisted. They were all a bunch of lunatics. If it were another myriad demon Holy Heaven's divine son, they would never dare to come to a human stronghold, like the Azure Temple alone, to challenge a divine son of the temple. Kill him. Young master, don't pay attention to this lunatic. A series of shouts could be heard from within the hall. When the Azure Temple's holy master saw this scene, he frowned slightly. If he killed the Hall of Despair's divine son on the battlefield, there wouldn't be much trouble. However, the Hall of Despair's divine son is challenging Yang Feng in an aboveboard manner. If he is killed by the Azure Temple, it will incur the Hall of Despair's retaliation. The Azure Temple is already an enemy of many demon forces of the myriad demon Holy Heaven, but it doesn't want the Hall of Despair to retaliate against it for no reason. Okay, I agree. Yang Feng glanced at the Hall of Despair's divine son, then got up and walked towards the center of the hall. The Azure Temple's holy master raised his eyebrows and pointed with the blue scepter in his hand. Blue light shone, and an arena capable of accommodating an eternal king appeared. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and a life and death boundary emerged. After the life and death boundary emerged, unless it is an eternal king, even a Holy Lord rank powerhouse will have to spend a lot of time and power to open the boundary. The Hall of Despair's divine son smiled ferociously, turned into a stream of light, and entered the arena. Yang Feng took a step and entered the arena as well. Yang Feng, you're really stupid. To dare to fight me to the death. That's too stupid. Haha. Haha. The Hall of Despair's divine son smiled ferociously, released distorted fluctuations of despair, and opened the eyes on his hands. A river of despair strangely appeared in the void. Inside the river of despair, more than 1,000 despair slaves with eternal sovereign rank fluctuations of power emerged, cast various offensive secret methods, and barreled towards Yang Feng. Die! A cold look in his eyes. Yang Feng took a step and sent a fist flying, and a power star appeared and slammed into the river of despair. The 1,000 eternal sovereign rank slaves of despair exploded inch by inch, and the river of despair collapsed under Yang Feng's blow. After the power star destroyed the river of despair, it pierced through everything, slammed into the Hall of Despair's divine son, and blasted him hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. A large amount of blood spurted out of the Hall of Despair's body. Countless fragments also shot out of the Hall of Despair's body and sprinkled into the sky. So strong. So that's Yang Feng, the Azure Temple's new young master. Too strong. So scary. Seeing this scene, shock flashed in the eyes of the leaders of the many forces present. Chapter 1529. Interesting, haha. Yang Feng, you are very strong. You are stronger than me. However, those who are stronger than me will all die. Trembling, the Temple of Despair's god's son issued blood-curdling laughter in the void. From his hands and chest, 3 eyeballs flew out. One eyeball exploded and turned into a dragon man transcendent with a dragon head, and a human body, and a pair of dragon wings on the back. One of its eyeballs exploded and transformed into a monstrous demon god with countless chains wrapped around its body. It looked like an alien, a freak transcendent with 9 lion heads, dragon wings on the ribs, and bloody maws on the body. 3 eternal tyrant rank, might diffused from the 3 transcendent. Eternal tyrant. 3 eternal tyrants. How is this possible? How can the Temple of Despair's god's son have 3 eternal tyrant rank despair slaves? That's impossible. When the leaders in the hall saw the 3 eternal tyrant rank transcendent, they were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Eternal tyrant rank powerhouses are top powerhouses, even in the 10 holy heavens. They are the underlying strength of a race, and the foundation of a major force. Even in Azure Temple, the eternal powerhouses were all lofty existences, their whereabouts elusive. Every eternal tyrant has had countless fortuitous encounters. They are freaks among freaks, geniuses among geniuses, and have countless trump cards. They are extremely difficult to kill. For the Temple of Despair's god's son to have 3 eternal tyrant rank despair slaves, this is simply unimaginable. The Temple of Despair's people want to kill Yang Feng. His growth rate is too scary. To refine 3 eternal tyrants into despair slaves, and give them to the Temple of Despair's god's son at all costs. The Temple of Despair is really scary. The leaders of many forces present are no fools. They quickly guessed why 3 eternal tyrant rank despair slaves appeared. Yang Feng, you're dead. Haha. Haha. The Temple of Despair's god's son released a hair-raising smile, and waved his hand, and a 1,000-meter-tall god-bone fortress appeared. The godchild of the Despair Shrine sat within the god-bone fortress, and watched everything quietly. A cold look in his eyes, the transcendent with a dragon head, and a human body appeared in front of Yang Feng in a flash, and extended a claw shrouded in the power of despair towards Yang Feng. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he sent a fist barreling towards the transcendent with a dragon head, and a human body. Rumble! In the void, a huge distorted hole appeared, and a frightening shockwave spread in all directions. The transcendent with a dragon head, and a human body was blasted away 10,000 kilometers. And Yang Feng was also blasted back 100 kilometers. Chains abruptly appeared behind Yang Feng, shrouded in intense despair force, and swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned slightly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged, swept towards the chains and swallowed them. Die. Despair. There's no hope. I will never be able to become an eternal king. Bursts of despair came from the devour black hole, and Yang Feng fell into a trance for a moment. At that moment, the 9-headed lion transcendent appeared in front of Yang Feng, opened its 9 lion heads and bit at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with clarity in an instant. A torrent of time emerged, and his body twisted and disappeared. The 9 lion heads bit at the void, space distorted, fate went into disorder, and a large amount of blood sprayed into the sky. Amid a blur, Yang Feng, whose left arm was almost bitten off, teleported in front of the Temple of Despair's godchild, and punched the Godbone Fortress. Boom! The Godbone Fortress trembled slightly, and a barrier collapsed. Countless runes appeared on the God Bones, and absorbed Yang Feng's power. The Temple of Despair's godchild laughed ferociously. It's no use. Yang Feng, even an eternal god warlord would need to attack this Godbone Fortress more than 100 times to destroy it. You have no chance. You're doomed to die here, ha ha ha. The Dragon Head Transcendent, the 9 Lion Transcendent, and the Chain Transcendent, the 3 Eternal King rank Transcendent flew over and unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. Boom! 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 Fearsome explosions rang out in the void. Besieged by the 3 Eternal Tyrant rank despair slaves, Yang Feng was forced to retreat step by step, and one wound after another appeared on his body. What a pity! Yang Feng's strength is already comparable to that of a true eternal king. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he is not the opponent of 3 eternal kings. This time, Yang Feng is dead for sure. The Temple of Despair's godchild is really vicious. Numerous gazes were focused on the arena, filled with pity. In terms of strength, the Temple of Despair's godchild is naturally not Yang Feng's opponent. However, the Temple of Despair's godchild transformed the 3 eternal kings into his despair slaves, which is equivalent to having 3 eternal king rank fighters. Coupled with Godbone Fortress with amazing defensive power, he is in an invincible position. An enigmatic gleam flashed in Isha's beautiful eyes, and she uttered with an excited smile, "Well done. This time, Yang Feng is dead for sure." The true Luo Temple's young master uttered indifferently, "Not necessarily." Isha uttered with an unconvinced look on her face. "Young master, 3 eternal kings besieged him. How can Yang Feng win?" The true Luo Temple's young master uttered unhurriedly. "He has no fear at all," which means that in his eyes, the 3 eternal sovereigns are not life or death threats. At most, they are just a little trouble. Isha took a closer look, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Could it be that he can defeat 3 eternal sovereigns working together? The true Luo Temple's young master uttered indifferently, "I don't know, but he must have some trump cards." In the arena, after Yang Feng was sent flying by the Dragon Head Transcendent, he flew 10,000 kilometers away, and blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth. "Despair Temple's divine son, although you are very weak, but the demonic slave has some skill. It's worth it for me to use all my strength to kill you." Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and the Twilight God armor shone and transformed into its final form. A 3-meter-tall warrior clad in pitch-black armor, with a pair of mechanical wings on his back appeared in the void. His entire body was shrouded in a distorted energy field, wielding a black greatsword. A steady stream of eternal force poured into Yang Feng from the divine armor of dawn. The Twilight God armor is Yang Feng's most powerful eternal treasure in the past. Unfortunately, as Yang Feng continues to grow stronger, this eternal treasure can't keep up with his progress. Even in its final form, it can only enhance his fighting strength by about 5%. After the Twilight God armor covered Yang Feng, countless mysterious runes appeared in every inch of his flesh and bones, and a fearsome force pervaded his body. With a flash of an afterimage, the 9-headed lion transcendent appeared in front of Yang Feng, and opened its 9 lion heads to bite at Yang Feng. "Die!" With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng slashed down with his sword, and a black sword ray instantly slashed the 9-headed lion transcendent. The various defensive barriers on the 9-headed lion transcendent crumbled in an instant, and then it was torn apart and devoured by a black hole. Instakill. An eternal-level powerhouse despair slave was instantly killed by him. That's Yang Feng's trump card. So strong. A burst of exclamations came from the hall. The 9-headed lion transcendent is an eternal tyrant rank powerhouse, and is even stronger than some weaker eternal tyrants. Yet Yang Feng was able to kill the 9-headed lion transcendent with a sword strike, which is equivalent to killing a weak eternal tyrant with a sword strike. How disgusting! After Yang Feng devoured the 9-headed lion transcendent, he frowned slightly. The 9-headed lion transcendent's origin is filled with queer despair force. It will take a certain amount of time to transform it into pure eternal force. However, as long as I kill you, I can take a step forward. God's son of the Despair Temple. Thank you for becoming a stepping stone for my evolution. The void twisted and blurred, and a black sword shadow tore through the sky, transcended space-time, and slashed at the strange transcendent wrapped in countless chains. The strange transcendent wrapped in countless chains was split in two, and devoured by the black hole that suddenly appeared. Impossible. How could this be? Impossible. When he saw this scene, the face of the Despair Temple's God's son twisted, and he issued a hair-raising, heart-wrenching roar. The transcendent with a dragon head and a human body flapped its wings, appeared behind Yang Feng, and sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng's heart. A black sword ray appeared and slashed at the transcendent with a dragon head and a human body, and sliced the transcendent into countless pieces. A black hole appeared and devoured the transcendent with a dragon head and a human body. Yang Feng, you dare to kill my people. You dare to kill my despair slave. Haha. Haha. Then let's die together. Haha. The face of the despair temple's god's son twisted. He laughed wildly, and his eyeballs exploded. The entire Godbone fortress collapsed in an instant, and distorted light enveloped the despair temple's god's son, and turned into an arrow of despair that tore through the void and shot towards Yang Feng. Chapter 1530. That's the Temple of Despair's arrow of despair. Only by burning eternal origin can one condense an arrow. The Temple of Despair's god's son is crazy. Once he uses this secret method, he will die for real. He can't use eternal origin to resurrect himself. Madman. There are so many madmen in the Temple of Despair. This time, Yang Feng is dead for sure. When the leaders of the major forces outside the reception hall saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. If a first firmament eternal sovereign ignites their eternal mark and launches an attack, they will have the power to threaten an eternal giant. The arrow of despair formed by the Temple of Despair's god's son can seriously injure or even kill an eternal giant. The strange arrow of despair distorted space, turned into a ray of despair, disappeared abruptly, and appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the arrow of despair formed by the Temple of Despair's god's son, with a dignified look in his eyes. He extended his right hand, and a mysterious rune emerged and turned into a black hole that swallowed the arrow of despair, and then disappeared. It's over. The desperate attack of the Temple of Despair's god's son was cracked just like that. What secret method is that? So strong. In the reception hall, the leaders of the major forces were taken aback at first, and then bursts of discussion sounded. Everyone looked at Yang Feng in the arena with awe and apprehension. A look of incredulity on her face. Isha exclaimed, "How is this possible? That's an offensive secret method cast by the Temple of Despair's god's son, by burning everything. Even an eternal giant can't block it. How could he block it? And it was so easy." A dignified look in his eyes, the young master of the true Luo Temple said unhurriedly, "Easy? No. That should be the strongest offensive secret method Yang Feng has mastered. This power is infinitely close to the Holy Lord realm." An enigmatic look flashed in the eyes of the Sky Spirit Temple's god's son, and then he regained his calm. Holy Lord Azure waved his hand, and a blue light flashed. The arena disappeared. Yang Feng reappeared in the arena, and returned to his position. In the reception hall, gazes of awe focused on Yang Feng. The three eternal tyrant-ranked demonic slaves were slayed by Yang Feng, which means that Yang Feng now possesses the strength to slay ordinary eternal tyrants. Even among the 10 holy heavens, Yang Feng has already entered the ranks of top powerhouses. The following ceremony was calm, and no idiot came to provoke Yang Feng. "Young master, I am Jing Guanlua, the butler arranged by Lord of Lord. If you want to change the housekeeper, you can choose any one of us here." After the promotion ceremony was over, a man with white hair, a burly figure, a solemn expression, and an extraordinary bearing came to Yang Feng. When he saw Jing Guanlua, eternal rank power off the eternal of eternal, eternal of God, of eternal rank, of eternal of. Azure Temple is worthy of being an eternal king rank force, to be able to arrange for an eternal giant to be the butler of a young master. An eternal giant could easily become the ancestor or guardian deity of many of the 10 great sacred heavens' great forces. Their statuses were extremely high. Only an eternal of holy heavens like the Azure Temple can make an eternal giant lower his dignity and become the butler of the young master. Yang Feng said flatly, "No need. It's you." Jing Guanlua uttered with a smile, "Young master, please come with me." Yang Feng followed Jing Guanlua towards the depths of the Azure Temple. "Young master, this is the palace you will be living in from now on, the virtual sage palace." Under Jing Guanlua's lead, Yang Feng came to a huge 10,000-meter tall palace in the depths of the Azure Temple. In the huge palace, there are mysterious runes engraved everywhere. which attract the surrounding eternal source energy. In the depths of the palace, there is a giant tree that pierces straight into the sky. One after another, whirlpools appeared around the giant tree. The four elements of wind, fire, water, and earth were continuously extracted by the terrifying giant tree and sank into the ground. Elemental dragons, elemental phoenixes, elemental cheilants, and other elemental life forms surround the giant tree. On the path leading to the giant palace, there are 3,000 handsome men and beautiful women, each of whom is an eternal sovereign. Greetings, young master. When the 3,000 handsome men and beautiful women saw Yang Feng, they knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Jing Guanlua uttered with a smile. From today on, they are your people, young master. Their lives, honor, and disgrace are in your hands. Yang Feng nodded, then climbed the steps leading to the giant palace, entered the palace, and sat on the throne. This is a list of the members of the virtual Sage Palace, as well as the resources you can mobilize as the young master of the Azure Temple. Standing beside Yang Feng, Jing Guanlua pointed with a finger. An array of blue light entered Yang Feng's azure ring. 1,500 First Firmament Eternal Sovereigns, 800 Second Firmament Eternal Sovereigns, 400 Third Firmament Eternal Sovereigns, 104th Firmament Eternal Sovereigns, 65th Firmament Eternal Sovereigns, 36th Firmament Eternal Sovereigns, and 47th Firmament Eternal Sovereigns. This terrifying force is directly under Yang Feng's command, which he can mobilize at will. The resources consumed by the Eternal Sovereigns for cultivation will be paid by the Azure Temple, while the resources of the 10 upper heavens will be at Yang Feng's disposal. As the young master of the Azure Temple, Yang Feng can enter the Azure Holy Land to practice cultivation for a month every year. He can also spend contribution points in exchange for time to practice cultivation in the Azure Holy Land. In addition, as the young master of the Azure Temple, Yang Feng has various privileges. All kinds of knowledge and secret methods of the Azure Temple are supplied to him. Yang Feng looked at the various privileges possessed by the young master of the Azure Temple, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Becoming the young master of the Azure Temple was the right step. After Yang Feng became the young master of the Azure Temple, he began to frantically absorb all kinds of knowledge related to the mechanical civilization in the Azure Temple, and store them in Zero's database for Zero to analyze. Yang Feng's force spread within the sphere of influence of the Azure Temple at an astonishing speed. Time elapsed, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In a back garden of the Void Sage Temple, Yang Feng and the young master of the True Luo Temple are fighting under the Star Battle banner, using the intelligent life forms of the stars. Yang Feng asked flatly, Ding Guangyan, what can I do for you? After 100 years, Yang Feng and the young master of the True Luo Temple have become good friends. They can already call each other by name. Ding Guangyan uttered with a smile. Yang Feng, are you worried about how to break through and advance to an eternal tyrant? Yang Feng replied unhurriedly. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to break through and advance to an eternal tyrant as long as I cultivate for 300 million years. If it was elsewhere, Yang Feng would have little hope of advancing to an eternal tyrant. After all, advancing to an eternal tyrant requires tremendous resources. Moreover, if Yang Feng wants to advance to an eternal tyrant, he will need 100 times more energy than other eternal tyrants. After Yang Feng became the young master of the Azure Temple, his force continued to expand, and all kinds of precious resources gathered in his hands. This is how he is sure that he can advance to an eternal tyrant within 300 million years. Ding Guangyan uttered unhurriedly. 300 million years is not a short period of time for us eternal sovereigns. In these 300 million years, anything could happen. Even someone as strong as us is like an ant in the face of a war of the kings. We can only struggle to survive. When Yang Feng heard this, a gloomy look welled up on his face. A war of the kings. A war of the kings is a terrifying war that erupts between eternal monarchs. It is a war that engulfs the entire universe. Every war of the kings leads to the death of eternal monarchs, as well as the death of countless eternal sovereigns. It is equivalent to a catastrophe of the universe. Originally, if there are no accidents, it is almost impossible for the young master of the Azure Temple like Yang Feng to die. But once a war of the kings breaks out, even eternal monarchs will die, let alone an eighth firmament eternal sovereign like Yang Feng. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Eternal monarchs are almost immortal. Why would a war break out?" Any information about eternal monarchs is very rare in the Azure Temple. It hardly appears on the public network. Yang Feng has been the young master of the Azure Temple for far less time than Ding Guangyan, so he doesn't know much about the secrets of eternal monarchs. Ding Guangyan answered unhurriedly, "Naturally, it is to become the legendary eternal God Emperor. Legend has it that this great cosmos of ours was born from the collapse of an eternal God Emperor's inner world. Since even the legendary eternal God Emperor died, this means that there may be even more terrifying existences outside our universe. The eternal monarchs no longer have much interest in our universe. The only thing that can trigger a war between them is the opportunity to advance to the eternal God Emperor realm." Ding Guangyan said slowly, "Eternal God Emperor." Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he recalled the white jade finger bone. The owner of the white jade finger bone was an existence that surpassed the eternal monarch realm. He may be the legendary eternal God Emperor. Originally, Yang Feng could use the power contained in the white jade finger bone to advance to an eternal monarch. But after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to keep the power of the white jade finger bone and use it to attack the eternal king realm. There were only a handful of treasures that could increase one's chances of becoming an eternal king, and most of them were in the hands of eternal kings. Even the sacred master of Azure Sacred Hall did not have the chance to obtain such precious resources. He did not even have the slightest chance. Chapter 1531. Ding Guangyan uttered unhurriedly, "According to the prophecy of our prophets, the fuse of this war of kings will be the appearance of the divine imperial realm within 1,000,000 years. This means that we may be forced to participate in the War of Kings at any time." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a rune containing the breath of fate appeared and flickered with ripples. From the rune containing the breath of fate, Yang Feng vaguely felt great terror and great danger. If Yang Feng had stayed in the world of warlocks and acted as an eternal and a local overlord, he might have had a chance to avoid the War of Kings. But in that case, it would be equivalent to giving up the opportunity to advance to an eternal king and eternal God Emperor. Although the world of warlocks has promoted another energy level, but it still can't compare to the true holy heaven. If Yang Feng returns to the world of warlocks, even if he spends 1,000,000,000,000 years, he won't be able to break through and promote to an eternal god. Yang Feng asked, "Do you have any good ideas? Can you help me break through the bottleneck and advance to an eternal god?" Ding Guangyan answered unhurriedly, "My people in the myriad demon holy heaven found an entrance to the battlefield of the eternal king, the withered battlefield. In that battlefield, there may be an opportunity for you and me to quickly advance to an eternal god." Yang Feng's eyes lit up. The withered battlefield. That is the battlefield where the withering monarch, the shattering monarch, the dark earth monarch, and the God Feng monarch perished together. If it's there, then there may be an opportunity for us to advance to an eternal god. Every eternal king was an invincible existence that was difficult to kill. The only one who could kill them was the eternal king. The eternal kings wouldn't easily fight each other, because if they weren't careful, the weaker eternal kings could perish together with the stronger eternal kings. The withered battlefield. So that's how it is. So it's that place. Extreme light demonic domain. Countless streams of data appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. In an instant, Zero screened and summarized the intelligence of the myriad demon holy heaven, and a piece of information popped up. During the past 100 years, while expanding his forces in the true holy heaven, Yang Feng has also sent countless spies in the myriad demon holy heaven to collect all kinds of intelligence. If Ding Guangyan hadn't appeared, Yang Feng planned to sneak into myriad demons holy heaven and start a massacre, plunder all kinds of resources, and enhance his strength. Ding Guangyan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and he slowly said, "That's right, It's the absolute light devilish domain. Yang Feng said. All right. I promise you. However, are we the only ones sneaking into the withered battlefield? Ding Guangyan said solemnly. No. There were 2 more people. The withering battlefield was the battlefield of the Eternal Kings, and it was filled with danger. Apart from that, we might encounter experts from the 10,000 demon sacred sky in the withered battlefield. We must not be careless. Yang Feng nodded slightly. The 10,000 demon sacred heaven was filled with experts and had a deep foundation. There were 5 eternal kings. If it wasn't for the fact that the 5 eternal kings were mortal enemies, the 2 eternal kings of the true extreme sacred sky wouldn't have been able to withstand the attacks of the 1,000 devil sacred sky. Among the 10 great sacred heavens, the 10,000 devil sacred heavens was one of the strongest. According to the legends, when the universe was born, 10,000 demon holy sky was the battleground of many eternal kings. Countless eternal kings fought and died in 10,000 demon holy sky for various reasons. Countless eternal kings fought and died in 10,000 demon holy sky. Each of the 10,000 demon holy sky's 5 eternal kings obtained treasures left behind by several eternal kings, and after various fortuitous encounters, they finally advanced to the eternal king realm, Black Wind demonic realm, on a mountain peak of an abandoned celestial body. The Heaven Spirit Temple's god Sun Yinsheng said slowly, a calm expression on his face. Yang Feng is really putting on airs. He made us wait for so long. A handsome man covered in fenghuang flames uttered with a smile. Forget it. Yinsheng, Yang Feng is indeed much stronger than us. Being a little late is the privilege of the strong. Moreover, there is still 1 minute left before our agreed time. I've kept you waiting. Ripples flickered in the void, and Yang Feng walked out of the void and uttered with a faint smile. Ding Guangyan uttered with a smile. Yang Feng, let me introduce you. This is the Heaven Spirit Temple's god Sun Yinsheng. This is the Boda Holy Heaven's god Sun Fenghong. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said politely, Hello, I am Yang Feng. Okay, since you're here, let's go. With a cold look in his eyes, Yinsheng took out a black mask and pressed it on his face. Waves of distorted light enveloped Yinsheng, and he transformed into a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. He looked like a devil with a malevolent and distorted face. Fenghong smiled and touched a black crystal on his neck. Distorted black light shone and enveloped Fenghong, turning him into a transcendent with an octopus head and a human lower body. Ding Guangyan smiled, took out a black leaf, and pressed it on his forehead. Distorted black light flickered, and he turned into a transcendent with a dragon head and a human body, 4 arms, and a dragon tail wrapped around his waist. The transcendent Yinsheng and the other 2 have turned into exudes 6th firmament, eternal realm fluctuations of power. Their soul auras are completely different from their true bodies, as if they are 2 different existences. Yinsheng said arrogantly, Yang Feng, we are all transcendent with status in the extreme radiance demonic realm. If you don't have a suitable identity, I can sell you one. How about 1,000 years of resources from a higher heaven in exchange for the identity of a superior transcendent? A powerhouse like the Heaven Spirit Temple's god Sun Yinsheng has a very long lifespan. He has incarnations in countless forces and has countless identities. The myriad demonic holy heaven is no exception. No need. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and pressed a blue crystal in his hand. Countless rays of blue light flashed faintly, and with a flash of blue light, a fiend celestial with a dinosaur head and 4 pairs of dragon wings on its back appeared. The fiend celestial had a human torso. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. I am the patriarch of the extreme radiance demonic realm's winged dragon demons, Winged Desolation. I'm very happy to meet you. Ding Guangyan's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile. Winged Desolation. It's you. As expected of the Azure Temple's young master. With you here, our chances of entering the withered battlefield will increase by a bit. In the extreme radiance demonic realm, Ding Guangyan and the other 2 are merely 6th firmament eternal realm powerhouses. They are the leaders of the 3 intermediate forces in the extreme radiance demonic realm. Yang Feng's identity as Winged Desolation is the patriarch of the Winged Dragon Demons, a powerful race in the Extreme Radiance demonic realm. He is an 8th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse. In the past 100 years, in order to plot against the myriad demonic Holy Heaven, Yang Feng has secretly acted several times and killed many powerhouses of the myriad demonic Holy Heaven. This Winged Dragon Demon Patriarch is one of Yang Feng's spoils of war. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and pointed with a finger, and a black dragon bone flew into the void. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the black dragon bone flew out and turned into a 10,000-kilometer-long dragon bone giant ship, inlaid with countless eternal dragon bones. Please. With a faint smile, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew onto the dragon bone's warship. Ding Guangyan and the other 2 powerhouses also flew onto the dragon bone giant ship. Yang Feng said unhurriedly, "The place where the withered battlefield is located is called the Daluo Starfield. It was originally a desolate starfield without any resources, and anyone can enter it freely. However, 500 years ago, the thousand-faced demon came from the myriad demonic Holy Heaven and occupied the Daluo Starfield, not letting anyone enter." Yin Sheng uttered coldly, "We know this. The thousand-faced demon patriarch is an eternal tyrant rank powerhouse. If the 4 of us join forces, we can kill him. It is because the thousand-faced demon controls the entrance to the withered battlefield that Ding Guangyan sought out Yang Feng and them to cooperate. Although Ding Guangyan can contend against an ordinary eternal tyrant, but if he goes to the thousand-faced demon alone, he will have a slim chance of survival. If he is not careful, he will be quelled." Yang Feng uttered with a smile. "The Winged Dragon Demons and the thousand-faced demon are allies. I can ask the thousand-faced demon patriarch to let us enter the withered battlefield. If he doesn't agree, it won't be too late to kill him." Ding Guangyan said solemnly, "That's right, it's best not to do anything. Once the other demons of the myriad demonic Holy Heaven learn of this, things will only become more troublesome. There are many powerhouses in the myriad demonic Holy Heaven. Once this matter is exposed, it will attract countless powerhouses. The battlefield of the Eternal Kings would definitely attract Holy Lord and Invincible Holy Lord level demon race powerhouses. It may even alarm the Eternal King. Once an Eternal King is alarmed, then all the valuable spoils of war in the battlefield of the Eternal King will be taken away by him." Feng Fengkong uttered with a smile. "Indeed, killing the thousand-faced demon patriarch is the worst plan." Yin Sheng's gaze was cold, and he remained silent. Extreme Light Realm, Daluo Starfield, the starry sky of the Enki Demon Star. A 10,000-kilometer-long demon dragon flapped its wings and flew into the starry sky. "Halt! This is the territory of the thousand-faced demon." 8,000-faced devilish race beings with 6 faces and human bodies flew out, and they barked in unison. "I am the Winged Dragon Demon Patriarch. I have come to request an audience with the thousand-faced demon patriarch." A terrifying aura of the 8th heaven of the eternal realm surged out of the demon dragon's body and crushed towards the 8,000-faced demon clan experts. The 8,000-faced demon saints spewed out a large mouthful of blood, knelt on the ground, and uttered with a look of horror on their faces, "Yes, sir. Winged Dragon Demon Patriarch, please come in." A voice came from the Enki Demon Star, and a black ray formed a starry passageway. 3,000 eternal rank thousand-faced demon powerhouses stood at the edge of the starry passageway and bowed their heads, welcoming Yang Feng's arrival. Chapter 1532. In the deepest part of the Enki Demon Star's palace, the thousand-faced demon patriarch with a hexahedron head sitting on the throne looked at Yang Feng, who entered the hall, and said with a smile, "My friend Geluomeng, what brings you here?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "Cyburn, I want to enter the withered battlefield." The withered battlefield? The pupils of the thousand-faced demon patriarch constricted slightly, and he stared at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes. Although the battlefield of the Eternal King is very dangerous for an Eternal King, but it is also a huge opportunity. No matter how good a friend is, they will fall out in the face of such benefits. The thousand-faced demon patriarch has already given birth to killing intent towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. Don't get excited, my friend. If I die, everyone in the myriad demons' holy heaven will learn about the withered battlefield. Besides, the withered battlefield isn't something that you or I can monopolize. The eyes of the thousand-faced demon patriarch flickered, and then he finally laughed heroically. Haha, Galuomeng, we are the best of friends. Since you already know about the existence of the withered battlefield, let's explore it together. Yang Feng uttered. I want to enter the withered battlefield now. Okay. The thousand-faced demon patriarch pondered for a while, and then responded decisively. In the center of the Enki demon star, there is a vast grassland. Galuomeng, who are they? The thousand-faced demon patriarch looked at Yin Sheng's group of 3 behind Yang Feng, and his gaze sank slightly, and he asked coldly. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. They are experts I recruited from myriad demons' holy heaven. In order to prevent accidents that shouldn't happen, I sent them here. Of course, as a price, I have to take them to the withered battlefield. The thousand-faced demon patriarch's voice was ice-cold. You don't believe me? Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. Of course I believe you. However, I always like to hold back. The thousand-faced demon patriarch snorted coldly, then pointed at the void with a black scepter in his hand. A black ray shot out from the scepter and entered the center of the grassland. The verdant grassland suddenly distorted, and black aura gushed out. A distorted spatial rift emerged, and wisps of eternal king rank aura permeated the air. The leader of the thousand-faced demon race said slowly, This is the withered battlefield. Galuomeng. The withered battlefield was where the 4 eternal kings fought. This battlefield, with the power of the 4 eternal kings, was also filled with all sorts of dangers. Once you enter, even an invincible Holy Lord level powerhouse will fall. Are you sure you want to enter? Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. Of course. In order to pursue power, we demons will do anything, even sacrifice our lives. If I don't get lucky in this life, I won't be able to become an eternal powerhouse. Even if I die, I'll go in and fight. Well said. I'll take my leave first. The patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race smiled faintly and stepped into the spatial crack. Yang Feng and them looked at each other, and then stepped into the spatial rift. Galuomeng, since you already know the secret of the withered battlefield, then go to hell. A cold voice sounded from the spatial rift, and a distorted spatial fluctuation enveloped Yang Feng's group of 4, in an attempt to teleport them to another space. Lowly thing, you deserve to die. Yin Sheng's eyes flashed with anger, and he roared and waved his hand, and a black imperial jade seal appeared. True dragon Qi suppressed the space and locked the spatial rift. Open! Feng Fangkong's eyes flashed fiercely, and he waved his hand, and 4 pairs of Fenghuang wings appeared. With a flap of his wings, they tore through the sky, turned into a flame that enveloped Yang Feng's group of 4, and flew towards the predetermined location along the spatial rift. In front of an ancient and desolate altar in the withered battlefield, the eyes of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race flickered with countless runes, and his face fell. Where did Galuomeng find these people? How come they are so powerful? It seems that I can only destroy this altar. The eyes of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race flickered, and he looked at the altar with hesitation in his eyes. The altar is a spatial rift that runs through the withered battlefield and the Enki demon star. Once the altar is destroyed, the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race will be trapped in the withered battlefield. Unless he can find a second spatial rift leading to the outside world, he will be trapped here for the rest of his life. The withered battlefield is full of dangers. Even invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouses are in danger of dying here. As an ordinary eternal lord, the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race is not unusual for him to die here. A flame shone and flew out from the center of the altar. Yang Feng's group of 4 appeared on an ancient and desolate battlefield. Galuomeng, I'm really sorry, I was impulsive just now. How about we stop here? I can compensate you with 1 billion level, 7 eternal origin. The face of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race flickered when he saw Yang Feng's group of 4 appear, and he uttered solemnly, "Eternal origin is a treasure that can be condensed from countless resources, magic power, and eternal sovereign power. It is a top resource that demon eternal sovereigns need to practice cultivation. Eternal origin is divided into grades. A first firmament eternal demon can condense a level 1 eternal origin in a year. 1 billion level 7 eternal origin is equivalent to the eternal origin that a 7th firmament eternal demon can condense in a billion years. 1 billion level 7 eternal origin is equivalent to the income of the thousand-faced demon race, guarded by an eternal lord for hundreds of thousands of years. I think it's better for you to die." Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes appeared on his body, and he appeared in front of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, and extended his hand towards the patriarch. "Haha. Haha. Die. Live." Strange sounds came from the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, and the 6 faces on his body flew out and turned into 6 slightly weaker eternal sovereigns, who spread their fingers and pressed towards Yang Feng. Sadness, joy, pain, despair, love, hunger, and other desires condensed into demonic light and shot towards Yang Feng. Mirror reversal. Yang Feng's face flickered, his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and a god armor of twilight enveloped him. The god armor of twilight distorted and changed into a flawless magic mirror. When the 6 demonic lights slammed into the magic mirror, they were refracted and weakened by more than 90%. Sadness, joy, pain, despair, love, hunger, and thirst, 6 kinds of desires abruptly appeared on Yang Feng's body, frantically torturing him, making his actions slow for a moment. 6 faces clone. This is the strongest offensive secret method the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race has mastered. Within a day, he can transform into 6 slightly weaker eternal lords. With the 6 of them joining forces, apart from Holy Lord rank eternal lords, there aren't many people who are his opponents. The 6 avatars are the true bodies of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race. Only by killing all 6 of his avatars can he be truly killed. Die. Phoenix burning the heavens. A cold look in his eyes, countless fire runes flickered, and Feng Fankong turned into a fearsome Feng Huang shrouded in flames that can burn a universe. The Feng Huang extended a claw and grabbed towards one of the bodies of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race. The patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race had no choice but to separate one of his bodies to fight the fearsome Feng Huang. Heavenly Spirit Seal. Yin Sheng's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, 9 rhombus-shaped crystals flew out and turned into rays of sealing light. They sliced through the void and formed a void battlefield, sealing Yin Sheng and the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race within the battlefield. True Monarch Holy Method. Countless rays of light shone, and the projection of the True Monarch Holy Method appeared and sent a claw barreling towards the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race. With Feng Fankong and the other 2 powerhouses restraining the 3 avatars of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, 3 of the 6 disturbing demonic lights were eliminated. Patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, your strength really exceeded my expectations. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are destined to die here. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step across the void, appeared in front of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, and smashed the defenses of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race with a claw. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the remains of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race. You're not Galuomeng, the essence of devour. You're Yang Feng, the young master of the Azure Temple. The eyes of the remaining 2 patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race flashed with fear and despair, and they issued miserable screams. Their figures fluttered, and they turned into 2 rays of light that fled into the distance. During the ceremony to promote to the young master rank, Yang Feng killed 3 eternal tyrant rank despair slaves of the Temple of Despair's godchildren one after another. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race chose to flee. If you were at your peak, Even I wouldn't be able to stop you if you wanted to escape. But you only have 2 avatars, yet you want to escape from me. You're looking down on me too much. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and a river of time emerged and disappeared into it. In an instant, Yang Feng appeared in front of a clone of the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, pierced the clone with a claw, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared and devoured the clone. At this moment, the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race took advantage of this opportunity to flee into the vast universe. Chapter 1533. Too slow. A weird, twisted, blurry shadow appeared in front of the patriarch of the Thousand Faces demon clan. At the same time, a huge hand that was covered in black armor pierced through the patriarch of the Thousand Faces demon clan's protective barrier and pierced into his body. A devour black hole emerged and devoured the Thousand Faces demon patriarch. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void. 2 devour black holes appeared behind him, and eternal origin force poured into him. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. The eternal origin force of an eternal giant is really delicious. If I can hunt and devour them, I will be able to advance to the 9th firmament eternal realm. For Yang Feng, the eternal giant's eternal origin force is a great tonic. Unfortunately, every eternal giant is secretive. Otherwise, if they stayed in their nests, it would be extremely difficult to kill them. Once too many eternal giants are killed, they will alarm Holy Lord and Invincible Holy Lord eternal giants. Powerhouses of that level aren't existences that Yang Feng can contend against. Gentlemen, do you need me to take action? Yang Feng quietly watched the 3 allies fighting fiercely and asked flatly. Yin Sheng and the other 2 are the leaders of major forces. They are extremely strong and can contend against eternal giants. They are also proud and arrogant. In this sure-win battle, if Yang Feng were to lend a hand, he might offend them if he wasn't careful. Ding Guangyan uttered with a faint smile. I need your help. Yang Feng took a step, crossed the void, appeared behind the Thousand Faces demon patriarch, and pierced through the Thousand Faces demon patriarch's barrier with his hand. A devour black hole emerged and devoured him. Feng Fankong uttered. In the withered battlefield, I feel that it's a little difficult to replenish eternal force. Yang Feng, please lend me a hand. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared behind the Thousand Faces demon patriarch. With a hand, he crushed all the resistance of the Thousand Faces demon patriarch, smashed him, and devoured him. Ding Guangyan looked at Yin Sheng and said slowly. Yin Sheng, how about we join forces and take care of him? No need. Watch me kill him. A ferocious light flashed in Yin Sheng's eyes. Incomparably distorted runes flickered on his forehead, and a small black sword flew out. It pierced through the void and tore through the sky. In an instant, it pierced through the patriarch of the thousand-faced demon race, and twisted him into pieces. After killing the leader of the thousand-faced demon race, Yin Sheng's aura became much weaker. Using the power that could kill an eternal giant consumed a lot of his energy. Yang Feng extended his hand into the void, and wisps of eternal king fluctuations diffused. At the moment when the Thousand Faces demon patriarch died, Yang Feng pulled out his eternal mark and crushed it. A black hole appeared, and devoured the eternal true spirit of the thousand-faced demon clan's patriarch. A wisp of fear flashed through the eyes of Yin Sheng, and the other 2 experts when they saw that. After killing the Thousand Faces patriarch, Yang Feng's group of 4 carefully looked around. The 4 of them were on an incomparably broken star, the entire star without a trace of life. This star is a dead star, it's of no value. Countless runes flickered in Yin Sheng's eyes, and 2 black rays shot out of his eyes, shone on the star, and easily saw through it. Yang Feng's group of 3 used secret methods to examine the star, but they didn't find any valuable treasures. Ding Guangyan said unhurriedly. This is the periphery of the withered battlefield. If there are any treasures, they have already been taken away by the Thousand Faces demon patriarch. We can only move towards the center. Yang Feng's group of 4 looked into the distance and saw at a glance that millions of light years away, there is a fearsome space full of chaos, distortion, and other forces shrouded in. That fearsome space is the center of the withered battlefield. Let's go. Yang Feng's group of 4 are people with firm minds. They cast secret methods, turned into streams of light, and flew towards the center of the withered battlefield. The periphery of the withered battlefield is also full of distorting forces. Not daring to use spatial secret methods, it took Yang Feng's group of 4 10 days to reach the edge of the center of the withered battlefield. As soon as they flew into the center of the withered battlefield, Yang Feng felt his body sink. Strange distorting forces shrouded Yang Feng, forcing him to consume a lot of power to resist the strange forces. In this distorted space, I'm afraid that even ordinary eternal sovereigns can't stay for a long time. As expected of an eternal king, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade, and he cast a secret method. The god armor of twilight shone, and devour runes emerged and devoured the strange distorting forces. Thanks to the devouring effect of the god armor of twilight, the power Yang Feng consumed and the power he obtained were equal. He doesn't need to consume extra power to resist the distorting forces. Yin Sheng's face fell, and countless runes shone and covered him with a black armor. Feng Fankong smiled indifferently, and black smoke emerged from the flames shrouding him and burned the distorting forces to nothing. Ding Guangyan held a crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball emitted a faint treasure light, resisting the corrosion of the distorting power. In the distorted space, the flying speed of Yang Feng's group of 4 slowed down by more than 100 times, and they advanced with great difficulty. Time elapsed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Die! 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 A voice filled with despair and distortion resounded in the distorted space. A skeleton over 100 meters tall, wielding a halberd, walked out of the void step by step. Countless distorted soul-like existences appeared behind the skeleton, letting out a series of hair-raising cries. That's a distortion puppet. It was an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse before its death. Everyone be careful. As soon as Ding Guangyan saw the strange skeleton, his face suddenly changed, and he roared sternly. Distortion puppet. When they heard Ding Guangyan's words, the complexion of everyone present changed. The distortion puppet was an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse, as well as one of the 12 invincible Holy Lords subordinated to the withered monarch. It possessed terrifying battle prowess, and once killed powerhouses of the same rank. The distortion puppet also has some of the characteristics of the eternal monarch. Eternal sovereigns killed by it cannot be resurrected. Instead, they will be absorbed by it and become a part of its power. The eternal true spirit will be tortured for generations, become distorted, and become a source of its power. As soon as the distortion puppet appeared, its eyes shimmered with sinister light, and it brandished its halberd, and 4 distorted halberd rays slashed towards Yang Feng's group of 4. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he slashed down with the black sword in his hand, and a black sword ray slashed at the halberd ray. Boom! A fearsome blare suddenly erupted, and the black sword in Yang Feng's hand crumbled. Layer after layer of distorted barriers appeared around Yang Feng and collapsed. When the 72 barriers collapsed completely, Yang Feng appeared 10,000 kilometers away with a blur, and a terrible black sword mark appeared on his right hand. Almost at the same time, the distortion puppet's halberd ray slashed at Feng Fankong, and the distorted black light tore a large part of Feng Fankong's body apart. Feng Fankong let out a blood-curdling screech as he transformed into streaks of scarlet flames and disappeared from where he stood. The distortion puppet's other halberd ray tore through the sky and slashed at Yin Sheng, and a pearl in front of Yin Sheng exploded. In the next moment, it appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away and fled in another direction without looking back. Ding Guangyan waved his hand, and a demonic skin flew out and turned into a weird transcendent, which looks 80% similar to a black tortoise, and bit at the halberd ray. The weird transcendent bit the halberd ray and swallowed it. Then it trembled and countless strange heads grew out of its body and exploded in an instant. Ding Guangyan took this opportunity to disappear from where he stood. What a quick getaway! Countless runes shone on Yang Feng. The mechanical wings on his back flapped, and he disappeared in an instant as well. Who knows what benefits the distorted skeleton obtained from the battlefield of the Eternal Monarch? He has evolved into a Holy Lord rank powerhouse, and his battle prowess far exceeds that of the Thousand Faces Demon Patriarch. Even if Yang Feng's group of 4 joined forces, they are not his opponent. The distortion puppet turned its head. 2 dark flames burned in its skulls, and it suddenly burst out and chased after Yang Feng. Damn it, it has locked onto me. Yang Feng's heart sank slightly, and he looked at his right hand. Twisted black light appeared on his right hand, preventing his wound from healing. With a thought from Yang Feng, a devour black hole appeared and enveloped the twisted black light. Devoured by the devour black hole, the twisted black light was instantly devoured and turned into pure energy that entered Yang Feng's body. Yang Feng looked at the black light with a dignified look in his eyes. It will take 10 days. Only then can I refine it completely. That's a Holy Lord rank powerhouse for you. As if sensing that Yang Feng is expelling its power, the distortion puppet opened its mouth and issued an earth-shaking, hair-raising roar. Terrifying sound waves spread out in all directions in this space. Shit, it's calling for reinforcements. I must get rid of this power as soon as possible. A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and the mysterious Devour rune appeared on his right hand and sucked the distorted black ray into it. The Devour rune containing Yang Feng's eternal essence flashed, and the twisted black light collapsed and turned into the purest energy, which he absorbed. Chapter 1534. The Void Twisted, and a 10,000-kilometer-long eternal freak with 9 eyeballs, and a dragon-like head suddenly opened its eyes and looked in Yang Feng's direction. In an instant, a hair-raising premonition of death welled up in Yang Feng's heart. With a thought from Yang Feng, 6 First Firmament Eternal Realm Adjudicators, with his soul aura suddenly appeared and flew in different directions. Tens of thousands of light-years away, the freak opened its maw and bit towards Yang Feng. An incomparably ferocious and terrifying bloody mouth appeared directly, opening its mouth and biting down. The 6 First Firmament Eternal Realm Judgment Rulers were swallowed by the terrifying eternal demonic creature in one gulp. Taking advantage of the moment when the 6 adjudicators were swallowed, Yang Feng gritted his teeth and flew towards the center of the withered battlefield. That terrifying monster with 9 eyes was a terrifying existence that far surpassed the distorted Ho. It was a living creature, and its strength was far above that of the distorted Ho. The freak with 9 eyeballs flapped its numerous wings, and it crossed hundreds of light years in an instant, closing the distance between it and Yang Feng. Among the 9 eyeballs, one of them shone with mysterious light and locked onto Yang Feng. Even though the distance between the two is 10,000 light years, but Yang Feng still can't cast a secret method to avoid the strange light. No matter which direction Yang Feng fled in, he was driven towards the center of the withered battlefield by the freak. Yang Feng released various battle robots to fight the freak with 9 eyeballs. As soon as the battle robots flew out, they were swallowed by the freak with 9 eyeballs. The distance between the two sides continued to close. After flying for millions of light years, a sea of bloody meteorites, bloody liquid, and bloody meteorites appeared in front of Yang Feng. This place can prevent my soul force from scanning it. It's very strange. However, only such a strange place can give me a glimmer of hope. Yang Feng looked at the bloody meteorite sea, hesitated for a moment, and then clenched his teeth and flew inside. As soon as he flew into the bloody meteorite sea, Yang Feng clearly felt that the power of his magic barrier was absorbed by the viscous liquid. It can actually absorb my power. What kind of liquid is this? Yang Feng's face flickered, and he restrained all the eternal force inside him and poured it into the divine armor of twilight. Countless mysterious runes emerged and resisted the absorption of the divine armor of twilight. The ferocious 9-eyed demonic being stopped at the edge of the scarlet meteorite sea. Ripples flickered, and a handsome transcendent with purple hair, a black armor, and a horn on the head appeared on the head of the 9-eyed freak. He looked at the bloody meteorite sea and sneered. What a fool! To dare enter the corrosive blood sea. Just wait for your death. With that, the peerlessly handsome demon god sat quietly on the head of the 9-eyed demonic creature. coldly looking down at the corrosive sea of blood. The corrosive blood sea is extremely frightening. Even invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouses don't dare to stay in it for a long time. However, Eternal Lord rank powerhouses are Eternal Lord rank powerhouses after all. Even in the corrosive blood sea, they can still struggle for some time. Laocoon, have you dealt with the little bug on your side? With a flash of green light, the projection of a burly one-eyed powerhouse with purple hair appeared in the void and said indifferently. Laocoon said indifferently, Burger, the little bug I'm in charge of has been forced into the corrosive blood sea. He's dead. Have you dealt with the little bug you're in charge of? Burger smiled cruelly and said, I've dealt with it. He is a god's son from the true Holy Heaven Spirit Temple. I made a wine cup out of his head, and a bone chair out of his body. This is the best prey I've caught in the past tens of thousands of years. Burger said unhurriedly, Laocoon, the withered battlefield is a treasure land for my lord to advance to the Eternal Lord rank. You have to confirm his death. The primordial darkness lord has already taken action and entered the battlefield. Before the decisive battle with the primordial darkness lord, these ants must be cleaned up. There are still 2 little bugs on the run. I need the nine-eyed void beast to hunt them down. I know. Laocoon lightly leaped down from the nine-eyed void beast's body. The nine-eyed void beast took a deep look at Laocoon, then twisted its huge body, set off ripples in the void, and entered the void. In the corrosive blood sea, Yang Feng struggled. The fearsome corrosive force corroded his flesh and soul inch by inch. The Twilight God armor, which Yang Feng spent a lot of power and precious resources to forge, disintegrated inch by inch in the corrosive blood sea. No. If this goes on, I'll die. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he frantically operated a secret method. Countless devour runes appeared on the structure imitating the white jade finger bone, and frantically devoured the corrosive force in the corrosive blood sea. As soon as Yang Feng devoured the corrosive force in the corrosive blood sea, he felt bursts of pain and trembled. At the same time, the devour runes showed signs of collapse. The power devoured from the corrosive blood sea is very pure, and can even nourish Yang Feng's eternal true spirit. However, the huge consumption far exceeds the power obtained. This is a higher level power, the power of an eternal king rank powerhouse. Yang Feng can feel his body collapsing and decomposing inch by inch, and a trace of understanding welled up inside him. A tremendous fear welled up inside Yang Feng. The eternal king possesses incredible power. Once he is killed by a power with the characteristics of the eternal king, Yang Feng will die for real, and his eternal imprint in the world of warlocks will collapse. The reason why so many eternal sovereigns died in the War of Kings is that the eternal bigwigs who participated in the war have weapons bestowed by the eternal king. Once they kill other eternal sovereigns, they will die for real. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Madness welled up inside Yang Feng, and he frantically performed the Devour Heaven method. He created and devoured the power he obtained from the corrosive blood sea. At the same time, he struggled to move out of the corrosive blood sea. Yang Feng would have been fine if he hadn't moved. But when he moved slightly, a terrifying force came from the depths of the corrosive blood sea and pulled him towards it. In just a breath of time, Yang Feng was pulled into the depths of the corrosive blood sea. At the same time, a large portion of his power was consumed. At this moment, Yang Feng's left hand was swallowed by the corrosive blood sea and became its nutrients. What do I do? What do I do? Yang Feng clearly felt his power disappear. His mind revolved lightning fast, and he frantically pondered how to break out of this predicament. At this moment, a wisp of pure power came from Yang Feng's right hand and entered his body. But the wisp of power was eroded away in an instant. Right hand. My right hand has already condensed my eternal essence. This is where I am the strongest. Give up the rest of my body and strengthen my right hand. Yang Feng willed, his eyes shimmered with determination, and he poured all his power into his right hand. In an instant, Yang Feng's powerless body was completely corroded by the corrosive blood sea. In the corrosive blood sea, a mysterious devour mark appeared on Yang Feng's right hand and devoured the power of the corrosive blood sea, and strengthened the power of his right hand. Yang Feng's right hand condensed his devour essence, which is somewhat similar to the structure of the white jade finger bone. It forcibly resisted the erosion of the corrosive blood sea. At the same time, it devoured the power of the corrosive blood sea, and bones similar to the white jade finger bone grew inch by inch. With every inch of bone that grew, Yang Feng's power grew by a fraction, and the devour force became stronger, forming a virtuous cycle. Time elapsed. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the deepest part of the corrosive blood sea, Yang Feng's fleshly body has been reconstructed. The regeneration is finally complete, and I've become stronger than before. Now, I'm going to devour the corrosive blood sea. As long as I devour and refine the seawater in the corrosive blood sea, I will be able to advance to the 9th firmament eternal realm. Yang Feng opened his eyes, which radiated resplendent light, and revealed a smile. Countless devour marks suddenly emerged and frantically devoured the corrosive blood sea. A copious amount of seawater entered Yang Feng's body and became the nourishment for his evolution. 1,000 years had passed, and Laocoon had already left 900 years ago. Even an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse cannot survive 100 years in the corrosive blood sea. After guarding it for 100 years, Laocoon chose to leave. Under Yang Feng's frenzied devouring, the corrosive blood sea disappeared. Time elapsed, and 900 years passed again. A scarlet radiance flashed, and the area where the corrosive sea of blood was located became very spacious, leaving only Yang Feng standing there quietly. Countless mysterious runes emerged. Yang Feng's eyes shone brightly, and a fearsome 9th firmament eternal realm breath diffused from him. In an area tens of millions of light years in radius, fearsome energy storms set off, gathered here, formed a fearsome energy whirlpool, and turned into a beam that entered Yang Feng. Chapter 1535. The center of the universe, where the world of warlocks was located. Yang Feng's eternal mark appeared, shone with countless runes, and he opened his mouth and inhaled. The universe power of the world of warlocks was immediately absorbed into Yang Feng's eternal imprint. Alarmed, the universe will of the world of warlocks frantically devoured the energy of the universe and poured it into Yang Feng's imprint of eternity. He broke through the 9 eternal heavens. Eternal giants. Even in the eternal world, experts of this level are among the strongest. So fast. When the primal chaos spider mother and other pinnacle emperors sensed the changes in the universe, they were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Eternal powerhouses were the top powerhouses in the eternal world. It took hundreds of millions of years for an 8th heavenly layer eternal expert to advance to an eternal magnate. For Yang Feng to advance to an eternal giant in less than 3,000 years is simply heaven-defying. An eternal overlord. I never thought I would be able to produce an eternal overlord as a disciple. I wonder if he can become an eternal king in the future. If he can become an eternal king, then maybe I can also become an eternal one. In a luxurious palace within the devouring empire, Huang Yihe watched the changes in the universe with excitement in his eyes. At this moment he had become an emperor. With Huang Yihe's talent, becoming a saint was already his limit. However, after Yang Feng fed him countless treasures of heaven and earth, allowing him to break through the limits of his potential, he has now advanced to an empyrean sovereign. However, Huang Yihe's talent was too poor, and it would be difficult for him to advance to the eternal realm. However, as long as Yang Feng can advance to the eternal king realm in the future, then he can also advance to the eternal king realm. An eternal titan. Master is so wise and mighty. In the future, we sisters might also have a chance to become eternal sovereigns, eternally undying. In the Devour dynasty's harem, Eunice and the other beauties who were taken into Yang Feng's harem looked at the fearsome storms in the universe with excitement in their beautiful eyes. With Yang Feng's various precious resources, Eunice, with her mediocre aptitude, has already advanced to a holy. As long as Yang Feng advances to an eternal king in the future, and then spends a lot of resources to cultivate them, they can also advance to eternal sovereigns. Inside the withered battlefield, An eternal titan. Someone has advanced to the ninth heaven of the eternal realm. Who is it? How dare you advance here? Countless terrifying intents filled the withered battlefield. The withered battlefield. In an empty palace, a handsome man with purple hair and a purple ring on his forehead, exuding a frightening aura, opened his eyes and looked in Yang Feng's direction. In an instant, two purple eyes appeared in the area where Yang Feng was located and looked coldly at him. Devil Lord Violet Origin. Yang Feng looked at the two purple eyes, his gaze congealed slightly, and he said slowly, Demon Lord Purple Origin was the most terrifying invincible sacred lord in 10,000 Devil Sacred Heaven, and he was the invincible sacred lord closest to an eternal king. Back then, the Supreme Profundity Sacred Heaven had sent out 5 invincible sacred lords to kill Demon Lord Ziyuan. But in that battle, 4 of the invincible sacred lords from the Supreme Profundity Sacred Heaven had fallen, and 1 had escaped. In the end, it was the Supreme Profundity Sacred Heaven's Profound Truth Holy Monarch, who seriously injured Demon Lord Purple Origin, and forced him to flee in a sorry state. After that battle, Demon Lord Purple Origin's name shook the 10 holy heavens, and he became known as an invincible existence below the Eternal King rank. Looking at Yang Feng, Demon Lord Purple Origin uttered flatly, You are Azure Temple's young master Yang Feng. You actually devoured the corrosive blood sea. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. I appreciate you very much. Betray the Azure Temple, join my Purple Origin divine race and serve me. I can make you the Purple Origin divine race's young master. Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. I have a good life in the Azure Temple. I have no intention of changing allegiance. Demon Lord Purple Origin's voice turned cold. In that case, go to hell. With a flash of purple light, Lao Kan flew over from afar and appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng, you dare to refuse the great Demon Lord Purple Origin? Then this will be your burial ground. Lao Kan's eyes shimmered fiercely, countless mysterious runes shone, and a purple spear tore through the sky and stabbed towards Yang Feng. An eternal tyrant rank power erupted, frantically devoured universe energy, suppressed the past, present and future, locked the void and firmly locked Yang Feng. The spear is so powerful that even a peerless genius like Yin Sheng can't block it. This is the power of an eternal tyrant rank powerhouse. Amazing! As expected of an eternal tyrant subordinate to Demon Lord Purple Origin. If it was before I advanced to the eternal king rank, I wouldn't be your opponent. Strange ripples flickered, and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood in an instant, appeared in front of Demon Lord Purple Origin's eyes, and slashed at the projection of Demon Lord Purple Origin's eyes with his sword. A distorted dark light slashed down, slashing at the projection of Demon Lord Ziyuan's eyes. In an instant, purple light erupted from the projection of the Purple Origin Demon Lord's eyes, and collided with the sword in Yang Feng's hand. An incomparably terrifying, distorted hole exploded in the void. Yang Feng was sent flying for tens of thousands of kilometers. Yang Feng, you're dead. A cold voice spread from Demon Lord Purple Origin's eyes, and the projection of Demon Lord Purple Origin's eyes collapsed. It's finally over. Now I must get rid of Lao Kan as soon as possible. Otherwise, things will get tricky. When Yang Feng saw the projection of Demon Lord Purple Origin's eyes collapse, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. After Yang Feng advanced to the 9th firmament eternal realm, his strength increased sharply. However, he still can't compare to an old monster like Demon Lord Purple Origin, who has lived for tens of billions of years, and even experienced several War of Monarchs. You dare to get distracted while fighting me? What a fool! With a flash of purple light, Lao Kan appeared behind Yang Feng, and the purple spear in his hand pierced into Yang Feng's back in an instant. One after another, the barriers behind Yang Feng collapsed, and the purple spear stabbed into him. Along with ear-piercing sound waves, the purple spear stabbed into Yang Feng with great difficulty. Countless purple runes poured out of the spear, and began to erode Yang Feng's fleshly body, in an attempt to suppress his eternal force. The runes flickered and frantically devoured the purple runes, devouring them one by one. Countless mysterious runes diffused from Yang Feng, and wrapped around the purple spear like chains. How can this be? Laocoon's face flickered, and his eyes shimmered with shock. Even if it is a Holy Lord rank powerhouse, they will be pierced by the spear and suffer heavy injuries. You're pretty strong, but unfortunately you ran into me. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he extended his hand lightning fast like a true dragon hunting its prey, and ran his hand through Laocoon's body. A devour mark emerged, swallowed Laocoon, and frantically devoured his eternal origin. Laocoon's eyes flashed fiercely, and he gritted his teeth. Purple light revolved around him, and formed a large purple cocoon that resisted Yang Feng's devour mark. Stop! A fearsome thought came from the void, and the eyes of the distortion hoe, which exudes a distorted aura, burning with queer light, appeared and slashed at Yang Feng with its halberd. Distorted halberd rays shot out from different spaces and stabbed towards Yang Feng. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng slashed down with his sword, and a sword ray containing devour light slashed at the distorted halberd ray. Boom! Two supreme forces erupted at once, and fearsome distorted fluctuations spread in all directions. Unfortunately, this is not a place to stay for long. Otherwise you're dead. After smashing the distortion hoe's halberd ray with his sword, Yang Feng smiled coldly, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the center of the withered battlefield. This area is the territory of the Purple Origin Demon Lord, and there are countless powerhouses recruited by the Purple Origin Demon Lord here. Moreover, who knows how many monsters from the withered battlefield subdued by the Purple Origin Demon Lord are in the vicinity. Naturally, Yang Feng won't stay here and fight to the death. After advancing to the 9th firmament eternal realm, Yang Feng's speed increased more than tenfold. Within a dozen breaths of time, he pulled away from the distortion hoe. After a dozen plus breaths of time, a 9-eyes void beast star appeared in the void and chased after Yang Feng along with ripples. After flying for about millions of light years, a strange world shrouded in endless darkness appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng stopped at the edge of the strange world shrouded in endless darkness, hesitated for a while, and then pointed with a finger. An adjudicator flew into the strange world shrouded in endless darkness. As soon as the adjudicator flew into that strange world, its body sank, as if it was carrying a mountain on its back, and it fell towards a black star. Boom! As soon as the adjudicator landed on the mountain, it crumbled into pieces. What a fearsome gravity! Even Emperor-rank powerhouses can't resist this gravity. Zero. Come out! A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered slowly. Zero walked out of the void. Her beautiful eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor, and she uttered unhurriedly, "Greetings, Lord." In the past 1,000 years, Zero has also gained tremendous benefits from the corrosive sea of blood. She has advanced to the 9th firmament eternal realm. She is one of Yang Feng's trump cards. Chapter 1536. Yang Feng uttered, "Scan." Countless runes flickered in Zero's eyes. A white jade disc slowly appeared on his forehead, and a fearsome fluctuation of power entered the world of darkness like a tide. Beginning scan. Analyzing and comparing in progress. I encountered interference, the degree of interference. Above the Eternal King rank, there is interference from Eternal God Emperor rank power. Analysis complete. Streams of data streaked past Zero's eyes, and he quickly reported, "Lord, that world is shrouded in a powerful gravity. According to the analysis in the database, that world should be a great world that the Dark Earth Monarch created after he died. There is interference from Eternal God Emperor rank power in the Dark Earth Monarch's great world. I can't scan it. The situation is unknown after I enter." Yang Feng looked at the world shrouded in endless darkness with a gloomy look in his eyes. The Dark Earth Monarch, one of the 4 eternal kings in the withered battlefield, is a human eternal king. This is a great world he formed, and it has interference from Eternal God Emperor rank power. This shows that he has already seized an opportunity to advance to an Eternal God Emperor. It's impossible for Demon Lord Ziyuan not to have discovered this world of darkness. Since he didn't attack this world, then it must be very dangerous. No, since I can enter this world, then Demon Lord Ziyuan can also enter this world. This world must be dangerous, or it may already be under Demon Lord Ziyuan's control. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, weighing the pros and cons. Without a fortuitous encounter, I will become an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse at most. Even with the God bone of an eternal God Emperor, I only have a 10% chance of advancing to an eternal king at most. This world is both a great risk and a great opportunity. Let's go all out. With Zero here, even if it's an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse, I may be able to escape from them. Eternal kings are the most terrifying existences in an eternal world. Any eternal king is a freakish genius who has had countless fortuitous encounters. Many invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouses have more or less obtained relics of eternal kings. Even so, there are still less than 40 eternal kings among the 10 holy heavens. In order to become an eternal king, many invincible Holy Lord powerhouses would search for lucky chances everywhere. They would appear in mystic realms where eternal king ruins appeared. In the eternal world, Holy Lords and invincible Holy Lords would perish from time to time. This was because they were killed by powerhouses of the same rank while exploring the eternal king's mystic realm. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with resolve, and he gritted his teeth and stepped into the world of darkness. As soon as he entered the world of darkness, a frightening attractive force came from the world of darkness and pulled Yang Feng towards it. Zero hugged Yang Feng at once. The white jade disc between her eyebrows emerged, and a hazy white light shrouded Yang Feng. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the world of darkness, a frightening universal repulsive force came from the universe. Even with the protection of the white jade disc, his body and soul were still being decomposed inch by inch. This is the terrifying power of an eternal God Emperor. When this power is combined with the power of the Dark Earth Monarch, even a true eternal king would find it very troublesome. No wonder Demon Lord Ziyuan didn't dare to come in. Even he would be killed if he tried to break into this universe. Feeling bursts of pain from his soul, Yang Feng understood why an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse like Demon Lord Ziyuan couldn't control the world of darkness. That's because the world of darkness rejects all foreign forces. Even if it is easy for an eternal king rank powerhouse to destroy the world of darkness, but it is extremely difficult to obtain the world of darkness in its entirety. Zero, who is tightly hugging Yang Feng, began to decompose inch by inch. Originally, after Zero fused with the eternal king treasure, even the corrosive blood sea couldn't dissolve her. But the world of darkness has eternal God Emperor rank power. Even someone as strong as Zero cannot resist it. The power of an eternal God Emperor must be resisted by the power of an eternal God Emperor. Zero, I'll leave it to you. Yang Feng gritted his teeth, took out a piece of white jade finger bone, and pressed it on Zero's forehead. As soon as the piece of white jade finger bone entered Zero's forehead, Zero began to decompose bit by bit. A white light gushed out of Zero, enveloped Yang Feng and her, and flew towards the world of darkness. Even under Zero's protection, Yang Feng's body was decomposing bit by bit. At the bottom of a cliff in the Dark Earth world, there was a corpse that had been smashed to pieces. The one who just died is you. A black ripple flickered, and Yang Feng entered the tattered corpse that had been smashed to pieces. Hey, the physique of this world's humans is so strong. Hazy black light poured out of the corpse and healed the wounds on its body. After a dozen plus breaths of time, the corpse opened its eyes. Countless memories poured out of the corpse and were absorbed by Yang Feng, giving him a certain understanding of this world. This world is called the Dark Earth world. Legend has it that this world was created by the god of creation, the god of Dark Earth. After the god of Dark Earth created the world, he exhausted his power and died. After the god of Dark Earth died, his power was absorbed by the races of the Dark Earth world. In the Dark Earth world, the 100 races of the Dark Earth fought endlessly for the right to rule the world. They fought for countless years. 30,000 years ago, the otherworldly demons invaded the Dark Earth world, conspired to seize control of the Dark Earth world, and instigated the races of the Dark Earth world to fight each other. After countless fights, the otherworldly demons became more and more powerful, and finally took control of the winged race of the Dark Earth world. The winged race colluded with the otherworldly demons and controlled nearly half of the territory of the Dark Earth world. The corpse possessed by Yang Feng is a young student of the Spirit Eye race named Ling Hua, a third-year student of the Light Spirit College. He is the son of an earl and has a distinguished status. However, Ling Hua took a fancy to an extremely beautiful girl in the college, Muyue. He used the power of his family to force Muyue to yield and become his girlfriend. Ling Juekong, a new student of the Light Spirit College, is a peerless genius. Muyue likes Ling Juekong. Ling Juekong regards Muyue as his exclusive descendant. As a result, during the trial by fire of the Spirit Eye race, Ling Juekong killed Ling Hua and knocked him off a cliff. Yang Feng was speechless as he looked at Ling Hua's memories. This guy is a great villain that gives experience points to the protagonist. Yang Feng said lightly, "If there's a chance, I'll help you deal with Ling Juekong. You can rest in peace." After he said this, the obsession in Ling Hua's mind disappeared without a trace. The gravity of the Dark Earth world is more than 10,000 times that of the Tsangji plane. Ling Hua turned out to be an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Moreover, his fleshly body is even stronger than mine when I was an Infinity Warlock. Yang Feng scanned his fleshly body with his soul force, and his eyes flickered with emotion at once. In the Spirit Eye race, Ling Hua can't even be regarded as a genius. He can only be regarded as an above-average existence. Using the family's resources and secret methods, he practiced cultivation step by step to this point. Even so, Ling Hua's fleshly body is even more terrifying and powerful than Yang Feng's when he was an Infinity Warlock. This is the Spirit God Body Tempering Art, a secret method to temper the fleshly body of the Spirit Eye race. This is a supreme secret method to absorb universe origin force, stimulate bloodline force, change the structure of the body, and temper the fleshly body. This is a branch of the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal secret method. If I'm not mistaken, the Demon Lord Ziyuan should have obtained these secret methods as well. Yang Feng searched the Spirit Eye race's secret method from Ling Hua's memories, and his eyes flashed with a dignified shade. The Spirit God Body Tempering Art is one of the most fearsome fleshly body tempering secret methods Yang Feng has ever seen. It can make his body structure evolve in the direction of an eternal God Emperor. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. At the time, the Dark Earth Monarch should have obtained the remains of an eternal God Emperor and started to transform his body structure. Unfortunately, he still failed. He died in the withered battlefield. My strength has been weakened by more than 90%. To recover, it will take a huge amount of resources and time. In this world, I can readjust my body structure and become stronger. Then, I can dominate this world and search for the Dark Earth Monarch's legacy and eternal God Emperor rank treasures. Yang Feng scanned the world with his soul force and quickly analyzed his current situation. Yang Feng didn't enter this world with only a bit of his soul, but also part of his body and true spirit. Although he can use eternal sovereign rank power or above, but if he is careless, he will suffer a backlash from this world. Only by truly integrating with this world can Yang Feng use eternal sovereign rank power or above. Moreover, experts were as common as the clouds in the dark soil world, and there were quite a few eternal ones as well. Earl Guangyang's residence. "Young master, you're back." This old servant was so worried. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into Earl Guangyang's residence, a white-haired old man came up to him with tears in his eyes, a look of excitement on his face. This white-haired old man is the butler of Earl Guangyang's residence, Ling Mu. Earl Guangyang was a rank 4 eternal expert. He fought in his territory and expanded it. The affairs of Earl Guangyang are basically managed by Ling Mu. This Ling Mu is also an emperor rank powerhouse. In the Dark Earth world, he can be regarded as an expert. At the same time, he is Earl Guangyang's servant, serving Earl Guangyang for generations. Chapter 1537. Yang Feng said in Lin Hua's arrogant tone. "Uncle Ling, I'm fine. Although that scoundrel Ling Juekong seriously injured me in the trial by fire and knocked me off a cliff. However, I had another fortuitous encounter after setting the mountain. After a while, I will recover my strength and even become stronger than before. Young master, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. By the way, I heard that stinky brat Ling Juekong dared to attack you, so I invited Miss Muyue to our mansion. The butler Ling Mu smiled kindly and clapped his hands. Under the guidance of the two maids, a beautiful girl with black hair, a height of about 173 meters, an oval face, and skin as white as jade walked over with a fragrance wafting from her. She had a pure and charming appearance. Yang Feng was speechless when he saw this scene. This is a kidnapping. If I were Ling Juekong, I would slap this Ling Mu to death. But he's my man now, so it's not good to do anything to him. Ling Mu was an Emperor realm expert. He watched Ling Hua grow up and treated him as his own son. He doted on him so much that he wouldn't give him anything he wanted. Over the years, who knows how many times he has cleaned up Lin Hua's mess. Face pale, Muyue stared at Yang Feng and gritted her teeth, saying, Lin Hua, if you use force on me, I'll kill myself. Then you can go die. Yang Feng dropped a sentence indifferently. Muyue's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. In the past, as long as she said this, Lin Hua would soften and be obedient to her. But now Yang Feng doesn't care about her, leaving her at a loss. Yang Feng said, Uncle Ling, the teachers of Light Spirit Advanced College have some strength. After all, she's not an ordinary peasant. It's a bit troublesome to make a move on her. Let her go. Young master, she's just a commoner. Even if we kill her, our mansion will only need to compensate a sum of money. This girl's teacher is weaker than me. If they want to provoke our mansion, we can kill them at any time. Ling Mu smiled coldly at Mu Yu and straightened his body. An indomitable and domineering aura slowly spread out towards Mu Yu. Under that terrifying aura, Mu Yu's face turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The Spiritai race practiced a feudal system. The Spiritai monarch was the king of the Spiritai kingdom. Below the king were the prince, and below the prince were the various prefectural princes. Below the prefectural princes were the duke, marquis, count, viscount, baron, and meritorious. Only by advancing to the eternal realm could one become a lord. Experts at the fifth heaven of the eternal realm were earls. The sixth heaven of the eternal realm were dukes. The seventh heaven of the eternal realm were dukes. The eighth heaven of the eternal realm were princes. And the ninth heaven of the eternal realm were spiritual kings. Yang Feng was the heir of Earl Guangyang's mansion. He also had the status of a lordship, and was an aristocrat, standing high above the commoners. Even if they killed a commoner girl like Mu Yu, they would only be fined some money at most. If it was within Earl Guangyang's territory, then Yang Feng wouldn't even need to pay compensation for killing a commoner. Earl Guangyang had a fierce reputation in the Spiritai state. He fought against the winged race, and made countless contributions. If Ling Hua can advance to the eternal sovereign rank in the future, he can inherit everything of Earl Guangyang after his death, and become the new Earl Guangyang. Even if Ling Hua is just a good-for-nothing and can't advance to the eternal sovereign rank in the future, but he can still become an imperial lordship, and get most of the property left by Earl Guangyang. Of course, the territory conquered by Earl Guangyang will be taken back by the empire, and rewarded to the new aristocrats. The Dark Earth is a world where Eternals control everything. If you haven't advanced to the Eternal Sovereign Realm, you are just a lowly person. Yang Feng uttered lightly. Let her go. Don't let her stay and disturb my practice. In Yang Feng's harem, there are many beautiful women. Although Mu Yu is also a beautiful girl, but she isn't outstanding enough for Yang Feng to stay. Yes, young master. Ling Mu's eyes shimmered kindly, and his face sank and he said coldly, You can go now. However, I warn you, don't get too close to Ling Juekong. Otherwise, your teacher and your family won't be able to escape death. Mu Yu trembled slightly, and tears streamed down her face. Yes. Yang Feng was speechless at once. This is the tone of a villain. However, Ling Mu has stood up for his body. If he refutes him, it will undoubtedly be inconsistent with Ling Hua's usual behavior. Yang Feng naturally won't do that. Yang Feng said, Open the Dark Origin Tower. I want to go in and practice cultivation. When Ling Mu heard this, his body trembled slightly, and his eyes flickered with excitement. Okay, young master. The Dark Origin Tower is one of the trump cards of Earl Guangyang, as well as the cultivation holy land of Earl Guangyang's mansion. However, practicing cultivation inside is too painful. At the time, Linghua only practiced cultivation for a few days before complaining of bitterness and tiredness. He didn't want to enter anymore, wasting great cultivation resources in vain. So this is the Dark Origin Tower. It's really extraordinary. When Yang Feng reached the depths of Earl Guangyang's mansion, he saw a 100-meter-tall black tower, sitting in the deepest part of the mansion, radiating gloomy light. When Yang Feng entered the gate of the Dark Origin Tower, there was a flash of black light, and he appeared in a world full of endless darkness with only glimmers of light. Gloomy black light shone, and a frightening black beam enveloped Yang Feng. So heavy. In an instant, as if he is pressed down by a mountain, Yang Feng's body issued brittle sounds. This is the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal origin. How extravagant. Yang Feng opened his mouth and inhaled, and a large amount of black light entered his mouth. His eyes flashed with incredulity at once. The eternal origin of the Dark Earth Monarch can transform a person and increase their aptitude by leaps and bounds. This is a treasure that all eternal sovereigns yearn for the most. However, the black light in the Dark Origin Tower turns out to be the eternal origin of the Dark Earth Monarch, which is simply incredible. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. So that's how it is. No wonder there are so many experts in the Dark Earth world. Since the Dark Origin Tower can use the eternal origin of the Dark Earth Monarch to practice cultivation, it can naturally cultivate many powerful eternal sovereigns. If I'm not mistaken, the Dark Earth King has truly fallen. Yang Feng opened his mouth and inhaled, and the black beam entered his mouth. His body collapsed and shattered, revealing a right hand that has fused with his eternal essence. The right hand that has integrated with Yang Feng's eternal essence radiated light, absorbed the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal essence, cast the spirit god body tempering art, and began to rapidly transform his body structure into that of an eternal god emperor. The first layer. 2 layers. Cultivating the spirit god body tempering method, Yang Feng broke through to the 9th firmament and reached the Empyrean realm, and his body gave off a flawless feeling. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with regret. Unfortunately, the Darkness Origin Pagoda was ruined by me. The resources here aren't enough for me to become an eternal one. At this time, Yang Feng's soul is still that of an eternal 9 firmament eternal lord, but his fleshly body has begun to be reforged using the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal lord origin. Once his fleshly body was reforged, he would reach the 9th heaven of the eternal realm. His fleshly body will surpass even that of an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse, and he will have the potential to advance to the eternal Lord rank. Young Master, young Marquis Ning requests an audience. When Yang Feng walked out of the Darkness Origin Pagoda, Ling Mu came to him and said respectfully, "What is he doing here?" Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and walked towards the reception room. "Linghua, you're in big trouble. Ling Juekong has issued you an invitation to a Spirit Eye death match." On a sofa in the reception room sat a black-haired, black-clothed, handsome young man with slightly swollen eyes. He is Ning Feng, the son of the flying arrow Marquis Ning Boguang, and he is one of Linghua's Silpan's friends. Yang Feng sat on a sofa and said with a faint smile, "Spirit Eye death match? What qualifications does a peasant like him have to challenge me?" In the Spirit Eye Kingdom, the Spirit Eye death match is a means for aristocrats to resolve disputes. If an aristocrat forms an irreconcilable feud with another aristocrat, they can invite the other party to a Spirit Eye death match. The invited party can refuse directly. However, in the Spirit Eye Kingdom, the strong are respected. The party who refuses will suffer a great loss of face in the kingdom. However, in the Spirit Eye death match, only aristocrats can challenge aristocrats. Commoners can't challenge aristocrats. Although Ling Juekong is a martial arts genius, but he is a commoner, and is not qualified to challenge Yang Feng. Ning Feng said, "That guy is very lucky. Not long ago, he saved Duke Muguang's second daughter, Mu Rong on the outskirts of the city, and won Duke Muguang's appreciation. Duke Muguang has already bestowed him the title of a lordship. He is now a junior aristocrat. In the Spirit Eye Kingdom, only the Spirit Eye monarch is qualified to bestow titles of baron and above. However, greater aristocrats of baron and above are qualified to bestow titles of lordship. Of course, every time a title is bestowed, a fief must be bestowed. At the same time, an extremely expensive fief tax must be paid to the Spirit Eye Kingdom. It is precisely because of this that the Spirit Eye Kingdom is very cautious in bestowing titles of aristocrats. Greater aristocrats won't easily bestow titles of lesser aristocrats. Ning Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness as he said, Ling Hua, Ling Juekong's spirit god body tempering method is at least at the 7th level. Your spirit god body tempering method is only at the 6th level. You have no chance of winning against him. You should go hide in your father's territory. If Ling Juekong dares to go to your father's territory, then kill him. Yang Feng said with a slight smile. Ning Feng, where is a first-rate dark origin pagoda? Ning Feng said, a first-rate dark origin pagoda? The most powerful is naturally the Divine King Pagoda. That is a forbidden area for the royal family. Apart from the royal family, only the top nobles who have made great contributions can enter and cultivate there. Chapter 1538. Yang Feng frowned and said slowly, Divine King Pagoda? It was a holy land for cultivation that even a first-rate greater aristocrat like Earl Guangyang could hardly enter. With Yang Feng's identity, it was naturally difficult for him to enter. Ning Feng said with a faint smile. Apart from the Divine King Pagoda, there is the military's Merit Pagoda. As long as you consume merit points, you can practice cultivation in different levels of the Merit Pagoda. Then there is the Dark Source Pagoda controlled by the major families. The Dark Source Pagoda in your father's territory is definitely strong enough. Yang Feng pondered for a while. Then his eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint, saying, the military attaches great importance to the strong. It seems that a fight with Ling Juekong is inevitable. Alright, I accept Ling Juekong's challenge. It was fine if Yang Feng didn't accept Ling Juekong's challenge, but in that case, it would be very difficult for him to develop in all aspects. After all, in the Spirit Eye Kingdom, the strong were respected. Cowards who avoided battle were not welcome anywhere. Ling Hua was the son of the first wife of Count Guangyang, while Ling Juekong was the #1 genius of the Light Spirit Advanced Academy. The death match between the two of them caused a small commotion in the spiritual light city of the Spiritual Eye Kingdom. 7 days later, the Light Spirit College's arena was already filled with students from the college, as well as some good-for-nothings from major aristocrats. There were 3 old men seated on a high platform in the wrestling arena. The 3 old men were the Dean of Light Spirit College, an elder of the aristocratic senate, and Duke Muguang. Below the high platform sat more than 20 young men and women who were dressed in gorgeous clothes and had extraordinary temperaments that far surpassed ordinary students. They were the children of major aristocratic families in the Light Spirit City. In the Spirit Eye Kingdom, all the greater aristocrats were eternal sovereigns or above, and the aptitude of their descendants was far superior to that of ordinary people. In fact, the entire Spirit Eye Kingdom was in the hands of aristocrats and the royal family. As a result, the status of ordinary people was very low. Ling Juekong. He's here. Ling Juekong, so handsome. I love you. All of a sudden, the cheers of girls came from the Colosseum. A young man with short black hair, a tall and slender figure, sword-like eyebrows, and a mischievous smile on his face slowly stepped into the center of the wrestling ring. He was extraordinarily handsome and charming. This youth was the Light Spirit Advanced Academy's #1 prodigy, Ling Juekong. Brother Jukong, you can do it. I support you. Get rid of Ling Hua. Among the 20 or so young nobles who were dressed in luxurious clothes, a beautiful girl with long hair that reached her shoulders and a sexy figure, like a ball of fire, waved her small fist and shouted loudly. She was Duke Muguang's second daughter, Murong. Ling Juekong waved his hand at the crowd in a dashing manner, and the crowd let out cries of surprise. One of the noblemen frowned slightly, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "How annoying. He's just a lowly commoner, yet he's so ostentatious." Another noble youth smiled faintly and said, "Feng Yang, Ling Juekong is not simple." It was said that the third prince admired him very much, and had already tried to recruit him. Duke Maguang is a general under the third prince. Feng Yang narrowed his eyes and fell silent. "Your Highness, the third prince? If I hadn't descended, Ling Hua would have become a stepping stone for Ling Juekong, even if he hadn't died. The spirit god body tempering method's 8th level is already in the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. His progress is really heaven-defying. He's very likely to be this world's child of destiny." Yang Feng walked out unhurriedly, looked at the handsome Ling Juekong, and mused. The Ling Hua possessed by Yang Feng was also handsome, but compared to the handsome godlike Ling Juekong, they weren't on the same level at all. The elder of the kingdom's senate said indifferently, "Ling Hua, Ling Juekong, life is precious. No one is allowed to interfere in a fight to the death of a spirit eye. Only when one side dies will it end. Are you sure you want to have a fight to the death?" "I'm sure. Ling Hua insulted my beloved woman. This enmity is unbearable. I'm going to have a fight to the death with his spirit eye." Ling Juekong turned to look at Yang Feng with endless killing intent in his eyes, and said coldly, with his hands behind his back. Yang Feng didn't even look at Ling Juekong and said indifferently, "I'm sure. Sign your names on it." The elder of the Senate waved his hand, and a piece of black magic bast paper flew out and landed in front of Ling Juekong and Yang Feng. Yang Feng and Ling Juekong signed their names on the magic bast paper. The elder of the Senate said unhurriedly, "I now announce the start of the fight to the death. Ling Hua, you've been a bully and despotic all these years. Besides, you dared to attack my Muyuet. That's unforgivable. Today you'll be buried here." Ling Juekong stared at Yang Feng with frigid killing intent in his eyes. He beckoned with his hand, and a 2-meter-long black spear appeared in his hand. Black Dragon Spear. That's the weapon of the Dragon Spear Grand Duke. With the Black Dragon Spear Grand Duke, he assassinated 5 winged Grand Dukes in one fell swoop, establishing his reputation as the #1 Grand Duke. The Black Dragon Spear fell into his hands. That's Ling Juekong for you. Ling Hua is dead this time. A dignified shade flashed in everyone's eyes, and they uttered slowly, "Dragon Slayer strike." Ling Juekong stared at Yang Feng. Dark light flashed, and he suddenly tore through the void, appeared in front of Yang Feng as if teleporting, and stabbed with his spear. That's the power of a Tier 7 extraordinary. So strong. A Tier 7 extraordinary. That's already close to a graduate. Ling Juekong is only one step away from graduating. He's only been in school for less than a year. Yet his talent is really heaven-defying. Exclamations of shock came from the surroundings. In the Light Spirit Advanced College, as long as a student's cultivation base reaches the holy step, they can graduate. Once they enter the army, they can become an officer. In the army of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, the weakest soldiers are Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Warlock Monarch rank power. To think that he would play the trick of hiding his strength. Unfortunately, you've picked the wrong opponent. Yang Feng smiled coldly, raised his strength to the pinnacle holy step, and suddenly burst out. He slapped Ling Juekong's spear away with his left hand, and then slammed his right hand into Ling Juekong's chest like a poisonous dragon. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing came from Ling Juekong's chest. A dozen of his chest bones were broken by Yang Feng. How could this be? He was just a Tier 6 extraordinary before. How could his strength soar to this point? Ling Juekong spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes shimmered with incredulity, and he erupted with holy step power, and unleashed an exquisite method to fight Yang Feng. Holy step. Ling Hua is also a holy step. What a deep concealment. How could that silk pants Ling Hua be a holy step? No. Stop, Ling Hua. You're not allowed to hit Ling Juekong. Stop. Ling Hua. When the students of the Spiritual Light Advanced Academy saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded, and shock flashed in their eyes. In the Spiritual Light College, only those who have studied for decades and are close to graduation possess holy step power. Ling Hua has only been in the college for 3 years. while Ling Juekong has only been in the college for 1 year. Yet he already possesses holy step power. This is simply heaven-defying. How is this possible? How can you have such terrifying power? Resisting Yang Feng's attack, Ling Juekong vomited blood and roared incredulously. Thank you very much, Ling Juekong. During the trial by fire, you knocked me off a cliff and almost killed me. However, it also gave me a fortuitous encounter and allowed me to be reborn. I've already died once. I'm no longer who I used to be. So go to hell. A cold look in his eyes, killing intent surged, and Yang Feng punched Ling Juekong in the abdomen. A fearsome force broke out and crushed Ling Juekong's resistance, and he fell to the ground. It's over. A cold look in his eyes. Yang Feng descended from the sky and mercilessly stomped on Ling Juekong's head. As long as the foot hits, Ling Juekong will definitely die. Face pale Mu Rong issued a shrill scream. No! Ling Hua! If you dare to kill Big Brother Juekong, I will never forgive you. I won't rest until you die. Face pale Mu Yu shouted. Stop, Ling Hua. If you kill Big Brother Juekong, I'll kill myself. Unmoved, Yang Feng stomped on Ling Juekong's head with a heart of stone. Stop! On the high platform, the Spiritual Light Advanced Academy's dean's hair and beard stood on end, his eyes wide open. A terrifying aura of the seventh heaven of the eternal realm emanated from his body and swept out in all directions. A cold look in his eyes, the senator of the Senate also emitted seventh firmament eternal realm aura and collided with the dean of the Spiritual Light College's aura. Dean of the Spiritual Light College, do you want to interfere in this fight and provoke the dignity of us aristocrats? Sure enough, the children of destiny always come out of desperate straits. It's a pity that you ran into me, who is no longer in the net of destiny. Withstanding the frightening might of the dean of the Spiritual Light College, Yang Feng smiled coldly and stomped on Ling Juekong's face, and a fearsome force erupted and seriously injured Ling Juekong. A copious amount of blood sprayed out of Ling Juekong's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Ling Juekong trembled slightly, lost all resistance, and fainted. Looking at the dean of the Spiritual Light College, Yang Feng uttered coldly, Dean of the Spiritual Light College, this is a fight to the death. A fight to the death between aristocrats is sacred and inviolable. Are you going to interfere in the fight between me and Ling Juekong? Chapter 1539. There was a look of helplessness in the eyes of the Feybright College's dean, and he said unhurriedly, Ling Hua, you and Ling Juekong are rare geniuses of the Feybright College. There's no need to kill each other. Give me some face and stop the Feybright duel with Ling Juekong. How about it? As long as you agree, I'll owe you a favor. In the future, as long as it doesn't violate morality, I'll help you once. The Feybright duel is a sacred and inviolable duel between aristocrats in the Feybright Kingdom. If the dean interferes with such a duel, he'll be deprived of his position as dean, stripped of his aristocratic title, and sent to the sinful slave camp. No one will dare to save him, Yang Feng said lightly. I have 3 conditions. If you and Duke Muguang agree to them, then I'll let Ling Juekong go. Otherwise, today will be the day he dies. The dean responded. Speak, Yang Feng uttered lightly. First, I want to enter the Feybright College's Feybright Dark Origin Tower and practice cultivation for 10 years. Second, I want to enter Duke Muguang's mansion's Feybright Dark Origin Tower and practice cultivation for 10 years. Third, I want 100,000 level 7 Darkness Origin Crystals. Darkness Origin Crystals are a special product of the Dark Earth world, a top resource that powerhouses need to practice cultivation. Existences below the Eternal Sovereign rank use Darkness Origin Stones to practice cultivation, while Eternal Sovereigns use Darkness Origin Crystals to practice cultivation. A level 2 Darkness Origin Crystal can be exchanged for 10 level 1 Darkness Origin Crystals, and so on. For the dean, 100,000 level 7 Darkness Origin Crystals is a huge fortune. The dean's face turned pale, and he glared at Yang Feng hatefully and gritted his teeth, saying, I can agree to the first and third conditions, but the second condition requires the consent of Duke Muguang. A distressed expression on her face, Mu Rong pleaded with Duke Muguang. Father, save Big Brother Juekong, I beg you. As long as you save him, I'll agree to anything. Please. Duke Muguang's eyes shimmered with kindness and he sighed faintly. Okay, I agree. Yang Feng bowed to the senator and said respectfully, Sir Senator, victory is already in my hands, and the other party has paid enough ransom. I want to cancel the Feybright duel. Please allow me to do so. The senator grinned and pointed with a finger, and the black parchment ignited and turned into a flame. I'm very satisfied with your performance. Permission granted. Big Brother Jukong, Mu Yu and Mu Rong, the two great beauties, came to the fighting ring and carried Ling Juekong in their arms as two mournful screams rang out. Yang Feng looked at Ling Juekong, who looked like a wastrel, smiled indifferently, turned around, and walked outside. Although Ling Juekong is the child of fate of this world, but Yang Feng has already reached the ninth firmament eternal realm. No matter how fast he grows, it is almost impossible for him to catch up with Yang Feng. This is why Yang Feng spared Ling Juekong's life. Ling Hua, I'll definitely repay the humiliation I suffered today 100-fold in the future. Within 10 years, I will definitely fight you again. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Ling Juekong opened his eyes flashing with unyielding fighting spirit. He stared at Yang Feng and barked. N. Yang Feng responded carelessly and strode towards the dean of the Spiritual Light Institute. Yang Feng said, Sir Dean, please give me a certificate to enter the top floor of the Aurora Dark Origin Tower, as well as 100,000 level 7 Dark Origin crystals. With a wave of the Spiritual Light Institute's dean, a black token and a black storage ring fell into Yang Feng's hand. Thank you, Sir Dean. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, turned around, and walked towards the Aurora Dark Origin Tower. The Aurora Dark Origin Tower is located in the deepest part of the Spiritual Light Institute. It is one of the top cultivation facilities of the Institute, as well as one of its underlying foundations. Not bad. This Dark Origin Tower is much stronger than the one in Earl Guangyang's residence. No wonder so many geniuses gathered at the Spiritual Light Institute. Defeating Ling Juekong, the destined child, is indeed very beneficial. Just cultivating in this Dark Origin Tower alone is already a great profit. Yang Feng looked at the 10,000-meter-tall Aurora Dark Origin Tower, engraved with countless mysterious runes, and his eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. The Aurora Dark Origin Tower is one of the top cultivation facilities of the Spiritual Light Institute. Originally, a lot of contribution points are required to enter and practice cultivation here for a day. This is because practicing cultivation in the Aurora Dark Origin Tower consumes a lot of resources. If Yang Feng wanted to practice cultivation here for a day, he would have to run around for at least half a month for the Spiritual Light Institute. But now, he has obtained 10 years of cultivation time in one go, which is something that even eternal sovereigns would be jealous of. Please show me your proof of entry. As soon as Yang Feng approached the Dark Origin Tower, a student stepped forward and said. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a black token appeared and radiated gloomy light, and the figure of the Spiritual Light Institute's dean appeared. The student's face changed slightly, and he uttered respectfully, It turns out to be a token bestowed by Sir Dean. Please come in. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Dark Origin Tower, the black token in his hand shone with hazy black light, and he was teleported to the top of the tower. It's just me, right? This is the top of the Dark Origin Tower. Generally speaking, the contribution points required to practice cultivation here are enough for an ordinary student to spend a year doing missions. Yang Feng looked around, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a satisfied smile. He sat down, and countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. A vast and fearsome attractive force came from Yang Feng, and frantically absorbed the surrounding Dark Earth Monarch's eternal origin. In the Light Dark Source Pagoda, the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal origin is 100 times more concentrated than Earl Guangyang's Dark Source Pagoda. Yang Feng unscrupulously absorbed the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal origin and cast the Spirit God Body Tempering method to strengthen himself. 7 days later, a fearsome aura came from the Aurora Dark Origin Tower and spread in all directions. Someone broke through and advanced to the eternal realm. Another genius broke through. The people practicing cultivation in the Aurora Dark Origin Tower opened their eyes slightly, and then no longer paid attention. For ordinary people in the Dark Earth world, advancing to the eternal realm is as difficult as ascending to heaven. But for geniuses of the Spiritual Light Institute, advancing to the eternal realm is very common. Some freakish geniuses who have practiced cultivation for hundreds of years in the Spiritual Light Institute often break through in the Aurora Dark Origin Tower. So this is the Dark Earth world's eternal. This way of cultivation doesn't have much understanding of the laws of the universe, and it is difficult to pry open the great power of the universe. However, the strength of their fleshly body is far greater than that of eternal sovereigns of the same rank. Besides, eternal sovereigns of the Dark Earth world have no eternal immortality. Once they die for real. After Yang Feng advanced to the eternal realm, he quietly comprehended the changes in his body. Eternal sovereigns of the Dark Earth world cannot condense their eternal mark and engrave it in the universe. As a result, it is difficult for them to mobilize the power of the universe. At the same time, their manipulation of laws is far inferior to that of eternal sovereigns. However, the fleshly body of eternal sovereigns in the Dark Earth world is astonishingly strong. The fleshly body of a first firmament eternal sovereign is comparable to that of a fourth firmament eternal sovereign in the eternal world. The fleshly body that Yang Feng tempered with the spirit god body tempering method is already comparable to that of a seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouse. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. If I can practice cultivation to the ninth firmament eternal realm here, my fleshly body will be comparable to that of an eternal monarch. Countless runes shone as Yang Feng frantically devoured the Dark Earth Tower's eternal origin, and his fleshly body and soul transformed and evolved frantically. What's going on? Why is the amount of dark force decreasing? What's going on? As Yang Feng practiced cultivation frantically, the concentration of the Dark Earth King's eternal origin in the Dark Earth Tower began to decrease frantically. The amount of dark force has decreased. Add more dark origin crystals. After Zhang Yuan, an elder in charge of the Light Dark Origin Tower, received the report, he frowned slightly and said, countless dark origin crystals were poured into an energy furnace of the Light Dark Origin Tower and transformed into pure dark origin force that filled the Dark Origin Tower. It's finally dense. I can practice cultivation for decades more. The cultivation geniuses in the Dark Origin Tower showed looks of satisfaction. But in the next moment, the dark origin force inside the Dark Origin Tower surged towards the top of the tower, and the concentration of dark origin force in the Dark Origin Tower became extremely thin again. A student ran to Zhang Yuan in a panic and said, Elder, it's bad. The concentration of dark origin force in the Dark Origin Tower has decreased again. What? Alarmed, Zhang Yuan got up and walked towards the Dark Origin Tower. Someone is practicing a top-secret method. That person should be at the first firmament of the eternal realm. As soon as Zhang Yuan arrived in front of the Dark Origin Tower, he saw a steady stream of dark origin force converging on the top floor and forming a cloud of dark origin force. Zhang Yuan asked, Who is on the top floor of the Dark Origin Tower? The student quickly replied, It's Ling Hua. He defeated Ling Juekong, and then used the token given to him by the dean to come to the top floor of the Dark Origin Tower to practice cultivation. Zhang Yuan's eyes shimmered coldly, and he said coldly, Ling Hua, since it's him, don't add any more dark origin crystals to the Dark Origin Tower. As for the other people in the tower, tell them to leave. The student replied respectfully, Yes, Elder. 10 days later, on the top floor of the Light Dark Origin Tower, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. The Dark Earth King's eternal origin force is running out. I have also advanced to the third firmament of the eternal realm. I can go to the Grand Duke's mansion now. When Yang Feng sensed the change in the concentration of dark origin force around the Light Dark Origin Tower, he smiled coldly, his figure fluttered, and he disappeared without a sound. Grand Duke Muguang's mansion, inside a luxurious hall. Yang Feng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Greetings, Sir Grand Duke." Chapter 1540. Sitting on the seat of honor with an expressionless face, Duke Muguang quietly looked at Yang Feng and said flatly, "Ling Hua, I didn't expect you to really dare to come to my mansion. Don't you know that my second daughter Mu Rong hates you to the bone?" Yang Feng responded with a smile. "Of course I know. However, with your identity and status, you naturally can't go back on your word. Besides, your second daughter's attitude doesn't represent yours." Duke Muguang's eyes flickered, and he uttered unhurriedly, "You're very smart. I heard that you broke through and became an eternal sovereign on the top floor of the Spiritual Light Advanced College." Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. "That's right. When I accepted Ling Juekong's challenge, I was already an Empyrean. It was only natural for me to advance in the Spiritual Light Advanced College." Duke Muguang said flatly, "Mu Sha, father." A beautiful woman with black hair and a sexy figure, wearing a black dress, walked over, bringing with her a fragrance. She looked very similar to Mu Rong, but she had a valiant air about her. Duke Muguang said, "This is my eldest daughter Mu Sha. Mu Sha, take Ling Hua to the Darkness Origin Tower." "Yes, father," Mu Sha responded, then turned to look at Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she uttered flatly, "Follow me." Yang Feng smiled indifferently and followed Mu Sha into the depths of Duke Muguang's mansion. In the deepest part of Duke Muguang's mansion, there is a Darkness Origin Tower. This Darkness Origin Tower is 1,000 meters tall. Although it is a long way from the Spiritual Light Advanced College's Darkness Origin Tower, but it is 10 times stronger than the Darkness Origin Tower in Duke Guangyang's mansion. As soon as Yang Feng entered the Darkness Origin Tower, he was teleported to a dark space. Mysterious runes flickered, and tremendous soul force swept the dark space and instantly scanned it. "There's no surveillance. I can practice cultivation to my heart's content." Duke Muguang really knows how to conduct himself. Yang Feng showed a look of satisfaction. He operated the improved spirit god body tempering method and the devour heavenly attack he created, and frantically devoured the Dark Earth Monarch's Eternal Origin Tower. A fearsome whirlpool emerged outside the Darkness Origin Tower and formed a black fog. Mu Sha looked at the Darkness Origin Tower with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. "Amazing. This was spiritual essence. Looks like he's had a fortuitous encounter, and after going through Ling Juekong's attack, he's been reborn and has already become one of the top geniuses." 7 days later, the thick fog that shrouded the top of the Dark Origin Tower finally dissipated. Inside the Darkness Origin Tower, Yang Feng opened his eyes and looked at the shattered level, 7 Darkness Origin crystals on the ground with regret in his eyes. "I advanced to the 4th firmament Eternal Realm. Unfortunately, those 100,000 rank 7 Darkness Origin crystals had already been exhausted. The amount of resources required to successfully cultivate the Eternal God Emperor body is simply too shocking." According to the information Yang Feng currently has, the White Jade Finger Bone surpasses that of the Eternal King by far. It should be the remains of the legendary Eternal God Emperor. The body Yang Feng is recultivating at this time is also transforming into the Eternal God Sovereign body. However, the Eternal God King body's power was terrifying, and the resources it required were beyond imagination. With Yang Feng's current strength, he can condense a 9th firmament Eternal Warlock rank body and restore Eternal Warlock rank strength. But that is meaningless to him. "You're out. Father wants to see you." As soon as Yang Feng walked out of the Dark Origin Tower, Mu Sha appeared in front of him and said flatly. Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he followed Mu Sha to the study of the Grand Duke Manor. Grand Duke Muguang uttered meaningfully, "Ling Hua, in 7 days, you absorbed all the Darkness Origin force that can be cultivated for 10 years in the Dark Origin Tower. That's really amazing." Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. "Sir Grand Duke, you flatter me." Grand Duke Muguang uttered flatly, Since you have advanced to the Eternal Sovereign rank, the next step should be to go to the battlefield and fight for your fief. My daughter Wuxia is also an Eternal Sovereign. I intend to make her your follower, and have her follow you to fight on the battlefield and fight for your fief. She will follow you for 3 years, how about it? Once the powerhouses of the Spirit Eye Kingdom advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank, they will take the initiative to go to the battlefield to fight with the Winged God powerhouses, and fight for territory from them. Only those who seize territory from the Winged God powerhouses, and grow stronger, will be granted a title by the Spirit Eye Kingdom, and become a hereditary peer aristocrat with a fief. Hereditary peer aristocrats only have to pay a large amount of resources to the Spirit Eye Kingdom every year to turn their territory into an independent kingdom. Only hereditary peer aristocrats have great power in the Spirit Eye Kingdom. They are the true upper class. Vaguely guessing Grand Duke Muguang's intentions, Yang Feng said with a smile, "It's my honor to have Miss Wuxia follow me." Grand Duke Muguang smiled with satisfaction, and chatted with Yang Feng for a while, and then Yang Feng left. With his relationship with Grand Duke Muguang coupled with Earl Guangyang, Yang Feng easily completed all the procedures to go to the front line, and obtain the privilege of freely choosing the battlefield. Maple Forest region is a small region located at the edge of the main battlefield between the Winged God Empire and the Spirit Eye Kingdom. Maple City is one of the 72 major cities of the Maple Forest region. 500 years ago, Maple City belonged to the Spirit Eye Kingdom. After the Winged God Empire's expert Yi Guanghai killed the previous city master of Maple City, he seized Maple City from the Spirit Eye Kingdom, and Yi Guanghai became the new city master of Maple City. So this is the Winged God. They look a bit like angels, no? They are much stronger than angels, and their potential is also greater than that of angels. Strolling in Maple City, Yang Feng, shrouded in distorted fluctuations that interfered with everyone's perception, quietly observed the scene in Maple City. In Maple City, Winged God powerhouses with pairs of light wings on their backs could be seen everywhere. The Winged God powerhouses are handsome men and beautiful women. In addition to the pairs of light wings on their backs, there are also diamond-shaped crystals floating around them. The light wings and diamond-shaped crystals are crystals formed from the overflowing power of the Winged God. In the fiercest battle, they can absorb the power of the light wings and diamond-shaped crystals, and become more powerful. In the Dark Earth world, the Winged God race is the #1 race, and occupies the fertile land of the Dark Earth world. Wuxia followed Yang Feng and asked curiously, "Linghua, what are your plans now?" "Follow me." Yang Feng smiled indifferently, and walked in Maple City. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, he arrived at the city master's mansion. "Yi Guanghai, come out and see me." Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in the eyes of everyone in Maple City's city master's mansion. A voice exploded in Maple City. "This madman! Yi Guanghai is a 4th Firmament Eternal Realm expert, an Earl-rank powerhouse. He dares to provoke us, he's courting death." Wuxia's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. With a wave of her hand, a strange veil appeared and enveloped her, completely concealing her figure. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Alarms sounded in Maple City, and 6 eternal sovereign rank fluctuations of power rose in the city master's mansion. A tall Winged God powerhouse with 2 pairs of light wings on his back, 4 purple diamond-shaped crystals around him, and exuding 4th Firmament Eternal Realm fluctuations of power walked out. He is Maple City's city master Yi Guanghai. Behind Yi Guanghai, 5 First Firmament Eternal Realm Winged God powerhouses stared coldly at Yang Feng. "Eternal Sovereign of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, a mere 2nd Firmament Eternal Realm, Ant dares to provoke me. You're courting death. Even if your elders are guarding you, only death awaits you." Yi Guanghai glanced at Yang Feng with frigid killing intent in his eyes. The light wings on his back flashed, and he disappeared. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of Yang Feng, and sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng's heart. Wuxia's beautiful eyes shimmered with unwillingness. "It's over. I didn't expect him to be such a fool. A playboy is a playboy after all." At that moment, a crystal ball around Yang Feng's neck flashed, and a sharp mechanical tentacle suddenly shot out lightning fast, and stabbed towards the winged sea of light. The 4 purple diamond-shaped crystals in front of Yi Guanghai burst out with purple light and formed a purple barrier. The diamond-shaped crystals around the winged god race are their natural barriers. They are the most difficult race to mount a sneak attack on in the Dark Earth world. When the sharp mechanical tentacles stabbed the purple boundary, it instantly pierced through the purple boundary and easily pierced through Yi Guanghai's body. A fearsome devour force broke out and easily devoured Yi Guanghai's power, turning him into dust and disappearing. He has the Dark Earth Monarch's eternal origin force. It seems that most of the Eternals in the Dark Earth world are pseudo-Eternals. They are just carriers of the Eternal Monarchs. After they die, they will become nutrients for the Dark Earth world. If the Dark Earth world continues to evolve like this, then maybe after billions of years, the Dark Earth Monarch will be able to be reborn with the help of the Dark Earth world. When Yang Feng devoured Yi Guanghai's power, there was a look of surprise in his eyes, and he looked pensive. Eternal monarchs are extremely difficult to kill. Each of them hides countless resurrection methods. 1/3 of the existing eternal monarchs have died once, and then been reborn. In the Dark Earth world, the eternal sovereigns can't refine the Dark Earth monarch's eternal origin force, which shows that the secret method they cultivate is wrong. Even though they can obtain a fearsome power for a while, but they cannot exist forever. Their soul will decay, and they will eventually become nutrients for the Dark Earth Monarch's resurrection. Chapter 1541. Sir City Lord is dead. Kill him. Eyes shot with blood, Yi Guanghai's personal guards rushed towards Yang Feng. Idiot courting death. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a multi-barrel annihilation cannon suspended in the void appeared, and fired a dense rain of annihilation beams that slammed into Yi Guanghai's personal guards. The saints and emperors of the Winged God clan were blasted apart one by one, and they transformed into countless pieces that flew towards the surroundings. Whenever they die, wisps of the Dark Earth Monarch's origin force will be drawn by Yang Feng's Devour essence and enter his body. The 5 first firmament eternal rank Winged God powerhouses, however, are aware of the danger. In an instant, they turned into 5 rays of light and flew in different directions. Want to escape? You're courting death. A pair of mechanical wings appeared behind Yang Feng. With a flap of his wings, 5 afterimages flashed in front of the 5 Winged God powerhouses. The 5 Winged God powerhouses trembled slightly, and 5 large holes appeared in their chests. Losing their vitality, they fell from the sky. Come out! Kill them all! After killing the 5 Winged God Eternal Sovereigns, Yang Feng clapped his hands, and 1,000 Infinity Warlock rank Winged God powerhouses walked out of the void. The 1,000 elites of the Solai race were all clad in silver mechanical armors. They held miniature destruction cannons in their hands as they attacked the Winged God race powerhouses. A dense rain of black beams blasted out from the annihilation cannons and blasted the Winged God powerhouses one after another. When the Winged God powerhouses cast secret methods that slammed into the Winged God powerhouses, they were blocked by the silver mechanical armor. Under the absolute suppression of the advanced technology, Maple City's City Lord Mansion was quickly suppressed, and not a single one of the 1,000 soulful clan warriors died. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Miss Mu Xia, haven't you always been curious about what fortuitous encounter I had? This is the fortuitous encounter I had. It's a force from an extraterrestrial civilization. Extraterrestrial demons? The forces of other demons opposed to the purple origin demons? You actually used the power of the extraterrestrial demons. Aren't you afraid that the kingdom will treat you as a traitor and hunt you down until you die?" Mu Xia frowned slightly. She walked out from the void and slowly said, Yang Feng uttered lightly, "First, I have no choice. If I don't use this power, I will never surpass Ling Juekong. Second, as long as I kill the purple origin devils, the kingdom will turn a blind eye to it. Thirdly, there has never been a law that says it's a crime for nobles to use the power of extraterrestrial civilizations." Mu Xia pondered for a moment before she chuckled. "You're right. As long as you continue to kill the Winged God race and the purple origin demon race, the kingdom won't care about these trivial matters. Also, there are many purple origin demons who have surrendered in the kingdom. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been able to obtain so much information. These silver armors and weapons are very powerful. This 1,000-man team was originally ordinary. However, with the enhancement of their equipment, their combat strength could probably contend against eternal sovereigns. Linghua, how many of these items do you have? Can you sell some of them to me? Wuxia watched as the Winged God clan's elite troops fearlessly slaughtered the remaining Winged God clan members in Maple City. Her beautiful eyes shone with a brilliant light. For the Wuxia family, Infinity Warlock rank elite soldiers are nothing. In the Wuxia family, there is even a holy rank elite soldier. However, if the holy rank elite soldier of the Wuxia family faces the 1,000 soldiers, equipped with the silver mechanical armor and destruction cannons, only death will await them. This is the importance of equipment. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a list of materials flew into Wuxia's hand. I can manufacture this equipment in bulk. You have to prepare the materials yourself, and give me a level 7 dark origin crystal for each set. After Wuxia looked at the list of materials, she frowned slightly, and then uttered decisively, "Okay, give me 100,000 sets first." With 100,000 sets of equipment, Duke Muguang's strength will increase by a large margin and strengthen his territory. At the same time, he will have extra strength to attack the Winged God race. In addition, with how powerful the silver mechanical armor is, Duke Muguang can make a fortune by selling it. Yang Feng shook his head. 100,000 sets? I can't come up with that much at once. All my resources and strength must be used in my territory. I can sell you 100 sets at most. Wuxia's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, and she said with a sweet smile, "Okay, I will cooperate with you to suppress this place as soon as possible." After Maple City was captured, Earl Guangyang and Duke Muguang's support poured in from the rear, and helped Yang Feng quickly take control of Maple City. Yang Feng led the army to sweep through the forces around Maple City. One after another, the strongholds of the Winged God race and the Purple Origin Demon race were captured and destroyed by him, and he obtained a large number of contribution points. After suppressing Maple City, Yang Feng commanded a legion of 10,000 Spiritai Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses as the main force to continue the attack. In the Maplewood region, one city after another occupied by the Winged God race was captured by Yang Feng, and he devoured all kinds of precious resources. Every time he slays a Winged God Eternal, Yang Feng's strength increases by a notch. Strengthened by the silver transcendent armor, the 10,000 Spiritai Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses became stronger and stronger. The transcendent armor is an armor Yang Feng forged by combining all kinds of technologies he mastered in Blasteel race's technology as the core. Once the demon god's armor was equipped, and they killed powerful enemies at the same time, those experts would be strengthened by the feedback of the demon god's armor. On the main road leading to Luozhou City from the Maple Forest region, a silver legion equipped with demon god battle armor was marching, forming a long and horrifying dragon. The dark earth world is shrouded in a fearsome gravity. Everyone's physique is astonishingly high, and flying consumes an astonishing amount of power. Even if it is a first firmament eternal sovereign powerhouse, flying at full speed for an hour in the dark earth world will exhaust more than 90% of their strength. Because of this, except for some top battles, large-scale flying tools are very rare in the dark earth world. In the center of the Silver Legion, there is a luxurious carriage pulled by an eternal sovereign rank Hydra. Inside the luxurious carriage there is a person. It is Yang Feng. There are countless dark origin crystals floating around Yang Feng, and wisps of the Dark Earth Monarch's origin force are pouring into him. Stop! Get into formation! Yang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and ordered coldly. The 10,000 soldiers equipped with the transcendent armor stopped almost in an instant, took out miniature destruction artilleries, and looked around vigilantly. As expected of the silver death god Linghua, the most outstanding rising star of the kingdom's spirit eye, unfortunately, you're too stupid and don't know how to restrain yourself. A mere existence at the second heaven of the eternal realm, who only obtained a treasure, dares to wantonly slaughter my winged god clan in my Maplewood region. Today is the day you die. A cold voice resounded in the void. A 189-meter tall winged god clan expert, with 3 pairs of light wings on his back and 6 purple crystals floating around his body, walked out of the void. He exuded a terrifying aura of the 6th heaven of the eternal realm. One after another, winged powerhouses walked out of the void. A total of 48 winged powerhouses exuding 4th firmament eternal sovereign rank breath or above walked out of the void and stared coldly at Yang Feng. The 6th throne's powerhouse uttered frigidly, "I am the Maple Forest region's realm master Yi Beining. These are the city masters of the Maple Forest region. They came specially to encircle and annihilate you. Silver Death God Ling Hua. You should be proud to die at our hands." The Maple Forest region's winged powerhouses are naturally not fools. They gave Yang Feng a chance to defeat them one by one. After Yang Feng captured a few cities, the Maple Forest region's realm master Yi Beining finished negotiating with the Maple Forest region's city masters, and then came to intercept Yang Feng. In the Dark Earth world, with so many 4th firmament eternal sovereign rank powerhouses joining forces, they can defeat a 7th firmament eternal sovereign rank powerhouse. After all, unlike Eternals in the Eternal world, 7th firmament eternal sovereign rank powerhouses can't freely use universe laws and mobilize universe force to crush powerhouses below the 6th firmament eternal sovereign rank. Yang Feng alighted from the chariot and waved his hand, and the 10,000 soldiers, wearing the transcendent armor, began to resonate and activate a powerful barrier to defend themselves. A powerful concealment barrier has been activated. Very good. In this way, as long as I kill you all, no one will know my secret. Yi Beining, the reason why I appeared here and let you besiege me is because I wanted to gather you all and catch you all in one fell swoop. Sure enough, you didn't let me down. Yang Feng strode towards Yi Beining and the other winged Eternals by himself. Let's attack together and kill him. Unease welled up inside Yi Beining, and he barked. Winged God Blade. The eyes of the dozens of Maple Forest region's city masters flickered fiercely, and they unleashed the strongest offensive secret method of the winged god race. The light wings behind them merged with the rhombus crystals in front of them, and turned into winged god blades that slashed towards Yang Feng. The winged god blades are one of the strongest offensive secret methods of the winged god race. When the winged god city masters join forces, they can seriously injure or even kill 7th firmament eternal sovereign rank powerhouses. After images flickered, and the winged god blades slashed into Yang Feng. Boom! Amidst a series of earth-shattering explosions, the winged swords were shattered, and terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. Chapter 1542. Amid the fearsome explosion, Yang Feng walked out unhurriedly. His clothes were shredded to pieces, yet not a single wound was left on his body. Monster! How is this possible? How can he have such a powerful fleshly body? The Spirit Eyes Monarch. Only a powerhouse of the Spirit Eyes Monarch's rank can possess such a terrifying fleshly body. Is Linghua the Spirit Eyes Monarch in disguise? When the city masters of the Maplewood region saw Yang Feng walk out of the explosion step by step, they were struck dumb, and a chill welled up inside them. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. The fleshly body tempered by the spirit god body tempering art, and the Devour Heaven art is really perfect. Such a fleshly body is the foundation for me to advance to the Eternal Monarch rank. Before entering the Dark Earth world, although Yang Feng was an Eternal Monarch who could defeat Yi Beining and the city masters of the Maplewood region with a flip of his hand, but his fleshly body could not withstand the attacks of the city masters of the Maplewood region. By using the Spirit God Body Tempering Art and the Devour Heaven Art, coupled with the Dark Earth Monarch's origin force, Yang Feng's fleshly body has become extremely terrifying and close to perfection. Die! A fierce ray flashed in Yi Beining's eyes, and he slashed at Yang Feng with the winged god blade. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then grabbed the winged god blade and crushed it with his hand, and a fearsome force erupted and crushed the winged god blade. My defense is still not enough. A trifling 6th heaven of the eternal realm ain't injured me. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand, and drops of blood dripped from his right hand. There is a deep wound on his right hand. With a flash of black light, the wound on Yang Feng's right hand healed. Yi Beining's eyes flashed with joy, and he shouted, "It's effective, our attack is effective. As long as we join forces, we can even kill a 7th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. Let alone a mere 4th firmament eternal realm powerhouse like Linghua. You talk too much." With a flash of an afterimage, as if teleporting, Yang Feng appeared in front of Yi Beining and smashed Yi Beining's rhombus crystal barrier with a claw, and then stabbed him in the heart. A terrifying devouring force erupted, and Yi Beining's eternal source was sucked dry. It turned into dust and drifted away with the wind. Monster! This guy is a monster. So Linghua himself is the most terrifying monster. The faces of the dozens of city lords at the 4th heaven of the eternal realm of the Maplewood region changed drastically, and they frantically fled in all directions. "Since you're here, then don't leave." Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour rune appeared on his right hand, and a fearsome devour force swept towards the dozens of Maplewood region's city chiefs. "No! Stop!" Along with screams, the dozens of Maplewood region's city lords were sucked in, turned into streams of light, and entered Yang Feng's right hand. After struggling for just a moment, they turned into ashes. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and Yang Feng closed his eyes. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, his body structure changed wildly, and he advanced to the 5th firmament eternal realm in one fell swoop. "This world is amazing. The strength of my body has improved by a large margin again. I need more resources. Only then can I become stronger." When Yang Feng opened his eyes, he felt the terrifying power pouring out of his body, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. At this time, in terms of the strength of his fleshly body alone, Yang Feng has even surpassed ordinary eternal realm powerhouses. Even Holy Lord rank powerhouses are far from his opponent. "Continue the attack." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he returned to his carriage and ordered indifferently, "Yes, my lord." The eyes of the 10,000 soldiers clad in the transcendent armor shimmered with fanaticism, and they continued to march towards the next city in the Maplewood region. In this battle, Yang Feng swept away all the top powerhouses of the winged god race in the Maplewood region, and the winged god race in the Maplewood region began to flee. Every time Yang Feng captured a city, with the help of Earl Guangyang and Grand Duke Maguang, he easily took control of the city. As one victory after another came back to the Feybright Kingdom, countless Feybright powerhouses eager to make contributions joined Yang Feng's forces, increasing the number of troops under his command. After Yang Feng captured the entire Maplewood region and took control of it, he began to lay dormant and mobilize the resources of the Maplewood region for his cultivation. At the same time, he reorganized his army and improved his strength. The winged god race's headquarters, the Magic Wings City, is a floating continent 1,000 meters above the Dark Earth world, and covers an area of 13.65 million square kilometers. The mass of the Dark Earth world is far greater than that of an ordinary celestial body, and its gravity is terrifying. Even eternal sovereigns find it difficult to fly in the Dark Earth world for a long time. For the Magic Wings City to be able to float above the Dark Earth world is simply terrifying. The Magic Wings City is the only floating continent in the Dark Earth world. In the Magic Wings City, in the Purple Temple of the Magic Wings Royal Palace, there sits a handsome winged god monarch with 10 wings of light on his back, and 10 purple rhombus crystals surrounding him. The winged god monarch is the #1 powerhouse in the Dark Earth world, far surpassing the Feybright monarch and the other monarchs of the Dark Earth world. A guard kneeling in front of the winged god monarch is reporting information about the Maplewood region to him. The winged god monarch said lightly, "Step down." "Yes, Your Majesty." The guard responded respectfully. Then his figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood. The winged god monarch said coldly, "A Feybright little guy using strange machinery appeared in the Maplewood region. Is he one of you?" Ripples flickered in the void and formed a projection of the purple origin demon lord. The purple origin demon lord uttered unhurriedly. No. If I'm not mistaken, the Feybright little guy should have obtained the help of my enemy Yang Feng, which is why he suddenly rose to power. The winged god monarch asked unhurriedly. Is it possible that he was possessed by Yang Feng? The purple origin demon lord replied lightly. Impossible. There is a terrifying barrier in your dark earth world. Unless it is the legendary eternal king, almost no one can descend to your world with their soul. A cold look in his eyes, the winged god monarch uttered frigidly. Eternal king. I want the knowledge to advance to the eternal king rank. When will you trade with me? As long as you prepare the darkness origin crystals, we can trade at any time. However, as long as you are still in the dark earth world, you can't advance to the eternal king rank. The dark earth world is a world established by the dark earth monarch, and it is his hope for rebirth. You Eternals of the dark earth world are just nutrients for his rebirth. Join forces with me. As long as you join forces with me and inflict heavy damage to the dark earth world's origin crystal, you will gain true freedom. You can go to the universe and become a true eternal one. You can never be destroyed. Instead of staying in the cage of the dark earth world and turning into a pile of bones after tens of thousands of years, you will become nutrients for the dark earth monarch's rebirth. The purple origin demon lord's tempting voice sounded in the winged god monarch's ears like a fiend's whisper. The winged god monarch said with a cold smile. If the origin of the dark earth world is severely damaged, you can take the opportunity to enter the dark earth world, absorb its power, and attack the eternal king realm. Am I right? The purple origin demon lord replied lightly. That's right. However, there is one thing you are wrong about. By absorbing the power of the dark earth world, I only obtained a portion of resources to advance to the eternal king realm. It's not that simple to advance to the eternal king realm. The winged god monarch uttered coldly. I have already prepared the level 9 darkness origin crystals you want. The trade will take place 10 days from now. As you wish. The purple origin demon lord smiled indifferently, turned into black smoke and disappeared. Only by destroying our world can I obtain true freedom and true eternity? The winged god monarch sat quietly. After a long time, he sighed faintly, and a complicated ray flickered in his eyes. The winged god monarch uttered lightly, Jejia, Your Majesty. With a flicker of a shadow, a beautiful woman with a sexy figure dressed in black appeared in the hall, knelt on one knee in front of the winged god monarch, and spoke respectfully. Jejia was the Shadow Goddess clan's matriarch, as well as the strongest assassin in the dark earth world. After being subdued by the winged god monarch, she became his right-hand man in the darkness. The winged god monarch's eyes flickered brightly, and he said slowly, Go kill Linhua. No, if possible, do your best to capture him alive. If you really can't capture him alive, then kill him. Before killing him, think of a way to get away to communicate with the powerhouses of the outer realms. Yes, sire. With a flicker of afterimages, Jejia disappeared from where she stood. Duke Muguang's residence. After Duke Muguang listened to his subordinate's report, his eyes flickered with a strange glint, and he said with a smile, The Maplewood region was actually captured by him in such a short time. Truly amazing. Duke Guangyang really gave birth to a good son. I'm afraid that Linhua's achievements will surpass mine soon. Mu Rong uttered with an incredulous expression. What? The Maplewood region was captured by that bastard Linhua? As the second-in-line successor to Duke Muguang's residence, Mu Rong naturally knows what it means for Yang Feng to capture the Maplewood region. It means that once Yang Feng's cultivation base breaks through in the future, he will become a hereditary peer greater aristocrat, and his fief will be larger than Duke Muguang's. He will become the darling of the upper class of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. There are countless precious resources in the Maplewood region. With the talent Yang Feng displayed, he will have no problem advancing to the fourth firmament eternal realm in the future. This means that Yang Feng will become a greater aristocrat of the Spirit Eye Kingdom in the future. Chapter 1543. Father, the Maplewood region is a territory that Linhua conquered with the help of our family. We can have him cede half of the territory to our family. The Maplewood region is a big piece of meat. If we join forces with other greater aristocrats, we can definitely swallow the Maplewood region and destroy Linhua's foundation. Father, I beg you, help me this once. Help me destroy Linhua's foundation. Otherwise, Juekong will have no hope of catching up to Linhua. With tears in her beautiful eyes, Mu Rong pleaded pitifully. Mu Rong, it seems that I spoiled you too much in the past. The aristocrats of the Spirit Eye Kingdom either advance or retreat. The struggle is cruel, and the slightest carelessness can lead to the extermination of their family. Linhua's current potential is far greater than that of Ling Juekong. Unless Ling Juekong can surpass Linhua in the future, I can't continue to support him. Duke Maguang sighed faintly. As if he aged by hundreds of years, he said lightly, "Take the second young lady to the splendid pavilion. She is not allowed to go out without my order. Second young lady, please come with us." Two beautiful maids with Empyrean rank strength came out from the side, restrained Mu Rong, and took her outside. Mu Rong's pretty face changed and she pleaded loudly, "No, father, don't lock me up in the splendid pavilion. No, I want to find Big Brother Juekong." Once Mu Rong is locked up in the splendid pavilion, although she will receive the same treatment, but she won't be able to walk freely outside, let alone see Ling Juekong. A cold look in his eyes, Duke Maguang watched as Mu Rong was dragged away. When it comes to the foundation of the family, even though Duke Maguang has always doted on Mu Rong, he won't let this matter go awry. Duke Maguang's eyes flickered. The two peerless geniuses Linhua and Ling Juekong are related to my ducal mansion. In this way, no matter who wins or loses in the future, my ducal mansion will benefit greatly and won't suffer the wrath of the other party. Maplewood region's capital, Greenleaf Maple City. In a secret room, countless dark origin crystals are floating around Yang Feng, and a steady stream of dark origin force is pouring into him. A token beside Yang Feng flickered with gloomy light. Yang Feng inhaled and swallowed a large amount of black mist. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at the black token. The crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom has brought his fiancée, the third princess of the Flower God Kingdom, and many good friends to the Maplewood region. You really don't give me any peace. When Yang Feng saw the information transmitted from the black token, his eyebrows creased slightly. The crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom was also a cultivation genius. His cultivation was at the seventh heaven of the eternal realm, and his cultivation was the best among the princes. If there were no accidents, the crown prince would succeed the current spiritual Eye King after his abdication. Yang Feng was a subject of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. No matter how impatient he was, he still had to deal with him. 7 days later, 100 kilometers away from the Greenleaf Maple City, Yang Feng and the officials of the Maplewood region stood quietly. A 100-meter-long silver vessel with 6 pairs of wings flew over from the sky and slowly landed in front of Yang Feng and the others. A peerlessly handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament and a bright red flower on her head, and a peerlessly beautiful woman in yellow clothes walked over with a fragrance wafting through the air. She had a golden ratio figure, and her every movement seemed to be perfect and flawless. Behind the young man and the peerless beauty, there were dozens of handsome men and beautiful women. But when they stood together with the young man and the peerless beauty in front of them, they became green leaves that set off the red flower. Yang Feng stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Princess Hua Yan. Ling Hua. In order to commend your contribution in recovering the Maplewood region, the Spirit Eye Kingdom bestows the Maplewood region upon you as your fief, and conferred upon you the title of Baron of the Kingdom. I hope that you will continue to work hard, and continue to serve the kingdom." The Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom smiled gently, and handed Yang Feng a golden parchment. Yang Feng replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Yes, I will definitely serve the kingdom to the best of my abilities until the day I die." Yang Feng said, "I have prepared a welcoming banquet for Your Highness. Please come with me, Your Highness." The Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom said with a smile, "Okay." In the Greenleaf Maple City, a grand banquet was held. Shortly after the banquet began, Princess Hua Yin went to the side hall to rest, claiming that she was feeling unwell. The crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom became the center of the banquet. A beautiful palace made next to Princess Hua Yin came up to Yang Feng with a fragrance wafting from her and said, "Sir Linghua, Her Highness the Princess invites you to come with me." "All right," Yang Feng responded faintly, and then followed the beautiful palace made towards the side hall. "Your Highness the Princess, may I ask why you summoned me?" When he stepped into the side hall, Yang Feng saw Princess Hua Yin, dressed in snow-white lace pajamas, leaning against a soft sofa, exuding a languid and enchanting aura. She was extremely beautiful and exuded an amazing charm. The entire side hall seems to have become very beautiful because of Princess Hua Yin. Traces of fresh floral fragrance wafted in the side hall, bringing with it a fragrance that could make one feel happy. "Linghua, come and have a drink with me." Princess Hua Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she smiled charmingly at Yang Feng with a white jade wine cup in her small jade-like hand. Princess Hua Yan's smile was like 100 flowers blooming. The entire side palace seemed to be dyed with a layer of magnificent colors. Almost no one could resist her smile. What a beautiful trap. This floral fragrance should have an aphrodisiac effect. The floral fragrance of the Heaven Desire flower is mixed with the floral fragrance of other exotic flowers. Even Seventh Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses can't resist this floral fragrance. After all, this floral fragrance is harmless to the human body. On the contrary, it's a great tonic. It's the best thing to liven things up. "Princess Hua Yin, I have no enmity with you. Why did you set me up?" Yang Feng looked at Princess Hua Yin, whose looks and temperament can be rated as peerless. Among all the beauties he has ever seen, his eyes flashed with admiration, and he said calmly and indifferently, "Amazing. Linghua, you are really a powerful person to be able to resist my charm." Furthermore, he actually saw through my plan with a single glance. Truly amazing. Unfortunately, from the moment you stepped into this side hall, everything was already decided. Princess Hua Yin revealed a sweet and charming smile and flicked her finger. Rays of light flashed and turned into large hands that grabbed her nightgown and tore it into pieces, turning it into countless pieces that fell to the ground. Streaks of black light flashed, and large handprints and teeth marks appeared on Princess Hua Yan's body. Anyone who saw Princess Hua Yin would think that she had been viciously humiliated and defiled by Yang Feng. "Help!" Almost at the same time, Princess Hua Yin let loose a heart-wrenching scream. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the side palace was blasted open. A dozen-plus flower god maids with eternal sovereign rank cultivation base rushed into the gate, blocked in front of Princess Hua Yin, and looked at Yang Feng with vigilance. "Hua Yin, what's wrong with you?" "Hua Yin." The crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom rushed into the side hall. Looking at the disheveled Princess Hua Yin, his eyes almost spurted flames that can burn everything. His handsome and gentle face twisted, and he wailed like a ruthless ghost. The dozens of aristocratic young masters of the Spirit Eye Kingdom followed the crown prince and rushed in. When they saw Princess Hua Yan's disheveled clothes, their gazes turned and fell on Yang Feng, and killing intent filled their eyes. With tears streaming down her face, Princess Hua Yin wailed softly, "Your Highness Crown Prince, I had a good rest here just now. Linghua suddenly barged in, and had ill intentions towards me. I resisted with all my might to preserve my innocence. Your Highness, you must uphold justice for me." "Linghua, you bastard. I admired you very much. Not only did I fight for the Maplewood region to be your fief, but I also personally came to recruit you. Is this how you repay me? You bastard. You dare to attack my woman. I'll exterminate your clan. I'll exterminate your clan." His eyes shot with blood, his body trembling. The crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom issued a fearsome roar like a wounded beast. "Bastard. Damn bastard. How dare you attack Princess Hua Yin? This damned beast is dead for sure." The dozens of aristocratic young masters of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, standing behind the crown prince, glared at Yang Feng and cursed loudly. "This is a trap. An impeccable trap. Princess Hua Yin used her reputation to frame Linghua. Linghua is dead meat. Standing quietly in the distance, Wuxia looked at this scene with a gloomy expression. She was very clear that Yang Feng was a cultivation madman, spending nearly all of his time on cultivation. With Yang Feng's status, as long as he wants to, he can find thousands of beauties and immerse himself in their tenderness every day. Those beauties may not be as peerless as Princess Hua Yan, but they are definitely one in a million beauties. There is no need for him to attack Princess Hua Yan. Wonderful! What a wonderful plot! This plot is flawless, I give it 10 points. Amidst the shouts, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile, and he clapped his hands and praised. When Princess Hua Yan saw this scene, an ominous premonition suddenly welled up inside her, and she threw herself into the arms of the Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom and pleaded, crying, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you must uphold justice for me. Linghua, how dare you attack my woman? Then go to hell." A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, and he roared. Black light revolved around him, and seventh firmament, eternal realm power suddenly erupted. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of Yang Feng, and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. Chapter 1544. Your plot is almost flawless. No, even if there is a mistake with your identity, it can be made into an irrefutable case. You can't turn the tables. The only thing you guys missed out on is my strength. It's very simple to break this plot. I just have to kill you all. This matter won't spread outside. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and extended his right hand, and a hazy black light enveloped his right hand. The hand tore through the firmament, easily pierced through the barrier of the Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, and stabbed him in the heart. A terrifying force erupted and smashed the heart of the Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, raising a mist of blood. You dared to attack me. The eyes of the Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom shimmered with incredulity, and he uttered each syllable. The Crown Prince of the Spiritual Eye Kingdom was already the publicly acknowledged successor of the Spiritual Eye King. Killing him was equivalent to rebelling. That was a heinous crime that could not be pardoned. No one could bear such a crime. He couldn't believe that an aristocrat of the Spirit Eye Kingdom dared to kill him. Stupidity is also a crime. Since you're stupid enough to be my enemy, then I can only send you on your way. Your Highness, have a safe journey, Yang Feng said indifferently. Countless devour runes appeared, and black light enveloped the Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. The Crown Prince trembled slightly, and then turned into ashes inch by inch. His Highness the Crown Prince was killed by Linghua. What do we do? We'll all be killed by him. When the children of the greater aristocrats of the Spirit Eye Kingdom saw this scene, a chill welled up inside them, and they trembled. Princess Hua Yan's devastatingly beautiful face suddenly changed, and she blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and fled frantically. She already knew that Yang Feng was filled with killing intent. A transparent barrier that blocked everything appeared. Zero floated above the barrier and flicked his finger. A terrifying shock wave blasted into Princess Hua Yan, and blasted her down like an ant. She fell to the ground, her body cracked and covered in blood. Yang Feng looked at the wounded Princess Hua Yan, who fell to the ground, and said indifferently, "Princess Hua Yan, I have no enmity with you. So why did you set up a trap for me?" Princess Hua Yan gritted her teeth and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Linghua, you actually dared to murder the Crown Prince of the Soul Eye Kingdom. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the kingdom? Who said that I killed the Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom? It was clearly the Winged God clan's assassins who snuck into my banquet and started a massacre. They tried to assassinate the Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, and even killed Princess Hua Yan. What a pity." With a faint smile, Yang Feng took a step, teleported in front of an ordinary-looking aristocratic young man, and extended his hand, and devour runes emerged and shot towards the young man. "No, don't kill me." The complexion of the aristocratic young man changed dramatically, and he roared. Dark light appeared on his body, burst out, and turned into a bloody shadow arrow that tore through the sky and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng casually grabbed with his hand, and the bloody shadow arrow was smashed and devoured. Behind the aristocratic young man, an afterimage flickered, and then formed in the void, and turned into the gorgeous patriarch of the shadow goddesses Jiejia. Jiejia's beautiful eyes shimmered with dignity, and she stared at Yang Feng and asked, Linghua, when did you discover me? I discovered you from the beginning, Jiejia, patriarch of the shadow goddesses clan. Originally, I thought that your target was the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, so I didn't pay attention to you. However, it now seems that your target should be me. That's great. Once I kill you, you'll be the scapegoat for the assassination of the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. You should be happy. In this way, the status of the Shadow Goddesses clan in the Winged God race may rise by a bit. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful patriarch of the Shadow Goddesses clan and smiled faintly, his words full of killing intent. Everyone, the crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom has died at the hands of Linghua. He has gone mad and is bound to kill us. Only by joining hands and killing him will we have a chance at survival. Attack! Jiejia's beautiful eyes flashed coldly, and black shadows emerged from her and split into 9 shadow avatars, each of which exudes 8th firmament eternal realm rank power. Ripples flickered, and the 9 shadow avatars disappeared into the void. Everyone attack and kill him. Only by killing him will we have a chance at survival. Princess Huayan's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she spread her fair, white fingers and beautiful flowers bloomed. Countless petals fluttered and turned into flower blades stabbing towards Yang Feng. Kill! The eyes of the dozens of greater aristocratic children of the Spirit Eye Kingdom shimmered with killing intent, and they unleashed offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. That's right. Only by killing me will you have a chance at survival. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Yang Feng smiled faintly and, like a heavy tank, slammed into the countless petals released by Princess Huayan. Ice, fire, lightning, poison, and other strange forces burst out on Yang Feng. With a flash of light, Yang Feng forcibly rushed out from the midst of the countless strange forces, without a single scar on his body. How is this possible? Unless it's an eternal God King rank powerhouse. How can someone resist my myriad flower sky-splitting formation with their fleshly body alone? Stunned, fear filled her beautiful eyes. Princess Huayan's figure fluttered, and she tried to escape in another direction. Caught you. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, teleported in front of Princess Huayan, and slammed his claw into her chest, smashed all her resistance, and stabbed her in the chest. Then, he used her as a shield to block the attacks of the dozens of children from the Spirit Eye Kingdom's greater aristocratic families. No. Along with a miserable scream, Princess Huayan was blasted apart by the dozens of experts of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. A black hole emerged and devoured Princess Huayan. Your Highness, Linghua, you're despicable. Among the dozens of experts of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, there were many who adored Princess Huayan. When they saw this scene, they were furious. Yang Feng smiled indifferently. As if teleporting, he rushed into the midst of the Spirit Eye Kingdom's experts, and with a casual strike, he pierced through a Spirit Eye Kingdom's expert and devoured him. Along with flashes of afterimages, as if Yang Feng is besieging the dozens of eternal sovereigns of the Spirit Eye Kingdom by himself, one powerhouse after another fell at his hands and turned into ashes. No. Stop. I beg you, stop, don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you, don't kill me. A First Firmament Eternal Kingdom's noblewoman with short blonde hair, a sexy figure, and a beautiful First Firmament Eternal Kingdom's expert collapsed, knelt on the ground, burst into tears, and pleaded pitifully. Yang Feng's movements paused for a moment. With a casual strike, he blasted apart a Third Firmament Eternal powerhouse who approached him and devoured him. At this moment, afterimages flew out of the 9 eternal sovereigns of the Spirit Eye Kingdom and merged with the kingdom's eternal powerhouse. Stop. No. The eyes of the 9 eternal sovereigns shot with blood, shadows emerged, and they burned their eternal origin, exuded fearsome auras, and launched a joint attack on Yang Feng. This secret method is really vicious and powerful. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and sent a fist flying. The void distorted, and a fearsome vortex emerged and engulfed the attacks of the 9 eternal sovereigns and shattered them. Then, a fearsome force slammed into the 9 eternal sovereigns and blasted them apart and devoured them. A strange shadow emerged silently behind Yang Feng. Like a specter, Jejia emerged from the shadow and stabbed silently towards Yang Feng's back with a dagger in her hand. You finally showed up. You've been traveling in an alternate space. It will take some effort to catch you. Yang Feng smiled indifferently. Then an arm suddenly grew out of his back, and a claw easily crushed Jejia's resistance and stabbed into her body. Jejia's pretty face fell, and she pleaded mournfully. Stop, Linghua. Spare my life. I am willing to serve you. I am willing to submit to you. The shadow goddesses are also willing to serve you as our master. Spare my life. Shadow goddesses. Well, your race is indeed worthy of being my lackey. I'll spare your life. Yang Feng flung Jejia away, and she slammed into the ground. Zero pointed with a finger, and mechanical tentacles descended from the sky and stabbed towards Jejia. Don't resist or die. Yang Feng glanced at Jejia and uttered coldly. Jejia trembled slightly. She could only clench her teeth and let the mechanical tentacles stab into her body and implant mysterious control runes. Then you're the only ones left. Become a stepping stone for my evolution. Yang Feng turned around, smiled coldly at the remaining eternal sovereigns of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, and strode towards them. After dozens of breaths of time, almost all the children of greater aristocrats of the Spirit Eye Kingdom died. Only Mu Sha and 4 other children of greater aristocrats took the initiative to surrender and escape death. Not long after, the news that Jejia, the Shadow Goddess's matriarch, sneaked into the Green Leaf Maple City, assassinated the Crown Prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom, and killed Princess Huayan of the Flower Goddess Kingdom, as well as the heirs of countless greater aristocrats of the Spirit Eye Kingdom spread throughout the kingdom. Chapter 1545. Enraged, the Spirit Eye Kingdom launched a fierce attack on the winged god race in the name of revenge. Yang Feng also thought that His Highness the Crown Prince launched an attack on the winged god race in the name of revenge, captured 2 cities in one fell swoop, and killed all the winged god powerhouses in the 2 cities. It turns out that Princess Huayan has been controlled by Demon Lord Ziyuan. Even the entire flower god race has been infiltrated by Demon Lord Ziyuan, as expected of an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse. To be able to do this without entering the Dark Earth world with his true body, that's really amazing. In a city master's mansion, Yang Feng refined Princess Huayan's memories and immediately understood why Princess Huayan would frame him regardless of her reputation. Although Demon Lord Ziyuan can't come to the Dark Earth world with his true body, but his means are heaven-defying. Not only did he send countless subordinates to infiltrate the Dark Earth world, but he also spent 10,000 years to infiltrate the major races step by step. Demon Lord Ziyuan has already infiltrated 90% of the flower god race. This time, in order to eradicate Yang Feng, he used Princess Huayan, a precious chess piece. A guard in silver armor came to Yang Feng and said, "My lord, a eunuch from the Spirit Eye Kingdom has arrived." Yang Feng said flatly, "Tell him to come see me." The silver-armored guard replied, "Yes, my lord." Several eunuchs, and a dozen-plus eternal sovereign rank guards stepped into the hall. Baron Maple Forest received the edict. A pale-faced, beardless eunuch holding an imperial edict said arrogantly to Yang Feng, "Read." Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng looked at the pale-faced, beardless eunuch and said coldly. Seeing this scene, the hearts of everyone who came to deliver the edict sank. A eunuch shouted in a shrill voice, "How dare you? This is His Majesty's imperial edict." Baron Maple Forest, why don't you kneel down and receive the edict? Do you want to rebel? Aunt, you're too noisy. Die. An indifferent look in his eyes, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a black ray turned into a stream of light and entered the eunuch's forehead. A bloody hole appeared on the eunuch's forehead, and blood dripped to the ground. He trembled slightly, his eyes widened, and he turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. So ruthless. This is the Silver Reaper. In the younger generation of the kingdom, he has the most military merits, and is also the most terrifying baron. How brazen! Is he ready to shed all pretense of cordiality with the kingdom? When the eunuchs and the eternal level guards who came to announce the decree saw this scene, a chill ran down their spines. Yang Feng said lightly, "Read." "Yes. Yes." The eunuch's complexion was deathly pale. All of his arrogance had completely vanished. His hands were trembling as he held the imperial edict, while trembling with fear. By the will of the heavens, the divine king decrees that Baron Linghua of Maple Forest has failed to protect the crown prince and Princess Hua Yan. His title of baron is hereby stripped, and he is demoted to a commoner. His fief of Maple Forest will be given to Baron Lu Yan. Yang Feng said with a faint smile. "Strip me of my aristocratic title and fief. This imperial edict is truly interesting. It seems like the spiritual I King doesn't want to let me off. However, this is also within our expectations." A handsome young man dressed in black with an extraordinary temperament gritted his teeth and said, "Linghua, I am Baron Lu Yan. As long as you give me your fief, I can plead with the divine king to spare you." Yang Feng said in a frigid tone, "Baron Lu Yan? I didn't see anyone today." On the road, the Imperial Edict announcement team was attacked by the winged god race and was wiped out. What a pity! Countless warriors dressed in transcendent armor poured out from all directions and fired destructive beams barreling towards the Imperial Edict announcement team. The existences below the Eternal Sovereign rank were blasted to pieces by the destructive beams, while the dozen-plus Eternal Sovereign rank guards cast secret methods and fled in different directions. "Become nutrients for my evolution." Yang Feng got up from his seat with an indifferent look in his eyes. As if an invincible transcendent, he extended his hand. A Devour rune emerged, radiated dark light, swept towards the dozen-plus Eternal Sovereign rank guards, and engulfed them. With a flash of black light, they turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Yang Feng mused quietly. "Even if I find a reasonable reason for the death of the Crown Prince, I can't escape the crime of negligence. With the strength I have displayed so far, I still can't make the spiritual I monarch compromise. Then I'll think of a way to enhance the strength I have displayed and force him to compromise." The Myriad Flowers Mountain Range, the headquarters of the flower god race. In the Myriad Flowers Mountain Range, there are beautiful flowers growing everywhere. There are 3 ways for flower gods to be born. The first way is to mate with other human life forms and give birth to offspring. The second way is to be born directly from flowers. The last way is to split and give birth to offspring. The countless beautiful flowers in the 10,000 Flower Mountain Range were the mother of the second birth method of the flower god clan. In the center of the Myriad Flowers Mountain Range, there is a flower god valley. In the valley there is a sea of flowers. In the sea of flowers, there are beautiful flower gods everywhere. The flower god race was doted on by the heavens. All of the beauties of the flower god race were incomparably beautiful. Their skin was flawless, and they would be considered absolute beauties among humans. In the dark earth, flower gods are the most desired marriage partners for countless races in the dark earth. Almost all races would take pride in having a flower god race beauty as a wife. A cool breeze blew, and Yang Feng appeared and walked towards the flowery god valley. In the cool breeze, Yang Feng's scent, soul aura, and power are completely concealed, as if he has merged with the wind. In the Flower God Valley, there are more than 200 eternal sovereigns, yet no one has discovered Yang Feng's existence. "Who is it? How dare you break into my Flower God Valley?" As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Flower God Valley, a magnetic and pleasant voice came from the deepest part of the valley. A peerlessly beautiful woman with a colorful wreath on her head, dressed in gorgeous floral clothes, and enveloped in a mist of flowers walked out from the deepest part of the Blossom God Valley, and looked at Yang Feng, as if facing a great enemy. As expected of the Flower God Patriarch, the #1 beauty in the world. "Even among the beauties I have seen, she ranks in the top 5. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and waved his hand, and the wind shrouding him dispersed, revealing his true body. He quietly looked at the Flower God Patriarch. "You are Baron Maple Lin Hua of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. You are not a 2nd Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse. You are a 7th Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse. Since you dared to come here, it seems that Hua Yin died at your hands. The crown prince of the Spirit Eye Kingdom also died at your hands. You really have guts. No. No matter how much of a genius Lin Hua of the Spirit Eye Kingdom is, it is impossible for him to cross the Eternal Sovereign, 4th Firmament Eternal Realm, and 7th Firmament Eternal Realm in succession. You are not Lin Hua. You are an otherworldly demon. The beautiful flower god patriarch willed, and immediately guessed Yang Feng's origin. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Otherworldly demon? Indeed, for the aboriginals of the dark earth world like you, I am an otherworldly demon, an enemy of yours who colluded with Demon Lord Ziyuan. You are an enemy of Demon Lord Ziyuan? How can you cross the world barrier of the dark earth world? As long as the origin of the dark earth world isn't severely damaged, you otherworldly demon powerhouses shouldn't be able to enter our world. The pretty face of the flower god patriarch flickered, a chill welled up behind her, and she uttered slowly. Yang Feng responded calmly. There are countless secret methods, countless powerhouses, and countless inheritances in the eternal world. What Demon Lord Ziyuan couldn't do doesn't mean that others can't. Flower God Clan leader, lead your clan to submit to me. Otherwise, all of you from Flower God Valley will die today. Lin Hua. Even Demon Lord Ziyuan doesn't dare to force me like this. The pretty face of the Flower God Patriarch was covered with a layer of frost. She enunciated each syllable. The fragrance of flowers overflowed from her, and eternal 9th firmament rank breath slowly diffused from her. Yang Feng responded indifferently. That's because Demon Lord Ziyuan can't come to this world in person. Otherwise, with the underlying strength of the Dark Earth world, it would be impossible to resist Demon Lord Ziyuan's army. Demon Lord Ziyuan is an invincible Holy Lord rank powerhouse, and he is one of the best among invincible Holy Lords. In the Dark Earth world, only the Wings God Monarch, the Spirit Eye Monarch, and a few other people can contend against him. In that case, let me test your ability. If you can beat me, then the flower gods will submit to you. If you lose, then you will be a slave of the flower gods for 100,000 years. After all, the flower gods can't submit to a good-for-nothing. The flower god patriarch smiled sweetly, looking like 100 flowers blooming. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. Okay, it's a deal. Almost at the same time, a flower suddenly bloomed under Yang Feng's feet, and a green flower mist gushed out and swept towards Yang Feng. Devour runes appeared around Yang Feng, and formed whirlpools that devoured the green flower mist. In the Flower God Valley, countless flowers bloomed, and a flower mist containing mysterious power swept towards Yang Feng. It's a pity that your Flower God clan's secret technique is severely countered by my power. Yang Feng smiled indifferently and took a step forward. As if a black hole capable of devouring everything, he devoured the flower mist and, as if teleporting, appeared in front of the Flower God Patriarch in an instant and sent a fist barreling towards the Flower God Patriarch. Sky-splitting vine. The pretty face of the Flower God Matriarch flickered, and she pointed with her lily-white finger. With a flash of green light, a sky-splitting vine containing the force of the void suddenly burst out of the earth and, carrying 9th heaven eternal firmament might, whipped Yang Feng in an instant. Chapter 1546. A fearsome void blade slammed into Yang Feng and sent him flying 10,000 kilometers away, and a copious amount of blood sprinkled in the sky. Got it? The beautiful eyes of the flower god matriarch flashed with an enigmatic gleam, and she revealed a smile of excitement. The 9th firmament eternal sky splitter vine is the strongest trump card of the flower god race, as well as the parent body of the flower god matriarch. It is comparable to a holy lord rank powerhouse. Its only weakness is that it can't leave the flower god valley and go to the outside world. Those who have seen the sky splitter vine have basically all died, except for a few people at the top of the dark earth world. No one knows that the flower god race is still hiding such a fearsome trump card. To be able to injure me, you do have some skill. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the void, and a deep wound extending from his right shoulder to his left abdomen appeared on his body. With a flash of black light, the wound on Yang Feng's body healed in an instant. When the flower god matriarch saw this scene, her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment, and she exclaimed, "How is this possible? Even the spirit eyes monarch and the wings god monarch can't remain unscathed after receiving an attack from my sky splitter vine. How come your fleshly body is so powerful?" "Guess." Yang Feng smiled indifferently, his eyes flashed fiercely, and his figure fluttered, and he flew towards the sky splitter vine. The sky splitter vine erupted with fierce killing intent, and a void blade capable of slaying a Holy Lord rank powerhouse suddenly appeared and slashed towards Yang Feng. As soon as the void blade appeared, cracks spread in the void, and the whole space collapsed, filled with an aura of destruction. In the eternal world, the sky splitter vine can destroy a star with a blow. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the devour mark containing his eternal essence appeared in his right hand, radiated devour black light, and swept towards the void blade. When the void blade that could slash through anything slashed at the devouring mark, it flashed and was devoured by the devouring mark. "Become the fuel for my evolution." After devouring the void blade, Yang Feng appeared in front of the sky-splitting vine, smiled frigidly, pressed his hand on the sky-splitting vine, and a rune containing the essence of devour appeared on his right hand and frantically devoured the power of the sky-splitting vine. Painful sounds of resonance came from the sky-splitting vine, and Yang Feng extracted the eternal origin continuously. "Stop!" The flower god clan leader's expression changed. She screamed and pointed with her jade-like hand. 9 blue spear flowers appeared, radiated resplendent light, tore through the sky, and stabbed towards Yang Feng. "The flower god clan isn't good at fighting head-on. Your nature is countered by me, yet you dare to fight me head-on. How foolish!" An indifferent look in his eyes, Yang Feng sent out a fist, which pierced through the sky, shattered the 9 blue spear flowers, and mercilessly slammed into the flower patriarch. 9 beautiful 7-color flowers appeared on the flower god patriarch. The 9 beautiful 7-colored flowers exploded 9 times and completely collapsed. The patriarch of the flower god clan behind the 7-colored flower was also destroyed by the terrifying fist radiance and shattered into pieces. "Patriarch! Damn it, Linghua! You dare to kill the patriarch! I'll kill you!" When the beautiful women saw the flower god patriarch's body collapse, grief, indignation, and killing intent flashed in their beautiful eyes, and they unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "Flower god patriarch, I'm not someone who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. If your people want to die, then I'll fulfill their wish." "Stop!" A red flower with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the void. It opened up a red defensive barrier and blocked all the attacks from the experts of the flower god clan. In the center of the red flower stood a peerless beauty. It was the patriarch of the flower god clan. The flower god patriarch clenched her white teeth and said loudly, "Linghua, you win. Let go of the flower god guardian vine." "I win. Is the flower god race willing to fulfill the terms of the bet?" Yang Feng smiled indifferently, and the devour mark on his right hand shone brightly, and its power became even more terrifying. The sky-splitting vine struggled wildly, but its eternal origin was still devoured and turned into ashes. "Stop. The flower god race is willing to submit to you. Please stop." The flower god patriarch gritted her teeth, knelt on the ground, bowed to Yang Feng, and retracted all her power. Originally, the flower god race had many trump cards in the flower god valley. Even powerhouses like the wing god monarch and the spirit eye monarch were apprehensive of them. But Yang Feng's fleshly body is tyrannical, and the essence of devour restrains the essence of myriad flowers of the flower god race. The flower god patriarch can only choose to submit. The eyes of the other beautiful women shimmered with indignation, and they knelt on the ground. Yang Feng looked at the flower god patriarch with ridicule in his eyes, and his words exuded frigid killing intent. "Flower god patriarch, you're really smart. Originally, I was thinking that if I devoured everyone from Blossom God Valley, I would be able to become a bit stronger. Your smart choice has ruined my plan." The flower god patriarch trembled slightly, With her extraordinary perception, she could feel that Yang Feng wasn't bluffing, but really had such a plan. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Don't resist. I'm going to set up a restriction in your bodies." Zero walked out of the void and pointed with a finger, and mechanical threads flew out and stabbed towards the beautiful women of the flower god race. There's actually another powerhouse hiding here. If we resist, I'm afraid that none of us will be able to leave the flower god valley alive. The flower god patriarch glanced at Zero, and her heart sank. Yang Feng alone is enough to crush all the powerhouses of the flower god race. Coupled with Zero, the powerhouses of the flower god race can't escape even if they want to. The flower god patriarch sighed faintly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with unwillingness. She let the mechanical threads enter her body and form a mysterious brand. After Zero integrated with an Eternal King treasure and advanced to the 9th firmament Eternal Realm, he has become extremely terrifying. Even Eternal Tyrant rank powerhouses can't escape his control. After the brand took shape inside the Flower God Patriarch, the Flower God Patriarch said lightly, "Lord, this subordinate is called Hua Yin. May I ask how I should address you?" Yang Feng replied lightly, "My name is Yang Feng. Hua Yin, immediately notify the Spirit Eye Kingdom. Tell them that a princess of the Flower God race has taken a fancy to me and wants to form a marriage alliance with me. Moreover, the Flower God race will officially form an alliance with the Maplewood region." Hua Yin hesitated for a while, then gritted her teeth and responded, "Yes, Lord. Bring me the most precious resources of the flower gods. I want to practice cultivation." Yang Feng left a sentence and strode towards the depths of the Flower God Valley. Soon explosive news that shocked the Dark Earth world spread. The Flower God race's first princess Hua Yu and 7th princess Hua Xiang both took a fancy to the Spirit Eye race's Baron Maplewood Lin Hua. Under the influence of the two princesses, the Flower God race and the Maplewood region formed a military alliance. In an instant, Yang Feng's avatar Lin Hua became the target of envy and jealousy of more than 90% of men in the Dark Earth world. The Spirit Eye Kingdom, the Royal Palace. In a conference hall, a handsome man who looks to be only 21 or 22 years old, dressed in a royal robe, sat quietly on a throne, exuding dignity. He is the Spirit Eye Monarch of the Spirit Eye Kingdom. Below the Spirit Eye Monarch stand ministers from the Spirit Eye Kingdom. A duke stepped forward and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, Baron Maplewood Lin Hua has despised the kingdom and killed the Imperial Decree Announcement team. He has committed a heinous crime. Your Majesty, please execute Baron Maplewood and his family." A duke retorted, "Your Majesty, don't. Baron Maplewood is now the son-in-law of two princesses of the Flower God race and an ally of the Flower God race. Once we punish him, we will definitely offend the Flower God race. Now that we are in need of manpower, it is not appropriate to punish him. Besides, Baron Maplewood killing the Imperial Decree Announcement team is complete nonsense. There is no evidence. We cannot falsely accuse a greater aristocrat. Everyone knows that Baron Maplewood killed the Imperial Decree Announcement team. Duke Ma Ming, how can you not distinguish right from wrong and spout nonsense? Where's the evidence? Duke Zhou Quan, do you have any evidence that Baron Maplewood killed the Imperial Decree Announcement team?" One after another, dukes stepped forward and argued endlessly in the court. The princes and princesses were silent, not uttering a word. The Spirit Eye Monarch swept the silent princes and princesses with a look of disgust in his eyes and said coldly, "Pass down my decree. Baron Maplewood failed to protect the Crown Prince. He will be fined 10 times the land tax for 3 years. Your Majesty is wise." The many ministers of the Spirit Eye Kingdom saluted the Spirit Eye Monarch and said respectfully, "Court dismissed." The Spirit Eye Monarch waved his hand and walked towards his study. Dark Eye. The Spirit Eye Monarch returned to his study and said coldly, "Here." A distorted light flashed and a short-haired, ordinary-looking Spirit Eye race expert appeared in front of the Spirit Eye Monarch and knelt down on one knee. The Spirit Eye Monarch said coldly, "Is the Crown Prince's death a conspiracy of the Winged God clan? Is his death related to Lin Hua?" Dark Eye said respectfully, "Your Majesty, from the current information, The crown prince's death is indeed related to the winged god clan. However, his death is also closely related to Lin Hua. It is very likely that some of Lin Hua's secrets were discovered by the crown prince, and he was killed. The Spirit Eye monarch's eyes flashed with a fierce glint and he said sternly, "Damn it! Lin Hua, that damned bastard. He actually dared to kill my son and the Imperial Decree announcement team."